A warmer for the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. We've got an excellent podcast for you as we're going to be bypassing a lot of the things like a guest interview, a recap, and everything like that. And the reason why is it's because it's a Saturday conference tradition unlike any other. We've got over 145 games on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday. There's going to be no time to waste. This is going to be a 5+ hour podcast, and I'm going to give you guys picks and analysis on every single one of those games as we hit some bank shots. Now, I will say before I go any further, probably we'll go through some of these previews and some of these breakdowns a little bit faster than normal just because, well, we've got over 145 games that need to be broken down, so be on the lookout for that. But we do have ourselves a lot of fun here today. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one or two ways we'll fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters EM, the naming does not matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire and whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. This is relatively break-free. We're going to have one commercial break after I get done with the normal Las Vegas rotation order games, and those just involve the games from the bigger conferences, and then the smaller conference games will be done in the final two segments. That involves the America East, the Patriot League, the Big South, also the Northeast Conference, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Atlantic Sun, and I believe that I have gotten all of them. I might be mistaken. I might have missed one, but that should be darn near all of it. We've got ourselves a lot of fun to be had. We've got very little time to waste, and we're going to try to find as many winners on this board as we can. So how about if we get right into it in Las Vegas rotation order, as per usual, picks and analysis on over 145 games for this college basketball Saturday as we hit some bank shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601, 602 on the card. Tennessee is on the road against Florida. Florida's 4.5 to 5.5 point favor. 151.5 to 152.5 is the total. I'm in on the under. I did set my total at a 150. You've got two teams that have been pretty solid on the defensive side of things, and you've got a Florida team that is going to be looking to push quite a bit of tempo right now in terms of total possessions per game. They do check in the top 75 in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, they are exactly 47th in the country. But for this Florida team, I have to take the points here with Tennessee and only set them as a 4-point favorite, mainly because they just have not been great in terms of their perimeter offense. This team is shooting 27.7% from three-point range. That is outside the top 300 in all of college basketball, 351st to be exact. They're outside the top 235 in terms of taking care of the ball with over 13.5 turnovers per game, and it just feels like Boogie Fland has not been a great fit for this team. He's been able to give you about 10 or so points per contest, but shooting it very poorly from three-point range, not give you a lot of facilitation. Xavier Lee seems to be coming along for the ride, 10.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and real forte of this Florida team is the rebounding. They're number one in the country in terms of rebound percentage. Ruben Chinyelu, 10.5 points, 10.5 boards. Alex Condon, 8.5 rebounds. Thomas Haw, 7 rebounds per game, but Thomas Haw is the only other top 5 scorers that shoots above 26.3% from three-point range, and Tennessee, they're number 4 in the country in terms of rebound percentage, and they actually lead the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They rebound darn near 44 to 45% of their misses, as you've been able to get good production out of Jacoby Gillespie. He's still turning the ball over a little bit too much. They seem outside the top 190 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but 18.5 points, 5.7 assists per game. Nate Ament, I would argue that you'd expect a little bit more versatility out of him, but still 14.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. JP Estrella is able to give you 5 boards. Jalen Carey's give you 6.5 rebounds. Felix Opara, block and a half, 5.5 rebounds per game. Even though I do think that this is going to be a little bit of an up-tempo game, as Tennessee a little bit faster than they have been in past years in terms of total possessions per game. This is a team that is very mid-tempo at about 193rd. I think that the defense holds up, and Tennessee holds in there semi-line at 4, so we'll take 4.5 plus with Tennessee, and I like the under, so my total 150, 603, 604. Nebraska is going to be on the road against Indiana. Indiana is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. 148.5 to 149.5 is the total, and I like the under. I set my total at a 145. I have a Nebraska team that's going to be looking to play at a very mid-tempo pace. Right now, they're about 205th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Indiana's not necessarily a team is looking to gun it themselves. They're about 182nd in terms of total possessions per game. And both of these teams have been able to do a pretty rock solid job with regards to their defense. You've got both of these teams in the top 35 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Nebraska team that's very much going to dare you to shoot it from three-point range, as Nebraska is forcing teams to take 51% of their field goals from three-point range, 7th highest percentage in the country. And right now teams are shooting just 30.3% from three against them. Now they do face off against an Indiana team that at home has been shooting about 38% from three-point range, so rubber might be meeting the road here a little bit. And for Indiana, Lamar Wilkerson has been the top scorer, 19 points, shoots 42% from three-point range, and then you've been able to have some nice mixing and shaking from Tate Connerway with about 13 points, 4 assists per contest. Tucker DeVries does it all, 15 points, 5 boards, 3 assists per game. And Indiana, good at taking care of the ball, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and in a nip and tuck spot, they're a top 20 team with their 78% free throw shooting. But Indiana also really good in terms of being able to guard the arc, and Indiana is right now a top 30 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Not going to put you under duress and force too many turnovers, but that is going to bother this Nebraska team a little bit, though. I did set Nebraska as a 3-point underdog because they themselves shoot about 75% at the free throw line, and they do a nice job knifing the ball down low. Nebraska, top 35 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, ranked mass, 16.5 points, shoots 37.5% from three. And for this Nebraska team, each other top 5 scorers all shoot between 35 and 37.8% from 3 points, so great balance there. Price Sanford, 16 points per game, he's been rock solid, and it's really been addition by subtraction with Connor Esiason not being in the backcourt right now. Nebraska is pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 135 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they also don't allow you to get to the free throw line. Top 8 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. They've done a great job in terms of owning things down low, despite the fact that they're not going to grab for themselves second and third chances. Nebraska drawing 51st in terms of offensive rebound percentage, have an Indiana team that's right around about 182nd, so I think they get a lot of one and done possessions in a mid-tempo game. Semi total 145. I like the under, and set Indiana's a 3-point favorite, so 3.5 plus taking the points with Nebraska. 6-5, 6-6 on the card. It is Kansas. They are going to be on the road against West Virginia. West Virginia home underdog here of 4 to 4.5 points, 133.5 to 135.5 is the total, and set a total of a 134.5. Between 133.5 and 135.5. Would rather have a 135.5 under rather than a 133.5 over, as West Virginia is one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball, 346th in terms of total possessions per game. West Virginia is a solid 3-point shooting team. They do shoot 36.2% from the outside, and Kansas has been able to find it as well. In a road or neutral court venue, they shoot about 35.8% from three. That's a top 70 mark away from home, and now you've got Darren Peterson back. I know there's various opinions about what sort of a teammate he is, but you know what? He has been a really good contributor for the team when he's been out there on the floor. 22.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, shoots over 40% from three. But with Kansas, they're not going to force any turnovers. They're actually a bottom 3 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're just so strong down low. Flory Badunga being able to give you 9 boards, 14.5 points, over 2.3 blocks per contest. Bryson Tiller is able to give you a block and a half per game. Melvin Council stat sheet suffered 13.5 points, 5 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game. And on the flip side for West Virginia, you do have Harlan Obiana, who's been able to do a pretty solid job down low as a true 7-footer. He's been able to supply this team with about 5 or so rebounds per game and getting back chance more. He has been able to give you more, 13.6 rebounds. He's dealt with injury throughout the season, and after a rough start to the season, Trayson Eaglestaff starting to pick it up. He's had double figures in 3 out of the last 5 games, and Honoruff has huffed and puffed, and he's been able to give you 17 points, shoot 41.5% from 3. West Virginia is doing a really good job in terms of guarding things inside. Top 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Leave themselves a bit vulnerable from the outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they're the better team in terms of generating turnovers. But with the way that this Kansas team is so balanced, top 10 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, top 45 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, I do feel like Kansas is a rightful favorite here, and in a tight spot, Kansas shoots about 74.8% of the free throw line. That's pretty rock solid, and I do think that in the end, Kansas does find a way to go on the road, get the job done, as I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. Willing to lay up to 4 with Kansas, and at a 135 or higher, I like the under. 6-7, 6-8 on the card. George Mason plays host to VCU. VCU, a 1.5 point favorite, 149.5 is the total. Made George Mason the 2-point favorite. I do like them outright on the money line. You're going to have a little bit of a tempo clash here, as for George Mason, 316th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You got a VCU team that is 91st, and for George Mason, this has been a team that has really been able to rise up with their 3-point shooting, as VCU has as well. VCU, 36.8% 3-point shooting team, 45th in the country. George Mason, they shoot about 34.8% from the outside. They've been cooling down a little bit here over the last few games. Last game that they played against Fordham. I think that they went something like 1 of 13 or something like that from three-point range, but still, you've been able to have Jahari Long come over from Maryland, double-figure score. He's been able to shoot over 40% from three-point range, and then the Presbyterian transfer in Corey Mincy, 17 points. He shoots 42% from three, and for this George Mason team, it's not as if they're needing to rely upon their offense to be able to get the job done, because this team has been very soft defensively, 52nd in the country in terms of points per possession allowed, and you do have a VCU team that is more around about 76th, and the way that these teams operate is a little bit different. This is a VCU team that has been a top 110 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they do find themselves very vulnerable in terms of guarding the outside, 241st in the country. Opponent's three-point shooting percentage, it goes to 38.5% away from them. George Mason, meanwhile, they're about 118th in the country, so they've been a little bit more sturdy there, and this is a George Mason team that has been pretty good in terms of not allowing a ton of second chances. This is a George Mason team that is 70th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. At home, teams only grab about 21.7% of their misses as an offensive rebound, and for VCU, it's a little bit more of a wholesale approach with them. Terrence Brown has been that top scorer. He's been giving you a little bit over 13 points per contest, but you've got a lot of guys like a JD and Tracy who's been able to supply about 10.5 points per game. Lazer Djokovic, he's up to 13 points, 5.5 rebounds. He's been pretty solid there. And VCU, top 35 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, so they do a nice job getting there, but still, this is not necessarily as strong of a team. Down low for VCU, you've been able to have Barry Evans be very versatile, 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but I do think that in the end, you are going to have a lot of free throw shooting in this game, and I do think that George Mason is going to be able to knock down a few outside shots against the VCU team that has been a little bit lax days ago with that opponent's three-point shooting percentage to get it done, and I do think that you get a little bit more of an up-and-down game, semi-total 150, so at a 149.5 or less in on the over, and like George Mason already in the money line, made them the 2-point favorite, 6-9, 6-10 on the card. NC State is going to be on the road against Florida State, and Florida State does find themselves as a home underdog currently of 6 points. It's on scheme that is 162, and with NC State, I did make them the road favorite here of 6 points, so we are going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement. I'm now seeing a 4.5 out there, and if I can get that 4.5, I am going to be willing to lay it with NC State, as you've got a Florida State team that has been very good in terms of generating turnovers, top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but for Florida State, this has also not been a great team in terms of their rebound percentage. They are allowing teams to grab about 33.2% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That ranks 311th in all of college basketball. And NC State, sometimes they can be a little bit lax on the defensive glass, but they're more around about 71st in all of college basketball. And this NC State team has shot quite well from three-point range. You've got great versatility with Keter Copeland, who comes over with Will Wade on over from McNeese. He's been able to do it all with about 6 assists, 13.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. NC State, top 25 team with their three-point shooting percentage being at 38.9%. And then you've got Darian Williams, who's been able to give you 14.5 points per game, was relatively pedestrian going into last week or so, but he seems to be heating up. Once again, Trey Holloman is able to give you 10.5 points. He shoots 43.5% from three, and for this NC State team, each of your top 5 scorers, they do shoot at least 37.5% from the outside. They're a pretty good free throw shooting team as well, and they've been a top 85 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis as well. And Florida State, this team is looking to just go bombs away from three-point range. Top 5 team in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range, but they're also outside the top 250 with their three-point shooting percentage at about 32.2%. Now, you do have an NC State team that has been a little bit suspect with regards to the defensive side of things as well. With NC State, right now, they are allowing teams to shoot about 33.5% for three-point range overall. That does go to 37.6% in a road/neutral court setting, but still, Florida State just does not have those star power guys that really launch from three-point range. You've got one guy in the roster that shoots above 34.7% from three. That'd be Martin Somerville, their number 5 scorer with 39% three-point shooting, 9.5 points per game. Do have the likes of Robert McCray, Chancey Wiggins combining for 27 points per game, but you have a Florida State team that, despite playing super fast, they're currently in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game. One guy gives you over 4.6 the rebounds per game. That'd be Alex Steen, who's been able to supply about 6 rebounds per game. I do think that Florida State is going to be able to generate a few turnovers here, but with the way that they gamble for turnovers and become a team that's outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, they're going to be done in there. So with NC State, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with them. Made them a 6-point favorite, and I did set my total here at a 162, 161.5 for less. I'd like the over 162.5 or higher, the under 6'11", 6'12 on the card. It is Georgia Tech. They are going to be on the road against Miami. Miami's a 12.5 to a 13.5 point favorite. 153.5 to 154.5 is the total, and I said Miami's a 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I have a Georgia Tech team that's actually playing quite fast, 55th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Miami is playing at a relatively similar rate as well. This is a Miami team that is, in terms of total possessions per game, right around about 92nd. And for Miami, they've been able to own the glass. They're a top 30 team in terms of rebound percentage as they bring in Malik Renew from Indiana, and he has been doing it all. 20.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 35.5% from three. Miami, about a country average team with their three-point shooting, but they've also become a top 90 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, not allowing anything easy down low. They're a top 25 team with their own two-point shooting percentage. They're a top 40 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and I do think that that is going to be hurting a Georgia Tech team that has had a tough time just in terms of being able to generate that offense around the perimeter, as they do a tough time being able to take care of the ball. 13.5 turnovers per game outside the top 275 in terms of taking care of the ball, and they're outside the top 275 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, despite the fact that they're pile driving the ball down low. Georgia Tech, a top 40 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line. Now, they do get Bay and Ndongo back from injury, as he and Mohamed Siala have been able to combine for 15.8 rebounds per game. These two guys have been able to do a great job defensively, as well as Georgia Tech really lackluster on offense. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but Georgia Tech is doing a great job allowing teams only shoot about 28.5% from three-point range. They're an okay team in terms of generating turnovers. That's not necessarily their forte, but you look at this overall defense of Georgia Tech, and right now they're 31st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Here's something that you do want to be noting as well, though. They are giving up over 25 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than at home, so clearly they've been beating up on some lesser teams at home, and for this Miami team, they are overall in terms of points per possession allowed more in that neighborhood, about 24th, and they themselves have been giving up about 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home. Kawasi Reeves for Georgia Tech has been a solid three-point shooter, 39.5% three-point shooter, 15.5 points per contest. But Cam Kraft, who comes over from Miami of Ohio, 7.5 points, only shooting about 34% from three-point range. I do think that the turnovers going to be very costly for this Georgia Tech team, and for Georgia Tech, they are a top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, so I do think that that helps out in terms of keeping this total under. I set my total 152.5, so I do like the under, but with Miami, I think that they win from within. I'm willing to lay up to 14 with them. 6-13, 6-14 on the card. Fordham is going to be on the road against St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure is a 9.5 to a 10-point favorite. 139.5 is the total. We'll take the points with Fordham because they are a team that I think offers a really good amount of value with the way that they play, because they're one of the slowest teams you're going to find in all of college basketball, 363rd in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and a rock-solid defense. They're 62nd in the country in terms of points per possession allowed, a top 50 team in terms of rebound percentage, and you got a Bonaventure team that's playing a little bit faster than they have in past years, but this is not a team that's going to be absolutely gunning it themselves, right around about 232nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. That falls outside the top 250 when they are at home, and for the Bonnies, they've been uncharacteristically not so great with regards to their defense, 181st in the country right now in terms of points per possession allowed. They've been a little bit better on the offensive side of things because you've got Daryl Simmons, who's come on over from Gardner-Webb, and he's been the main guy in the backcourt, 15.5 points per game, shoots 40% from three, and the Bonnies, top 65 team with their three-point shooting percentage at 36.8% from the outside. They're just so-so with regards to their percentages. They're about a country average team in terms of guarding the three-point line outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, a little bit above country average in terms of generating turnovers, and for this Fordham team, I do think that they're going to hold in there despite the fact that this has been a Fordham team that they have had a very, very difficult time themselves in terms of being able to knock down threes. They're currently outside the top 300 with their three-point shooting percentage. As a matter of fact, they're shooting less than 30% as a collective, but Tajur Reeves, I think, finds it a little bit more, 16.5 points, 4.5 boards, 4 assists. He only shoots about 30.5% from three, but in past years has been much better than that. Christian Henry, 5.5 assists, 2.5 turnovers per game, 12.5 points per contest. Fordham does an okay job in terms of taking care of the ball, and they've just dominated the glass, and this Bonaventure team has been one of the better teams in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but I just don't think that the second and third chances are going to be here against a Fordham team that, if you take a look at them in terms of defensive rebound percentage, right now this team is a top 30 team in all of college basketball. They allow opponents to grab only about 22.8% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, for St. Bonaventure at home, they do allow about 30.5% of opponents' missed shots to become an offensive rebound, and you've been able to get good production out of Rikas Schulte, who's been able to give you 11.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, steal and a half per contest. Even with Tariq Nutter out of the fold, they've been solid, and Frank Mitchell on the flip side for Bonaventure has been very good down low. He's been able to supply 17 points, over 11 rebounds, 2.5 assists per game, so do like his versatility. And Daniel Igbenegbe has taken a step back with his rebounding, but 9.5 points, 6-7, shoots 39.5% from three-point range, but do you think that Fordham very much going to be able to hold up down low? I think that they're going to have a slog of a game here, and I do think that that keeps them lively, so set a line of 8.5. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Fordham, and I'm in on the under. Semi-total at a 132.5. 6:15, 6:16 on the card. It is Boston College. They're on the road against Louisville. Louisville, a very sizable favorite here, as you're going to be laying 22 to 23.5 points with them. Between 148.5 to 150.5 is the total, and I'm in on the under. I did semi-total at a 144.5. Boston College has actually been a very good defensive team. This team is a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do a good job in terms of taking care of the ball as well. For Boston College, 41st in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Mikael Brown on the flip side for Louisville is still dealing with injury. If he does play in this game, he's going to be rather limited, but that said, for Boston College, this team just flat out can't shoot. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they're outside the top 275 in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. So, yeah, that's not been great, to say the least, and Boston College is also not going to be forcing the issue with regards to generating turnovers themselves. They're outside the top 310 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It's all been based around Donald Hand and Fred Payne. The Payne train is able to give you 13.5 points. He shoots 33% from 3. Donald Hand, 15.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but other top 5 scorers. Right now, Payne is the only guy that shoots above 29.5% from 3. Luka Towns has actually shot 44% from the outside with his 6 points per game, but need him to up that value a little bit more. Bowden Koepke, who comes over from Butler, about 9 points, 5.5 rebounds as a 6'11" big man. And for Boston College, they're not doing a bad job on the glass. They've been a top 150 team in terms of rebound percentage, but while everyone wants to talk about the Louisville offense and a team that is in the top 3 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, they have been 28th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Boston College, right now, top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Teams are shooting less than 30% from the outside against them, so I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slog of a game, but Louisville is multi-dimensional in that they're also a top 25 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Ryan Conwell, about 20 points, 5 boards, shoots 37.5% from 3, and even if you don't have Mikael Brown in this game, he's only been able to shoot about 27% from 3, albeit a really good facilitator, but guys like Adrian Woolley are able to step up, giving you about 9.5 points per contest, comes over from Kennesaw, say Khalil Ruth. He, towards the beginning part of the season, was really strong. We've seen a little bit of fall off there. They're probably going to lean on him a little bit more. You haven't gotten a ton out of the likes of Ali Khalifa and company, but you've got good low post play, and then a guy in Isaac McNeely that shoots 39% from 3 on volume. He's able to give you 11.5 points per game. I think that Boston College actually does a solid job defensively. I just don't think that they're able to find some good looks here against a Louisville team that's in the top 25 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this Louisville team, they've also been a top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage. So I did set my line at 26.5. I'm a little late with Louisville, even with the Brown injury, and like the under, set by total 144.5. 6:17, 6:18 on the card. DePaul, they're going to be on the road against UConn. UConn, a very sizable favorite. You're going to be laying anywhere between 19.5 to 20.5 points with them. 134 to 136.5 is the total. Set a total here of a 138. I do like the over. Now, you have a DePaul team that's actually been quite solid with regards to their defense, a top 65 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're just not a great team on the glass. 177th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so they are going to allow second and third chances to a UConn team that has been one of the most dominant rebound teams in all of college basketball. They rank in the top 30 with that regard, and that's even with having Terrence Samuel missing a few games due to injury. For DePaul, you've been able to have Landon Blocker do an okay job in the backcourt, 11.5 points, 3.5 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, but for DePaul, they're outside the top 180 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage and their free throw shooting percentage, and they're outside the top 225 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, so they're just really not offering a lot there. DePaul's been a top 110 team in terms of generating turnovers, but so is this UConn team, and UConn is just a very, very stout defensive team, especially when you're able to get them at home. For UConn, right now, 8th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you've got a guy in Alex Caravan that's able to do a really good job in terms of giving you a bit of everything, saying 6'8" or so, and he's been supplying the team with 5+ rebounds from 3-point range. He's been able to launch it at a clip of about 34.5%, throwing in their 14 points per game. Solo Ball's actually been off with his 3-point shooting. Only shooting about 30% from 3, but still giving you about 15 points per contest. Silas Dummery, good versatility out of him with about 9.5 points, 6.3 assists per contest. Love what he's been able to bring to the table, and they've dealt with injury to Braylon Mullins to begin the season, but now he's been able to give the team 8+ points in 4 out of the last 5 games. He gives you some facilitation, 6 steals generated in the last 4 games, so the active hands and the overall defense of UConn has gotten even better with him out there on the floor. And for UConn, this team ranks in the top 20 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that there's even more positivity doing with regards to this offense. This is a DePaul team that they themselves do have some home and road splits with regards to their defense as well. While they are 41st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, allowing 14.3 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Mid-tempo team with DePaul about 204th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And I do think that for this UConn team, they are going to do a nice job taking it to them. And I do think that on the DePaul side of things, you're going to be able to get a little bit more on some of these ancillary guys like a Caleb Banks and RJ Smith, pair of guys that will be able to give you about 8 points per contest. So set a total of 138. I like the over on with UConn. One to lay up to 21.5 with them. Set them as a 22-point favorite. 619, 620 on the card. Appalachian State is on the road against Coastal Carolina, and Coastal Carolina is a favorite of a point total on this game between 133 to 134, and made Coastal the 3.5-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number down. For Appalachian State, they seem to be finding that defensive swagger once again, as they were very lackluster to begin the season. I think that was a little bit of a byproduct of the competition that they were playing back in the top 160 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And you've got a Coastal Carolina team that they just don't force any turnovers whatsoever. They are outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and this is an Appalachian State team that's not really going to be looking to launch too much from 3-point. And Appalachian State, to their credit, in a roadside-shoot-score venue, they've been a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, so that's going to take away a little bit of the mojo that you got with this Coastal Carolina team, one that is only shooting about 32% from 3-point overall, but that goes up to about 36.7% when they're at home, and bringing in Joshua Beadle, who was over at Boston College last year. That's been a good addition for them, as he's been supplying about 14.5 points, 3.5 assists per game. But Coastal Carolina, top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball about 10.3 times per contest. Now, for Coastal Carolina, they are well outside the top 340 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. That's been an issue, but this has been a Coastal Carolina team that's been a top 150 team in terms of rebound percentage, as you've got Reggie Hill giving you about 6.3 boards, only about 6.5 points per contest, and you really have a big three with Beadle, Richie Jones, who gives you 15 points, 2.5 assists, 5 rebounds per contest, and AJ Dantzler and Jones combined to shoot about 36.5% per three. Dantzler 14.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but I do think that Coastal Carolina, though, they really don't put you under too much duress in terms of generating turnovers. I think that they're going to do a nice job just being able to execute here. I do think that you get a very low-tempo game, as Coastal Carolina, in terms of total possessions per game, actually about 134th in the country. Appalachian State's super slow, 342nd in terms of total possessions per game, and something that had to factor into the handicap was a free throw shooting. Appalachian State, one of the most horrific free throw shooting teams in all of college basketball, 60.4%. As a matter of fact, that is dead sinking last in all of college basketball. And again, Appalachian State, much like Coastal Carolina, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, outside the top trainer in terms of generating turnovers. Kashawn Jennings, 14.5 points. He shoots 39.5% from three, and the Dodd father, Alonzo Dodd, 38.5% 3-point shooter, 12 points, 5 boards per game. Luke Wilson is able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but Appalachian State, not the same rebounding team that they've been in the past. Still a top 150 team, but I do think that in the end, Coastal Carolina finds a way to get the job done. I do think that lack of free throw shooting for Appalachian State could loom very, very large. So my total at a 131.5, so like the under, and I'm willing to lay the very small number here with Coastal Carolina. 621, 622. Houston is on the road against Baylor. Baylor is a 3.5 to a 4-point home underdog. Total is between 143.5 to 144.5. Made a total of 141. I do like the under. For Baylor, they have scored fewer than 70 points in each of their last 2 games, albeit you go up against TCU and you go up against as well Iowa State, and that's a tough act to follow. But now you go up against a Houston team that year in and year out, they're a top 5 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're right back there. Even though this is a Houston team that isn't quite as dominant on the defensive glass as they have been in past years, and this is a Baylor team that's a top 25 team in terms of percentage of the missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. This Houston team, number 5 in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and right now for Baylor, they're 121st, albeit with Baylor, they have been giving up about 15.8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home, but Baylor has really dealt with some depth issues with Jocelyn Bodu going out really prior to the start of the season. They brought in James Nanji, but he's been completely ineffective for the team, and even though Houston doesn't have as much down low right now, you've only got 2 guys on the roster that give you over 3.3 rebounds per game. They should still be able to win that battle. Chris Senek, 7.5 boards, 9 points per contest. Joseph Tugler, 5.5 rebounds, 1.7 blocks per game, and after a really slow start to the season from 3-point range for Milos Uzan, he seems to be picking it up. You look good in that Cincinnati game, 11.5 points, 4 assists per game. Kingston Flemings has been that main outside shooter with about 42.5% 3-point shooting, and it has been a Houston team that has not necessarily been the same offensive team that they've been in the past, but they still take care of the ball. A top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and that's really been the name of the game for this team, because this is a Houston team that is 13th in the country in terms of most turnovers generated per game, top 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and for this Baylor team, right now they're looking to Mr. Carr to be be able to really drive them to victory, as they've been able to get about 20.5 points, 5.5 boards out of Cameron Carr. And for this Baylor team, they're solid in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 125 team with that regard. They do a great job with those offensive rebounds, but outside the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. Country average team in terms of guarding the arc. Tunde Yusufu, good versatility, 2.5 steals, 18 points, but only shoots about 30% from three. Obi Ejim has been able to shoot about 37.5% from the outside, but I do feel like with this Baylor team having a lack of depth, and this Baylor team also giving up quite a few second and third chances themselves, that Houston finds a way to get the job done. I do think that Houston, as they always do, going to play nice, slow, and controlled, 311th in terms of total possessions per game, and Baylor has really been slowed down by the injury. So set a line of 5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Houston and like the underset by total at a 141. 623, 624 on the card. It is Western Carolina. They're going to be on the road against the Citadel. The Citadel, a home underdog here of 6.5 to 7.5 points. Your total is 149.5 to 115.5. So Western Carolina as a 6.5 point favorite. So 7 plus actually does become my buy point on the Citadel. And man, do I know that this is a Citadel team that's grody, but the Citadel has actually been a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They're in 59th in terms of generating turnovers. With the Citadel, they're well outside the top 335 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and have a West Carolina team that just has not really impressed me that much. They're not generating a lot of turnovers, and they themselves are outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. Now, they're not going to be under duress in this game, and for Western Carolina, they have been able to do a really nice job on the glass, and Solo Abbasi for the Citadel is really the lone guy that's able to give you over 4.5 rebounds per game. If you look at percentage of missed shots become an offensive rebound, Western Carolina is a top 160 team with that regard, as you've got Mark Skell give you about 13 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and then down low, you've had Samuel Dada be able to give you about 7 rebounds, so only about 6 points per game. And Abdul Faintakeba, he's been able to give you 6.1 points, but throws in there 7 rebounds per game. But again, the darn near 13.8 turnovers per game, very costly. And for Western Carolina, they're outside the top 235 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Citadel is actually worse. Citadel is right now outside the top 295 in terms of points per possession. Christian Moore and Braxton Williams have not been bad. They combine to shoot about 37% from the outside. You've got these two guys combining for about 22.5 points per game, but right now the Citadel is shooting about 32% from 3-point outside the top 250 there. When they get to the free throw line, they're outside the top 300 with that regard as well. For the Citadel, they have been really having a rough go of it inside as well, outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. But I do think that this is going to be a sloppier game. I do think that this is going to be a game that's very much slowed down. Western Carolina, they are very much looking to run in terms of total possessions per game, 50th in all of college basketball. Citadel, one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. Right now they are 349th. I think that things get slowed down, and just the sloppiness of this Western Carolina team costs them. So at some plus, won't take the points with Citadel, and I'm going to be in on the underside by total at a 146.5. 625, 626. Troy is on the road against Louisiana. Louisiana, home underdogs of 10.5 to 11 points. 132 to 132.5 is the total. Set a total of 133. I do like the over. You got a Troy team that's playing at warp speed right now in terms of total possessions per game, 19th in the country. A little bit of a, shall we say, strange stat because they play that double overtime game against San Diego State, triple overtime against USC. So that does fudge the numbers a little bit, but still, this is a Troy unit that is going to have a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 225 in terms of ball security with about 13 turnovers per game, but you've got the Campbell brothers in Cooper and Kobe Campbell doing a great job combining to shoot about 40% from 3. Kobe gives you about 9 points per contest. Cooper a little bit more well-rounded with 13.5 points, 5.2 assists per game. And Thomas Dowd, 15.5 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. Troy is not the same rebounding team that they were a season ago, but they're a top 200 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, and they're a top 135 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that become an offensive rebound. And for Louisiana, about the only thing that they've got going for them is that they're not completely atrocious on defense. They're not a bad team with regards to defensive glass, but 270th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Louisiana, bottom 5 team in terms of total possessions per game, and they're still missing Jamarian Keller, who came in from Oklahoma State. The offense was supposed to flow around him, got injured after 2 games, so Dorian Finster, Jackson Oliveira, who combined for about 25.5 points per game. They're the lone 2 guys on the roster. I give you over 7.4 points per game. The team shoots outside the top 340 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, right around 300th with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. Country average team in terms of guarding the 3-point line and inside as well. They're not allowing a lot of second and third chances, but they're also not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It's just a Louisiana team that is not really giving you too much excitement. They're, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 173rd in the country, but I do think that this Troy team is going to be able to hold up with the way that they're still pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. Troy is a country average team, 187th in the country in terms of points per possession allowed, but the way that you really unravel this Troy team is by by being able to knife the ball inside, because for Troy right now, they do find themselves giving up about 52% on 2-point shots away from them. That is outside the top 150 in all of college basketball. And this is a Troy team that's going to be gambling a little bit for turnovers, but with Louisiana just having so much, shall we say, suspectness out there in the backcourt, I do think that Troy is able to persevere. I do think that Louisiana finds enough open looks to be able to get you the over. So I told 133. So at a 132, like the over, both Troy willing to lay up to 12.5 with them. 627, 628. Eastern Michigan is on the road against Western Michigan. Western Michigan does find themselves as a 1 to 1.5 home underdog. 145 is the total line. So Western Michigan is at 1-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. You do have a Eastern Michigan team as much better on defense than they have been in past years. Top 160 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Western Michigan, they are currently 280th with this regard, but for Western Michigan, they are giving up about 17 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than away from home. And for Western Michigan, this has been a unit that has still been pretty solid on the glass, as you've got a guy, Max Burton, who's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. Eastern Michigan, they aren't really grabbing a lot of second and third chances away from home, only about 25% of their misses become an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, for Western Michigan, after last year, they were dead last in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage at home. They've been much better with this regard, and I do think that that's going to help them remain lively against an Eastern Michigan team that they themselves are 79th in the country with their 3-point shooting percentage, as they've really got a big three. They bring in a pair of guys from Northwestern State to help out, Addison Patterson along John Sanders. Sanders has not necessarily been the 3-point shooter that they were hoping for, but he's still giving the team right around about 10 or so points per contest. And then you've had Addison Patterson do a nice job at 6'7" in terms of stuff that's edgy, 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists per game. And then Carlos Hart along with Mohamed Habab have been able both to give you 13.7 points per game apiece, and Hart shoots 39% from 3-point range. Habab has been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but the kryptonite for this Eastern Michigan team is down low. They are outside the top 275 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, and most of their shots do come from inside the 3-point line. Meanwhile, you do have a Western Michigan team that certainly has not been the world's greatest team in terms of guarding inside. They've been outside the top 275 with that regard, but this is about a country average team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Western Michigan's biggest issue has been taking care of the ball. They do turn the ball over about 14 times per contest, but you don't have an Eastern Michigan team that's really going to be putting you under duress in terms of generating turnovers. Really, neither of these teams are, as for Western Michigan, they're well outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Eastern Michigan, in a road/core venue, they're outside the top 300 as well, so that means clean possessions. And now you've got Justice Williams coming back for Western Michigan as well. Missed the first 13 games of the season. Former LSU recruit, was a double-figure scorer a few seasons ago over at Robert Morris, 34 points in the first 2 games. Never a great 3-point shooter, but Jalen Griffith, 15 points, shoots 38.5% from 3. Jaden Brewer doing a bit of everything, 7.5 boards, 13.5 points per game. I think that having Justice Williams back is a nice X factor for our Western Michigan team. It's been rather suspect all season long, but not too bad on the defensive glass, and I do think that they find a way to persevere here in what I think is going to be a relatively mid-tempo game. Eastern Michigan about 247th of the country in terms of total possessions per game. Western Michigan looks to crank it up a little bit more at about 107th, so by total at a 143. So I do like Western Michigan on the money line, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot on this 145 under. 629, 630 on the betting board. LSU is on the road against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is a pretty sizable favorite here, 14.5 points. 161 to 162.5 is the total, and I am going to be willing to take the points with LSU. I did set them as a 13.5 point underdog. Now, they've played 2 games without De'Don Thomas. Very good spirited effort on the road against Texas A&M, and then against South Carolina, they just got completely ballroom blitz. That was just absolutely terrible on their home floor, but still, this is a LSU team that has been a top 45 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Frankie Collins is currently out for Vanderbilt as well. That didn't really slow them down in their game against Alabama. They were able to go out there and get the job done, but for LSU, even without De'Don Thomas, I do think that they're going to be able to do an okay job here against a Vanderbilt team that has been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and we're all going to look at Vanderbilt, and we're all going to gawk at the offense and how they've been so strong there, but this is a team that has been much better on the interior as well. Jalen Washington is able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. You've been able to have Devin McLaughlin throwing their 7+ boards per contest as well. And if you look at this Vanderbilt team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've actually been a pretty impressive team, as currently they're 29th in all of college basketball, though I did set my total at a 165.5 because you've got a Vanderbilt team that's also looking to gun it. They're 25th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Tyler Tanner, Duke Miles, these are 2 guys that are really able to light you up, as they both are able to also give you about 2.5 steals per contest apiece. So even though you've got Frankie Collins out of the fold, these guys have been able to step up in a big way. They both give you about 17 points per contest contest, with Tanner shooting 42% from 3. Vanderbilt as a whole, top 35 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 38%. Top 10 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but LSU, even though they are a team that puts up a lot of points, it's not due to their 3-point shooting. They only shoot 33% as a collective. Their heart is on the inside. They're a top 40 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Michael Nowolko, 15.5 points, 6 boards. You've got Markel Sutton, give you about 9 rebounds, 13 points, and then you've had Max McKinnon do a little bit of everything, 13.5 points, 2.5 assists. He shoots 34.5% from 3, and LSU has been pretty solid in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. LSU playing a little bit more mid-tempo this year, about 160th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and LSU, they do give it up from 3-point range or outside the top 235 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so do think that you get plenty of points here. Set my total 165.5, like the overhand for Vanderbilt. Set them as a 13.5 point favorite, so at 14 plus, we'll take those points with LSU's. 631, 632 on the betting board. You've got yourself Syracuse on the road against Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is a 1.5 point underdog, so it's game between 138.5 to a 139.5, and made Pittsburgh the 2-point favorite, so going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a lower tempo game. Syracuse much better with their offense now that Donnie Freeman is back. He was missing for about 10 or so games to begin the season, and he's been able to give the team 15 plus points per contest, and they've been cranking up their tempo a little bit more since he's been back, about 216th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Pittsburgh, 343rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Pittsburgh, neither here nor there with their defense, 125th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Syracuse has actually excelled on defense there, about 18th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Pittsburgh group that has been able to shoot it a little bit better at home rather than away from home. You've got a pair of guys in Barry Dunning along Cam Corrin who are combined for 25.5 points per game, and Corrin down low, about 8.3 rebounds, shoots 41% from 3. Dunning has been able to get her Dunning with shooting 36% from 3, and DeMarco Minor, he's been very major, 11.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest, so these guys have been able to do a nice job as a collective. And on the Syracuse side of things, you've got J.J. Starlin, who's been a little bit more efficient with his 3-point shooting, typically shoots like 30 or less percent from 3-point, up in the mid-30s this season. You've had Donnie Freeman, again, give you about 19 points per game when he's been out there, so that's big. Kyan Anthony, he's only been able to shoot about 25% for 3, but nice offender. He's able to give you about 10.5 points per game. It's a Syracuse team that has been very solid in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been really good on the interior. They're a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They do leave themselves a little bit more vulnerable from the outside, but for Syracuse, hard to trust a team that shoots 61.9% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. Now again, Freeman, he helps out, and Nathan George, who's your main facilitator, 10.5 points, 5 assists, 3 boards. He does shoot 84.5% at the free throw line, but still, you got a Syracuse team that out of their top 8 scorers, all but 2 of them shoot below 63% at the free throw line. William Kyle has been good down low with multiple blocks per contest, but again, he's going to be a liability at the charity stripe, and with this Pittsburgh team, it is one that is content to take quite a few threes. They shoot about 36% from the outside. You've been able to have Omari Weatherspoon be a guy that's giving you about 8 points, shoots 36% from 3-point. For Pittsburgh, they've been okay in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 150 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're a country average team in so many different aspects, but they're really not allowing a lot of second and third chances, and I do think that that is going to be paramount in this case against a Syracuse team that they themselves have been having their issues in terms of being able to go bombs away from 3-point range. And for this Pittsburgh team, when they've been at home, they have not been allowing a lot of those second and third chances, as teams are only grabbing about 23.8% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, and I do think that the free throw shooting might be very costly to Syracuse in a slug of games. Set by total 136. I'd like the under, and with Syracuse, I set them as a 2-point dog, so like Pittsburgh here as a money line underdog. 633, 634. Brown, what can Brown do for you? Well, they're on the road against Penn, and if they don't get blown out, they're going to make you some money, as right now for Penn, they're a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. 142 is the total, and well, I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a overwhelming game. I set Brown as an underdog of 7 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Penn. And for Brown, this is actually a team that's been a little bit more efficient with regards to their offense away from home rather than at home, but they're outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've got a Brown team that's been able to do a pretty solid job down low, as they were dealing with an injury to Landon Lewis to begin the season. He missed the first 5 or so games of the season, and he's been able to come back, give the team 13.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's also shooting about 42% from 3-point. For a team that they actually shoot it well from 3, they shoot 34.9% from 3, but they're outside the top 275 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. Now, Brown has been able to do a really good job with regards to their defense as well. This unit, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, currently checks in 60th in all of college basketball. And Penn, well, this is a Farron McCaffrey coach team. You know what to expect there. They're about 234th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but This is a Brown team that I do think is going to have a little bit of an issue being able to match up with the overall versatility of Penn. Now, I will say this for Brown. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 30% from three-point range. They've been a top 50 team with that regard, but you got a Penn team that is a top 30 team with their three-point shooting percentage at 39%. With Ethan Roberts being injured, they've still been able to persevere. With Michael Zanoni being able to give you 41% three-point shooting with 12.5 points per contest. Cam Thrower shoots 45.5% for three. TJ Power, former top 40 recruit of Duke and Virginia, 14.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. And this is a Penn Quakers team that has been surprisingly solid in terms of being able to pull in their some second and third chances as well. In terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they have been a top 150 team with that regard. And even if you take away the three-point shot for this Penn team, they've still been relatively solid in terms of being able to get those second chances. They are only about 300th in the country in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, but Brown is 322nd in all of college basketball as well. I do think that for Penn, they're going to be looking to bump up tempo a little bit more as the season goes along under Freddie McCaffrey. Brown, nice slow team. They're about 268th in terms of total possessions per game. Penn is right now a relatively mid-tempo team. Right now they're checking in about 190th, but I do think that with Penn, they do a nice job executing against the Brown team that I recognize that they've been solid with regards to that perimeter defense, but they just don't have a lot along the outside with Landon Lewis being mainly that heart and soul guy and losing Keno Lilly from a season ago. I do think that Penn does find a way to be able to get the job done, and this is a Brown team that they gamble for turnovers. They are a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Penn keeps their possessions clean. So my line at 7, I'm going to be willing to lay with Penn, and on the over, my total at a 143, 635, 636. You've got SMU, and they're going to be on the road facing off against Duke. And Duke finds themselves as a sizable favorite of 11 after 12.5 points. 157.5 is the total. So a total of 161.5. I do like the over. You got an SMU team that is certainly looking to play at warp speed right now in terms of total possessions per game. This team is 23rd in all of college basketball. And for Duke, they're up to about 130th in terms of total possessions per game. Doesn't sound too significant, but that's faster than John Shire teams typically play. And Duke, even though they are currently a top 15 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are just not the same defense right now. They have given up 73 plus points in each of their last 5 games, but you've got Cameron Boucher doing a nice job. Give you 23.5 points, 9.5 boards, 4 assists per contest. This is a backcourt that I think needs to give them a little bit more support, though Caleb Foster shoots 42% from three-point range, but nobody outside of Boozer gives you over about 3.3 assists per game, as Caden Boozer has actually been their number 2 facilitator, but Dame Sarr is able to do a solid job down low. Patrick Ngongba has been able to give you about 6.5 boards, throws in there a block and a half per contest as well. And on the flip side for the SMU team, you've got Kevin Miller, who's been able to give you over 20 points per game. He's been one of the best contributors in all of college basketball to just flowing good, clean offense. Both of these teams have really excelled on offense. For SMU, 31st in terms of points per possession. Duke is 19th. And for SMU, you've had Jerome Pierre be able to step up as a nice number 2 guy with about 18 points. Shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Corey Washington, great versatility, 12.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. But for SMU, they are about 156th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They do allow a lot of second and third chances. SMU, when they get to the free throw line, they execute. They shoot 77.5% at the free throw line, and with SMU, they have been relatively solid in terms of guarding the perimeter, top 100 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they're hovering right around about 190th to 200th with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. SMU is one of those teams that is going to try to generate turnovers, hovering about 100th with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Duke is going to be able to find a way to do a nice job winning that battle down low, and after they had a little bit of a shaky first half against Louisville, I think that they're going to put that behind them, as I did set my line here at a 13.5. I'm willing to lay up to 12.5 with Duke, and I'm in on the over, so I total at a 161.5. 637, 638. Wofford is going to be on the road against Mercer. Mercer's a favorite of 5 to 6 points, 153.5 to 155.5 is the total. I made Mercer the 9-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Wofford team that just is really not impressing me, especially on the offensive side of things. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're just not doing a great job of executing inside 248th with their two-point shooting percentage, and they're a nice hearty 276th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, with this Mercer team, they're going to give up a lot of second and third chances, and that's a big reason why they are 237th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, because you have a Mercer team that's actually been able to do a very solid job in terms of winning the turnover battle. Mercer, a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this has been a Wofford team that has been relatively solid in terms of grabbing some second and third chances. Mercer is right now allowing teams to grab about 33.7% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That's currently 323rd in all of college basketball, but for Wofford, a little bit of a top-heavy team as well. Miles Melchowski, who comes over from UCF, he's been able to do a solid job, be able to give this team about 15.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and then Kamari Holmes, 17 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists per game. With Holmes, he shoots about 31% from 3. Malachowski more around about 34% from 3 points, but thought that the outside shooting would be a little bit better, especially with the tutelage of Kevin Glittner being here for Wofford as well. Now for Wofford, good team in terms of taking care of the ball, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they are also outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And Brody Shoulders, one of the main returners for Mercer, he's been very versatile, as right now he's staying 6'6", 9 points, 7 boards, throws in there over a steal per contest, so he's been able to do a great job there. And Baraka Okoshi, 17.5 points, 5.3 assists per game. Mercer shoots about 34% from 3 points, but a top 175 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percent. And Mercer, though they give up a lot of second and third chances on the glass, they too have been a top 130 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, so they're generating second and third chances, top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball. I do think that they're going to do the little things well against a Wofford team that's just felt a little bit disjointed this season. I did set a total of a 149. You're not going to have a Mercer team that's going to play at a breakneck pace, 157th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wofford, they are about 224, so I'm in on the under, and with Mercer made them the 9-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay that number. 639, 640 on the card. Creighton plays those to St. John's. St. John's 1.5-point road favorites. Total is anywhere between 156.5 to 158.5, and I mean, the Johnnies are 4.5-point favorites, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Creighton has looked much better recently. They did a nice job in that game against Villanova a few days ago. Even in the loss against Seton Hall, they proved that this team is looking much, much better than before. And the big reason why is Austin Schwartz. He comes over from Miami. He had a really slow start to the season, but now he's been able to give the team 16-plus points in each of the last 4 games, 9-plus points, and I believe 9 out of the last 10 games, shooting 39% from 3. They needed someone to be able to step up with this offense, and he's been able to do so. Josh Dix, he's been able to give you about 10.5 points, 3 assists per game. And for this Creighton bunch, they do the little things well. They're a top 10 team in terms of keeping teams off the free throw line. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but they also don't put you under any sort of duress whatsoever. They are outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and you do have a St. John's team that has been very good in terms of generating turnovers. This is a St. John's team that has been giving up a few second and third chances as well. With St. John's, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they're just 212th in all of college basketball, and in a road/shoot-score venue, they do allow opponents to grab about 39.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, but this is also a St. John's team that has been very good in terms of those turnovers, 27th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and unlike last year where they were terrible with their 3-point shooting, they're now shooting about 35.5% from 3. That does rank in the top 115 in all of college basketball. And you saw Zuby Ejiofor down low, 2.3 blocks, 16 points per contest. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but he's got that versatility now. Jusan Sanan, Ozai Sellers combined to shoot about 40% from 3, combined 20.5 points per contest. So Mitchell is able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, and though this St. John's team gives up quite a few second and third chances on the glass, they too are a top 45 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. You got a St. John's team that's really good at getting to the free throw line against a Creighton team that keeps you off the free throw line. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give with the way that Owen Freeman just has not lived up to his billing right now for this Creighton team. I do think that St. John's is able to outmuscle them, and it is a Creighton team that has been slowing things down quite a bit in terms of total possessions per game, just 251st. So did set a total 154.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 4 here with St. John's. 641, 642. Cornell is going to be playing against Dartmouth. Dartmouth, a underdog of 6 to 7 points. 176.5 is the total, and I set a total here of a 171. I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Dartmouth team that just is really not pushing a lot of tempo whatsoever in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they are checking in more around about 185th in all of college basketball. Now, Cornell is gunning it. Cornell, 13th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Cornell is a team that is very much looking to take threes. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, and somehow, some way, they're converting them all. They're shooting over 40% from 3, and they're going to get clean possessions against a Dartmouth team that's 344th in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But I mean, even though they're down a little bit from where they were a season ago, this has been a Dartmouth team that's been pretty good on the defensive glass. They're right now allowing teams to grab fewer than 30% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and Cornell, they are going to give you some second and third chances. They are allowing teams to be able to grab about 29% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. But for Dartmouth, it's all about keeping possessions clean, because this has actually been a really good 3-point shooting team themselves. They're not quite on the same level as Cornell, but for the Dartmouth team, they're shooting as a collective in the neighborhood about 38.9% from 3 points, which actually goes up to 41.3% in a road/shoot-core venue. That is 15th in all of college basketball, but they don't do a good job in terms of executing on the inside. Their interior play just in general has not necessarily been great, and the turnovers have been very costly. Dartmouth is currently 330th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is a Cornell team that they themselves do turn the ball over a little bit more than what you'd like. In their home games, they've been outside the top 185 in terms of their own ball security, but I do think that for this Dartmouth team, they are going to be able to hit enough shots to be able to get you the over. I just don't know if you get enough possessions here because these Cornell totals are really starting to go to the moon here. I did set my total at a 171, so I'm going to be in on this total over. I do think that Cornell, because everyone talks about their three-point shooting, I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of executing on the inside as well. And again, with the Dartmouth team, they're outside the top 200 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. Cornell is a team that does a much better job of taking care of the ball, and Dartmouth's inability to be able to generate turnovers, I do think it allows Cornell to be able to get the job done here, even with Dartmouth being a team that allows you to shoot less than 31% from three. I think that the totals went too high, but I do think that sloppiness cost Dartmouth in this game. I did set my line at a 13. I'm going to be willing to lay with Cornell, and I'm going to be in on this total under as well. Set my total at a 171. 643, 644 on the card. It is Yale, and they're going to be on the road against Princeton, and Princeton finds themselves as a sizable home underdog here of 9 to 9.5 points. 143.5 is a total, and set a total of 145. I actually do like the over, mainly because this is a Yale team that's been really able to excel with regards to their offense. It's a Yale team that plays very slowly. Both of these teams are not looking to push any tempo whatsoever. Yale is about 297th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Yale's counterpart in Princeton about 314th, but for Yale, they are currently 15th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That goes to number 2 in a road/neutral court environment, and Nick Townsend, he's really been the engine that has made this thing run. He stands right around about 6'7", 16.5 points, 7.5 boards, 4.5 assists, shoots 50% from 3-point. Riley Fox shoots 43.5% from 3. Jordan Bothwaite, hopefully I got that correct. He doesn't give you a lot of scoring at about 6 points per contest, but he shoots 53% from 3-point. So you're just littered with great scoring, and this is a Princeton team that, as we know, they're not really going to be a team that imposes their will on the glass. Not the world's worst team in terms of preventing second and third chances, but their offensive rebound percentage is well outside the top 175 in all of college basketball. To their credit, they've been a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so they're not allowing those second and third chances. And when you've got Isaac Salazar on the flip side for Yale, give you about 5+ rebounds per game. That's big, but they've been dealing with a lot of injury thus far this season. Dalen Davis has been their main guy that's been out. Did return in that last game against Penn. He had 19 points in 21 minutes. He was their top scorer through about 6 or so games of the season. Top returning scorer from the season ago. That breathes a little bit of life into Princeton, and that's a big reason why I do like this total over. But you still have a Princeton team that is shooting about 33% from 3 overall. That's outside the top 200 in all of college basketball. I will say at home that goes above 37% from the outside, but this is also a team that's been very fragile on the inside. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. That, as a result, has this team 284th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You just don't expect Princeton to be that, and for Princeton, they're still solid in terms of being able to make sure that they don't commit a lot of mistakes, but still 249th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense is just rather unacceptable. Yale's not really a team that's going to put you under duress on defense, and this Yale team is outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do give up about 5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. I do think that even though you do have Dalen Davis back for this Princeton team, that Yale is going to go out there, get the job done. Jackson Hickey, Jack Stanton, these two guys for Princeton, about 25.5 points per contest. They combined to shoot 41% from 3-point, but even with Yale having a few hiccups on defense, this has been a unit that has been able to do an okay job in terms of guarding the inside. There's not going to be a lot of second and third chances to be had, and I think that Yale just flat out executes on offense in a lower possession game. So by total 145, I like the over, and with Yale, we'll lay up to 10.5 with them. 645, 646, it is Drexel. They play host to William and Mary. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, you get both, and you're going to be laying the number with them as they are a 3.5 to 4-point favorite. 149 is the total. I set a total of a 148.5, so 149 does become my buy point on the under. You do have a Drexel team that's once again very slow and controlled. They are, in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 300, and for Drexel, they're not doing the greatest job in terms of taking advantage of possessions. 241st in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, you do have a William and Mary team that they are really good in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 35 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but in a road or neutral court venue, they have been outside the top 275 in terms of their own ball security. But for this William and Mary team, just so supreme in the way that they're able to guard the 3-point line. Teams are shooting less than 30% from 3 against them. I did set William and Mary as a 6.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number, despite the fact that William and Mary is going to be at a disadvantage on the glass. William and Mary outside the top 250 in terms of rebound percentage. You do have a Drexel team that's back in the top 125 in terms of offensive rebound percentages. You got Shane Blakeney doing a bit of everything, 12.5 points, 4.8 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Eli Beard has been able to shoot about 39.5% from 3, locked with Victor Panoff. Panoff is able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game, and for Drexel, the rebounding is by committee. William Garcia Edson is the lone guy that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but they do a solid job there, and this is a Drexel team that pushes you off the three-point line. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from inside the three-point line, but if this comes down to free throw shooting, Drexel is currently shooting 64.4% of the free throw line, well outside the top 3 with that regard. William & Mary, they shoot more around about 75.5% at the free throw line, and as a whole is greater than some of its sparse effort with William & Mary. You've got 7 different guys giving between 8.3 and 11.8 points per contest, and then you've got 2 other guys that give you a combined about 12 points per contest from Ryan Jackson, along Jaleel R. Jones, and Tunde Valberg Fasasi is able to give you 12 points. She's 32% from 3. William & Mary loves to launch from 3. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3, but they only shoot about 33% from 3. Their real, shall we say, core is on the interior, top 35 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Even though William & Mary doesn't grab a lot of second and third chances, I do think that they win the turnover battle. I do think that they find a way to get the job done in this one. I did set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be 1-8 with William & Mary. Like the under at a 149 or higher, set my total at a 148.5. 647, 648. It is Rhode Island. They're going to be on the road against Davidson, and Davidson is finding themselves as a mid-tier favorite here. You're laying 3 to 4 points with them. 136 to 137 is the total line. Set a total of 132. I do like the under. You've got a pair of teams that are not going to be looking to push any tempo whatsoever. 317th in terms of total possessions per game for Rhode Island and Davidson. They're even slower at 333rd. And for this Rhode Island team, they just had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 295 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, this is not a Davidson team that generates a ton of turnovers. They're not bad in terms of generating turnovers, and this has been a Rhode Island team that, while they do have a tough time in terms of taking care of the ball, they themselves have been really good in terms of generating turnovers. They're 9th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Davidson is going to do a relatively solid job in terms of taking care of the ball. With Davidson, it's one of those teams in which everyone just has versatility and everyone does their part. You don't have a single guy in the roster give you over 10.8 points per game, but right now you've got pretty much 8 different guys that give you between 4.8 and 10.8 points per contest. Ian Plateau is a lone guy that gives you over 4 rebounds per game with about 4.6 boards per contest, and he's missed a few games due to injury, but should be good to go here. But Robert Blums, Parker Fredrickson, they combine for 21 points per game. They both shoot 41% from 3. Hunter Adams shoots 49% from 3. Josh Govins, 9 points, 4 boards. These guys, they all just do a great job in terms of being able to pull together, and it's a Davidson team that's about country average in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, country average in terms of generating turnovers. So nothing special on defense, but really good in terms of generating good, clean offense. Meanwhile, you've got a Rhode Island team that does have Jonah Hinton, give you about 15 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, but Rhode Island as a whole, they shoot 30.8% from 3. That's outside the top 280 in all of college basketball. They've been pretty solid on the inside. Top 125 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, which is Tyler Cochran, 12 points, 3 steals, 5 rebounds per game, and then you've got Mohammed So right now dealing with injury, so Keenan Edejiri has had to step up down low with about 5.3 rebounds per game. He's been able to do a rock solid job there. This is a Rhode Island team that has a little bit more size down low, but so with this Rhode Island team, they're outside the top 125 in terms of opponents' offensive rebound percentage, and additionally, this is a team that they really give it up from 3. Teams are shooting darn near 36% from 3-point against Rhode Island, and with Rhode Island's sloppiness, I do think that keeps it under semi-total 132, and with Davidson, I'm 1-8. I did set them as a favorite of 6 points, 649, 650 on the card. It is Michigan, and they're going to be playing against Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 19.5 to 20.5 point underdogs, 164.5 is the total, and set Michigan as a 21-point favorite. Don't want to go past the 20.5, but I'm going to be 1-8 with Wisconsin. This team just is not the same defensively that they have been in past seasons. It's a Wisconsin team that has been really just not generating turnovers as well. Towards the beginning part of the season, they did a solid job there. They're down to about 246 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, this is a Wisconsin team that's going to do little things. Top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball. 46th in terms of their free throw shooting percentage, but now they go up against a Michigan team as number 1 in the country in terms of their overall points allowed on a per possession basis. They don't allow anything easy on the inside, and this is a Wisconsin team that they do want to launch it from 3-point range, but they're not a great 3-point shooting team. You've been able to get really good production of John Blackwell, 17.5 points, 5 boards from 3-point range. He's been letting it get up at about 35%, but Wisconsin shoots 32.6% from 3. That's outside the top 235 in all of college basketball, and for Wisconsin, this is a top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. Now, for the credit of Wisconsin, they aren't allowing a lot of second and third chances, but now you go up against Ade Mara, who's able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. Axel Lendeborg, he's been able to give you some boards, 15+ points per contest for Wisconsin. Their aligned teams only grab about 23.1% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, so that's a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. But Michigan, they are 32nd with this regard, and for Michigan, even Morris Johnson has been able to give you 6+ rebounds per game. Michigan still having a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball, but Elliot Cadu has been able to help in terms of rectifying that. In the backcourt has been able to give you over 5 assists per game. It's a Michigan team that they're a top 75 team with their three-point shooting percentage at 36%. And if you look at Michigan's last 11 games, they have won by 18 plus points in all but one of them. That was the game that we saw against Penn State. They have won by 25 plus in all but two of them. They're just dump trucking teams. I think after they got a close call against Penn State on the road, they return home and they really take it to a Wisconsin team that always has some very demonstrative home and road splits of their own, and that has me very concerned about this Wisconsin team, because if you look at Wisconsin overall in terms of their points scored on a per possession basis, 69th in all of college basketball, but they do average about 23.6 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home. Though I do think that with Michigan really bumping up the tempo, top 25 team in terms of total possessions per game, you get just enough for the over. So by total 165, I like the over, and with Michigan willing to lay up to 20.5 with them. 651, 652 on the card. Towson on the road against Northeastern. Northeastern home underdogs of 1 to 2 points. Totals 142, and a total of 134.5. I'm in on the under end. With Towson, I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them. I set them as a 2.5 point favorite. Hell, Towson, they lose 2 games in CAA conference play last season. They're 0-4 to start. I think that this is a buy low spot on them. For Towson, it's been gross on offense, 287th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But if you look at them away from home, they've actually been more of a top 225 team in terms of their points per possession. Not a great 3-point shooting team, but this is a Towson team that is going to generate for themselves a lot of second and third chances. They are 35th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and it's just really a collective on the glass for Towson, as you've got your 2 main guards have been able to do a nice job in Tyler Teata, Dylan Williamson. They combine for about 31.5 points per game, and then you've been able to get about 6 rebounds per game out of Tyler Teata, but Jack Dombia about 5.3 rebounds per game. Caleb Abiba, he only gives you about 3 points per game, but he throws in their 6 rebounds per contest as well. And for Northeastern, their top scorer in L.A. Pratt, he went out after about 3 games due to injury, so they've been trying to mix and match in the interim. You just don't necessarily have a ton of facilitation. Mike Lanani has been able to give you about 8.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest, and William Kamori does shoot 45.5% from 3. This is a group that has been able to shoot about 37% from 3. Northeastern, top 75 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, but Towson, they've actually been a little bit weaker with regards to their interior defense rather than being able to guard the 3-point line. Right now, Towson, they are 47th of the country, allowing teams to shoot just 30.3% from 3-point. It's a Northeastern team that they've been a country average team with regards to allowing teams to shoot from 3-point. And Towson, they're right now shooting less than 31% from 3. I do think that there's going to continue to be a little bit of positivity there, but they do leave themselves quite vulnerable on the inside, as right now for Northeastern, 325th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I will say in their home games, it's more around country average. They just really have been getting blowtorched when they've been away from home, but I do think that this is going to be a relatively slow down game. You've got a Northeastern team, country average 250th in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that Towson is going to be able to man things down low against a Northeastern team that they've been solid with regards to defensive rebound percentage, about 300th with regards to percentage of their own missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. So set Towson as a 2.5 point favorite, 1 to lay up to reduce here with Towson. I like the under semi-total 134.5, 653, 654 on the card. Buffalo is going to be on the road. They're facing off against Ohio, and Ohio does find themselves as a 4.5 point favorite. 153.5 is the total, and I said Buffalo is a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the Bulls on the money line. I just have not been impressed by this Ohio team whatsoever. With Ohio, they do find themselves to be very vulnerable with regards to their defense in general, while outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you've got a Buffalo team that's been one of the better 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball, and Ohio is one of the lesser 3-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 35% from 3-point range, and with this Buffalo bunch, you've got a team that has actually been able to do a pretty solid job on the outside. They allow teams in a roadside shoot score venue to shoot just 27.6% from 3-point range. That's a top 20 mark in all of college basketball, and that means that they're going to be able to win their perimeter battle, because you've got an Ohio team that also has been really bad with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage, as well, right now they're shooting about 344th in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage at 28.4%. Meanwhile, for Buffalo, they're about 16th in the country, and for Buffalo, it's a team that has really slowed down. They're outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions range. Buffalo is facing a Ohio team that's about a mid-tempo team, so not fast, not slow, but Daniel Freitag, he's shooting 39.5% for 3, 19.5 points per game. And in a nip-and-tuck spot, each of your top 3 scorers for Buffalo should at least 82.5% at the free throw line. Angelo Breezy, 11.5 points. He shoots 39.5% from 3. Ryan Sable shoots 41% from 3-point range. Now, Buffalo, not a team that's going to generate a lot of second and third chances for themselves. They're outside the top 240 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but they've been really good in terms of forcing teams to push it to the outside. They are a team that's in the top 75 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, which means that their 3-point shooting defense, that comes to the forefront a little bit more. And Jackson Pavlovetsky, on the flip side for Ohio, has been really good for them as a main point point guard, 16.5 points, 4.5 assists. He shoots about 37.5% from three-point range. And then you've got J.J. Kelly, A.J. Shelton that shoot about 36% from the outside as well. But I mean, everyone else on this roster is just very awful with that regard. Aiden Hadaway is the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. He's been able to give you 12.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. But Ohio's also outside the top 250 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They are a top 100 team with regards to their overall 2-point shooting percentage. They're going to be able to find a little bit of something there. And Ohio has been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But I'm a believer in the way that Buffalo is taking care of the ball. A top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And I do think that Buffalo going to be able to excel, get the job done on the road. I do think that this is going to be a lower possession game. So set a total of a 150. I do like the under, and I do like Buffalo here on the money line. 655, 656. North Dakota State, they're on the road against Omaha. Omaha, said Hike is a underdog of 4.5 to 5 points. 147.5 to 148.5 is the total. Set North Dakota State as a 2.5 point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Omaha. Omaha, we saw them last year really struggle in non-conference play with regards to their outside shooting, and then just all of a sudden come alive when it comes to Summit League play because they face off against a bunch of lesser defenses. So I will say, for this North Dakota State team, they become a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're pretty solid in terms of guarding the perimeter, and Omaha right now, as a collective, they shoot 36% from three-point range. It's the top 100 mark in all of college basketball. Lance Waddles has been able to shoot 43% for three with 16 points per game, but Paul Jombet, he comes over from Miami. He missed the first 13 games of the season, about 17 points per game ever since he's come back into the fold. Small sample size of 16 three-point shots, but he's made 8 of them, so he's been able to uplift them a little bit there. Cameron Thomas, not give you the same scoring that he did a season ago, but he's been able to shoot 41% for three when he's been out there. He's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, probably going to be out of the fold, but we have seen him really just regress a little bit, so that's a little bit less of a loss than I think a lot of people are accounting for. And for North Dakota State, this is not the same three-point shooting team that they were a season ago. Last year, they were in the top 5 with that regard. Now they're about country average at about 34%, but Damari Wheeler-Thomas, 37.5% three-point shooter, 14.5 points, 3.5 assists per game. He's solid, and Travion Carson does a bit of everything. 12.5 points, 2.5 assists, 2.5 steals, shoots 41.5% from three-point range for a North Dakota State team that has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You do have an Omaha team that's outside the top 200 with regards to overall rebound percentage, but I do think that for North Dakota State, the fall-off that we've seen on offense is going to be very prevalent. I will say they're going to be able to get some second and third chances. Top 135 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but with having these gentlemen coming over from Miami and Donbat, I do think that that's going to be big for Omaha, and I do think that that keeps them lively in a game where you should be able to get quite a few possessions. Omaha, mid-tempo team, 191st in terms of total possessions per game. North Dakota State last year was super slow, up to about 128th this season, so set a total of 150.5. I like the over, and I'm willing to take 3+ here with Omaha. 657, 658. It is Harvard. They're going to be on the road against Columbia. Columbia, 6.5 to 7.5 point favorites. 145.5 is the total. Set Columbia as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I have a Harvard team that is playing incredibly slow, 350th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Harvard, they've been a good three-point shooting team. They shoot 36% from the outside, 71st in all of college basketball. Problem is, Columbia has been even better. Right now, they're shooting 42% from three-point range at home, 39.2% overall. That's a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. What has really been the bugaboo for this Columbia team has been turnovers. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Harvard, country average team in terms of generating turnovers in a roadside-neutral venue. They've been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Columbia still is going to have a big advantage on the glass. This has been a top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage, even with dealing with the injury to the big man in Zanu Eddie Bedri. You've been able to get Blair Thompson to really get it going. 11.5 points, 5.5 boards. At 6'7", he shoots about 46% from three-point range. Kenny Nolan shoots 41% from three-point range, 95% the free throw line, 17 points. He's been doing a really good job with that regard, and this is a Columbia team that allows nothing easy down low. Top 35 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, while still doing a solid job in terms of guarding the three-point line. You've got a Harvard team that has pretty much your top 3 scorers back from a season ago. Thomas Beatties, he's up to about 11 points, 4 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, and then Robert Hinton and Chandler Peaky, they combine for about 30 points per game. Hinton has not shot it well from 3 at 25%. You've had the ancillary pieces like an Austin Hunt, when he's been out there, shoot over 40% from 3. As a matter of fact, 46% from the outside, and Harvard has been able to be a solid offense away from home, top 125 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they execute well. They're a top 20 team with their free throw shooting percentage, but they're also outside the top 30 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They don't allow you to grab a lot of offensive rebounds, so this is going to be sort of a make it and take it sort of game, and I do think that it's going to be slowed down. So somebody told 142.5. I like the under, but with Columbia, I don't think that they're going to have as many turnovers as they've had in the past. I do think that they exploit a Harvard team that has been allowing a few too many looks from 3. They're outside the top 185 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So Columbia is an 8.5 point favorite. Won't lay the number, and I'm going to be in on the under 659, 660. You've got South Carolina. They play us to Georgia. So Georgia does find themselves as a favorite here of 3.5 points. 163.5 is the total line. I said Georgia as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Georgia, a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been able to do a really good job in terms of just being able to dominate games with their tempo. They're a top 5 team in terms of total possessions per game. South Carolina is outside the top 2 with that regard, but the one thing that South Carolina has been able to do a really good job of is they've been able to take care of the ball. South Carolina, 20th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but Georgia also protecting the ball, 33rd in the country. And for Georgia, I do like the way that they just swarm and they sort of rebound by committee. Jeremiah Wilkerson has been your top scorer of 17 points per contest, shoots 35% per 3, and that's kryptonite for this Georgia team. They're outside the top 2 is 60 with their 3-point shooting percentage at about 31.7%. South Carolina, though, they're shooting less than 30.5% from 3. They're outside the top 3 here with that regard. So you've got a pair of teams that they don't necessarily bomb it well from 3-point. And for Georgia, they have been a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. So they've been strong there. Overall, just a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got Samtu Surreal give you about 6 rebounds per game. Lone guy for this Georgia team that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game. But then likes of Justin Abson, Dylan James, these guys have been able to do a great job with that regard. And then Mongolian Mike for South Carolina, he's been a little bit of a do-it-all guy, sort of that number 2 scorer to beat G. Johnson, who's able to give you 14 points, 4 assists, shoots 35% from 3. Mongolian Mike, 11.5 points, 5.8 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. So like his overall game, South Carolina, while they don't turn the ball over themselves, they don't generate any turnovers. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Good 3-point shooting defense, but they allow a little bit more on the inside. And South Carolina, they themselves, top 3 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They are shooting 79% at the free throw line. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball, but also well outside the top 275 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. I do think that Georgia going to do a nice job crashing glass. I do think that this game gets slowed down just a hair. So set my total 162.5. Here at the 163 plus, like the under. And with Georgia, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with them. 661, 662. It is Denver. They're going to be on the road against South Dakota. South Dakota, a 1.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 173.5 to 174. And I set a total of a 172.5. I'm going to be in on this total under, and I did make Denver the favorite. I made them a 4.5 point favorite, so I do like them outright on the money line. For Denver, mid-tempo team, about 168th in terms of total possessions per game, and a solid offense, 89th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This team right now is collected. They shoot 38.5% per 3, albeit 1 or 2 of those games came against a non-D1 opponent, but Carson Johnson, Jeremiah Burke, these guys, they combine for about 33.5 points per contest, shoot over 42% per 3, and Zane Nelson shoots 54.5% from 3-point. I absolutely love what these guys are bringing to the table. Now for Denver, they're also well outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, forcing no turnovers whatsoever. They're outside the top 335 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but you do have a South Dakota team that's outside the top 260 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home. This is a South Dakota team that last year they were really good at taking care of the ball, 277th in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Meanwhile, Denver, they're about 66th in all of college basketball, and for South Dakota, they should be able to have a little bit of an advantage down low because you've got Kevin Fens, a true 7-footer, and for South Dakota, they have been a much better team in terms of being able to grab for themselves some second and third chances. Last season, they weren't really pulling in a lot of those offensive rebounds. Now with the South Dakota team, in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they're about 106th in all of college basketball, but still, you just don't have that same outside shooting that you've had in the past. They shoot about 34.5% from 3. That's pretty pedestrian, country average, and you've been able to get good production out of Isaac Bruns, 20.5 points, 5 boards per contest. He shoots 37% from 3-points, but Jordan Crawford shoots only about 29.5% per 3. He and Fens both give you about 11 points per contest. Jesse McIntosh, 7.5 points, mid-30s 3-point shooter. He's been a nice gadget guy, but he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. Porter Inan, who comes over from the great state of South Dakota, but his brother actually played over at Liberty. He has not been able to get out there on the floor this season as well. And for South Dakota, they are a pretty grody defense as well. They are outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Pretty respectable in terms of guarding the 3-point line, and they push teams inside. South Dakota, top 20 team in terms of the lowest percentage of opponent shots that come from 3-point range, and that has been the specialty of Denver. But with the way that this South Dakota team has really regressed on offense, the way that they are getting sloppy with it, I think that helps you finally get an under, as Denver has not played an under all season long. I think that this is their first one, so I told 172.5. I like the under, and I do like Denver here on the money line. Made them a 4.5 point favorite. 663, 664. It is Monmouth. They are going to be on the road facing off against Hofstra, and Hofstra does find themselves as a favorite here of 8.5 to 9.5 points. 138.5 is the total line. I just set a total of 137.5. I like the under. You got both of these teams playing at a relatively controlled pace. Monmouth 277th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Hofstra's more around about 294th. But this is a Monmouth team that is really not doing a good job in terms of executing down low. Now Doc Mortar is is able to give you a block and a half per game, and they've been a strong interior defense, but with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, they're outside the top 270 in all of college basketball, which is an issue because they take a lot of their shots inside. 36th in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the arc, and Hofstra has been a top 45 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and Hofstra also going to have the top player in this game. That'd be Mr. Cruz Davis, who's been cruising. They give you about 21 to 21.5 points per contest. This guy's been absolutely superb, shooting about 43% from 3-point range, shows in there 5.3 assists per contest, and then the ancillary guys like Preston Eatman, 14 points, 4.5 assists per game. He shoots 36.5% from 3. James Patterson, who comes over from Iona, 9 points, 5 boards, and you've got Victor Otinio, who's been able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. I like what these guys have been able to bring to the table, as it is a Hofstra team that is a top 200 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Not going to generate a ton of turnovers, but this is a team that they do a relatively solid job with regards to their interior defense. Meanwhile, for Monmouth, you got a do-it-all guy in Jason Rivera-Torres, 15 points, 8 boards, 3 assists, about a block and a half per contest. Like what he's able to bring to the table. And Jack Collins, not much of a scorer, but 8 points, 5 assists, 2.1 steals per contest, unlike in past years where Monmouth just had that one go-to scorer. You know, if Justin Ray, Blanc, Stefanos, Batilis to be able to help out Torres. They combine for just under 24 points per contest, and Ray does shoot 40% from 3-point range, but in the end, Monmouth not being able to execute on the inside and taking so many shots on the inside, and them also being outside the top 150 in terms of rebound percentage, I think is going to be costly. Semi-total 137.5, 138 plus, in on the under, and willing to lay up to 9. Here with Hofstra, 665, 666, it is Purdue. They're going to be playing against Penn State, and Penn State does find themselves as a underdog here of 21.5 to 22.5 points. 152.5 is the total line. It's at a total of 153.5. I like the over. Penn State is a team that is going to try to generate turnovers. Top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they've also done a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 15 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Penn State has slowed themselves down for past seasons. They're about 262nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and this is a Purdue team that is really not going to be pushing a lot of tempo right now for Purdue. They're hovering right around about 275th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but they lead the country in terms of points scored on a per possession. And for this Purdue team, they've been a top 65 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Wasn't necessarily the best second half against Washington, but they are going to be rock solid down low with being able to have Trey Kaufman run, give you a double-double, 14 points and rebounds per game. Oscar Clough, 8.5 boards, 11.5 points per game. And then Braden Smith, obviously, is a do-it-all guy with about 13.5 points, 9.5 assists, shoots 39.5% from 3. Fletcher Lawyer shoots 39% from the outside, and while Purdue is lethal from 3, they're also a top 40 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. And Penn State, impressively, was really good on the glass against Michigan. And I do feel like this is a little bit of a letdown spot for them after they battled so hard the last game out. And right now for Penn State, I have one guy in the roster that gives you over 4 rebounds per game. Josh Reed, 8.7 points, 4 rebounds per game. And in the backcourt of Malid Tuka along with Kaden Mingo, these guys do a nice job protecting the ball, combined about 7.5 assists per game. You've been able to have about 15 points per game out of Mingo, but he doesn't shoot it well from 3. Tunca shoots 40% from 3. Freddie De Leon either is able to throw in their 14 points per game, but for this Purdue team, they do a pretty good job in terms of being able to guard things from the outside. Right now, teams from 3-point range are shooting less than 30% against them. I do think that Penn State going to do a nice job being able to keep those possessions clean, but I do think that Purdue is absolutely going to be able to take it to them on the inside, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Purdue. I did set them as a 23.5 point favorite, and with this total at a 153 or less, I'm in on the over. 667, 668. VMI is on the road against Furman, and Furman is a favorite here of 14.5 to 15.5 points. 149.5 is the total. I said Furman is just a 13.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with VMI. It has been a rough year for them without Ricky Bradley, but for Furman, this is just not the same outside shooting team that we're accustomed to seeing, and I recognize that sometimes it can be a little bit up and down for them with regards to that 3-point shooting, and they're still very good with regards to their interior offense. They're 28th in the country in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but they've actually been able to shoot it well from 2-point range, a little bit better when they've been away from home rather than at home. And for Furman, they're about 200th in the country with regards to that 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a VMI team that has been awful with their 3-point shooting percentage at about 30%. They're 333rd in all of college basketball. And for Furman, the freshman and Alex Wilkins has stepped up 17 points, 5 assists per contest, and you've got Asa Thomas, who's able to shoot 40% from 3. This Furman team should be able to win the battle down low. You've been able to get some good production with 9 rebounds per game out of Charles Johnson. Cooper Bowser is able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but I do think that VMI is going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in there. You've had really good versatility out of TJ Johnson, who's been able to give this team over 16 points per contest, throws in there 7.5 rebounds, and then you've got a pair of 10.5 point per game scorers in Linus Holstrom, along with Tan Yiziglu. Yiziglu Lou has been able to give you about 4 assists per contest. Mario Tatum Jr. has also given you about 10.5 points per game as well, so I like what these guys bring to the table. AJ Clark is right now the only guy outside of Johnson that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but he's been able to do a solid job there, and this is a VMI team that's very much looking to bomb it from 3. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, and while they've been really rough with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, it's not like this Furman team has necessarily been able to do a great job in terms of guarding the arc outside the top 2. With that regard, they're a little bit stronger on the interior, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slowdown game for VMI in terms of total possessions per game, not looking to push a bunch of tempo at 221st. You've got a Furman team that is a little bit slower from past years at about 230th in terms of total possessions per game. So did set a total here of a 151.5. I do think that VMI finds just enough threes to be able to hold in there and to be able to get you this over. So in on the over and willing to take 14 plus here with VMI 669, 670 on the card. Stanford is going to be on the road facing off against Virginia. Virginia is 11.5 to a 12.5 point favorite. 144.5 is the total line. With Stanford, I did set them as an underdog of 13 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a Virginia team that's been really good with their 3-point shooting, and for Stanford, in a road/neutral venue, they shoot 33.1% at home, 37.6% away from home. They've actually been a top 40 team with that regard, but I just don't know if they hold up against a Virginia team that is shooting about 39% from 3-point range at home, and Stanford has been a top 55 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but now they go up against a Virginia team that's been 6th in the country in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Specifically at home, they rebound about 42.8% of their misses as an offensive rebound, as you've been able to get really good production out of the international man of mystery. Thaddeus Ritter, 16.6 half boards, shoots 40% for 3-point. Jonah Grunlow, 2.5 blocks, 8.5 points. He's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game as well. They've dealt with the injury to Jakari White, but Chance Mallory, Malik Thomas, these two guys combined for about 23.5 points per contest, with Mallory shooting 39% from 3-point range. And for Stanford, what I like for this team is that they've got one of the most underrated freshmen in all of college basketball. A guy that's able to give you about 22.5 points per contest, and Abuka Okore throws in their 3 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point, and then Benny Geeler's been able to Geeler done, 44% 3-point shooter, but a little bit of a body clock game here for Stanford out there on the East Coast. And for Stanford, they're looking to have teams drive it inside. The teams are taking over 66% of their shots from 2-point range. That's a top 40 2-point shot rate in all of college basketball, which has allowed them to be so good on the defensive glass. And this is a Stanford team that's a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, while they themselves do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball. I did set a total here of a 147. I do like the over because you do have a Stanford team that's been a little bit faster than in past seasons as well, 206 in terms of total possessions per game. Virginia, even though they're faster than they have been in the past, they're also about 210th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. A little bit of a warp set with some of the overtime games that they played, like the one against Virginia Tech, but this team just executing well on offense, top 25 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I do think that Virginia at home gets the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 12.5 with Virginia, like the over, set my total at a 146.5, 671, 672. It is Marquette. They play us to Villanova. Marquette, a home underdog of 4.5 points, 143.5 to 144.5 is the total, and I did set Marquette as an underdog of 3.5 points. I'm actually going to be willing to take the points. You do have a Villanova team that has been playing very slowly, 324th in terms of total possessions per game. Marquette is looking to bump it up, 64th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Marquette, they're actually doing an okay job in terms of grabbing second and third chances, 131st in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Villanova's a little bit better at 63rd, and Villanova's going to have the top rebounder in this game, Duke Brandon, who's been incredible down low, being able to give you about 12 points, 11.5 rebounds per game. And then Bryce Lindsey has been the head of the stake in the backcourt, shooting 43.5% for 316 points per contest. And Marquette currently outside the top 300 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. That has been a little bit gross, and it's going to be a battle of Villanova, a team that's in the top 60 in terms of taking care of the ball, few turnovers on a per possession basis, and a Marquette defense that they do one thing very well. They're able to generate turnovers in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've got a group that it finds themselves right now about 58th in the country, but in their home games and their home games specifically, this does hike up into the top 35 for Marquette. They are dealing with quite a few losses as they dealt with a little bit of injury, and then they had an 8-point per game score leave the program, Zayd Lowry, but Chase Ross has been able to give you 16 points, 4.5 boards per contest. Only shoots about 23% from 3, and for this Marquette team, I mean, none of your top 6 scores shoot above 32% for 3, but Villanova is also outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So, good old situation of something's got to give there. Ben Gold, 8.5 points, 7 rebounds per game, like what he's able to bring to the table. And this has been a Marquette team that's been very much struggling on the interior as well, outside the top 300 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. But I do think that Villanova is going to give up some looks from the outside. I think that Marquette doing for a little bit of 3-point shooting positivity. I do still think that Shaka Smart is a smart coach, even though he has no idea how to utilize the transfer portal whatsoever, and they hold in this game. Do you think that this is close enough for late game filling? So set my line at a 145.5 with regards to total. I like the overhand with Marquette. We'll take 4+ with them, 673, 674. It is New Mexico on the road against Air Force. Air Force, home underdog of 17.5 to 18.5 points, 133.5 to 134.5 is the total. Set my line at 17.5. I'm going to be willing to take 18+ here with Air Force. With Air Force, it is gross to say the least. This Air Force team outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. They've actually become a country average team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but now they go up against a New Mexico team that has been good in terms of generating turnovers, top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but and they are very country average away from home. At home, they've really been able to excel, and they do have a nice home court environment, so that is hurting this New Mexico team a little bit. And when New Mexico doesn't generate those turnovers, they have been a rough team on the inside, outside the top 180 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. No open looks for 3 for these teams, or allowing teams to shoot less than 30% for the outside. And Jay Call, 13.5 points. He shoots 39% for 3, but New Mexico country average, shooting about 33.2% from 3-point, top 150 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but not really going to grab a lot of second and third chances. That helps out an Air Force team that just over the years they have not been good on the glass. They do once again find themselves well outside the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage. You do have 2 guys, Eli Robinson and Caleb Walker, that combine for about 11 rebounds per game. Robinson, 9.5 points, shoots 47.5% from 3, and Walker, main scorer with about 12 points per game. It's rough for Air Force, there's no question about it. They're going to have a lot of turnovers, and that's going to cause for a slog of a game. I set my total 131.5. I'm in on the under, but you also have a New Mexico team that hasn't necessarily excelled the greatest on offense, and for Air Force, they're a country average team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that they do just enough to be able to knife the ball inside, to be able to cover this number. We'll take 18+ with Air Force, and I'm in on the under. 675, 676 on the card. Louisiana Monroe is going to be on the road. They're facing off against Southern Miss, and Southern Miss finds themselves as a sizable favorite here of 14.5 to 15.5 points. 158.5 is the total line. I did set Southern Miss as a favorite here of 17.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Reason why I set this number so high is that these teams already matched up once before, and Southern Miss, they were able to just absolutely run out Louisiana Monroe in that game. In the road game, they won that game by 14, 87 to 73, and now they've got the crowd on their side. And for Southern Miss, they've got the, in my opinion, best 2 guys outside of Montavious Russell in this game. Russell for Louisiana Monroe, 60+ points per contest. He's been rock solid, but Isaac Tavares, very good in terms of being a matrix. Fill up every column of the stat sheet, 16 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists, 2 steals per contest, and then Tyleek Weeks, 17.5 points per game. It's a Southern Miss team that's a top 110 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and you've got a Louisiana Monroe team that they're just not generating for themselves any sort of second and third chances outside the top 3 with that regard. Louisiana Monroe just playing absolutely no defense whatsoever right now. With this Monroe team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are about 229th in all of college basketball, so they've been able to do a relatively okay job there. You've got a Southern Miss team that they've been pretty good in terms of generating turnovers at home. They're a top 175 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Louisiana Monroe absolutely allows themselves to get cooked on the inside, and that's big because you do have a Southern Miss team that's outside the top 300 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. Monroe, 346th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And for this Monroe team, I mentioned Russell a little bit before, 16.5 points per game, and Christian Lewis. How about the way that he's been able to rise up? He's been averaging 18+ points per contest since the beginning of the month of December. Right now, 16.5 points. He shoots about 32.5% from 3. And Monroe, as a whole, they shoot 34.5% from 3. They're above country average with that regard, but 8.4 rebounds per game while they play up tempo. This is a Monroe team that in terms of total possessions per game, they're 70th in all of college basketball. Southern Miss mid-tempo, they're about 164th in the country, but they've been cranking up that tempo a little bit more as well. Lavelle Bruneau has been able to give you about 15 points per game for Louisiana Monroe, but a little bit of a top-heavy team with that regard. And for Southern Miss, even though you've got those top 2 guys in Weeks and Tavares, you've had Dejae Benoit being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Guys like Israel Hart, Kurt Lewis, they've been good guys around the outside, both giving you about 6.5 points per game. I do think that with the Southern Miss team the first time around, even though they've only shot about 31% from 3 overall for the season, found plenty of open looks against a bad Monroe defense. I think that they're going to do so once again. Did sell by total 155.5 against Southern Miss. I think generate some turnovers, and I do think that their overall 3-point shooting hurts you for an over, so in on the under, but with Southern Miss won't lay up to 17 with them. 677, 678 on the card. Texas State, they're on the road against Arkansas State. Arkansas State, a favorite of 11.5 to 12 points. So all scheme, it is between 155 to 156.5. So about line at 11.5. So 12 plus does become my buy point on Texas State. Texas State does need to do a much better job in terms of taking care of the ball outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but defensively, this has has been a team that's been able to generate some turnovers. They are 73rd in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've got an Arkansas State team that they themselves are outside the top 290 in terms of their own ball security. Arkansas State, they're less impressive with regards to generating turnovers, 281st in all of college basketball. And Arkansas State just is not shooting it well from three-point range. Now, the good news is they've dealt with a little bit of an injury, and they're getting back one of their top guys, as right now you've got Joey Chama, who's only played in 5 games, give you 13.5 points per contest. That's the most points per game of any team on the roster, any guy on the roster, but still, I mean, this team shoots about 23% from three-point shots. They can get to the free throw line. They're a top 35 team shooting 77% at the free throw line, but they've been a country average team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and that's where Texas State likes to shine. They take the highest percentage of shots from two-point range of any team in all of college basketball. Mark Drone, 14.5 points per contest. CJ Hall, 13.2 points per game. From there, it's really just collective, but Tim Purnell, he's been able to shoot 40% per three when he's been out there. Now, he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, so you've got Caden Gums and Frank Amu, who have been able to combine for about 15 points per game. Both shoot about 36% from three. I think that they're going to do a solid job there, and Texas State, actually a top 125 team with regards to their own free throw shooting percentage. It's going to be a little bit of a sloppier game. You've got a Texas State team that's looking to play a little bit more mid-tempo, while Arkansas State is looking to push tempo. Arkansas State is about 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Texas State more around about 200. So interesting circumstance here. I did set my total at a 153.5. So with the turnovers, I'd like the under at 12 plus. We'll take those points with Texas State. 679, 680 on the card. Delaware is going to be on the road against Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech, 6.5 point favorites. So on this game between 122 to 122.5. I do like the over. I set my total at 126.5. You do have a Delaware team that has been outside the top 350 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. You're not giving themselves any sort of second or third chances, but Delaware is also shooting 37.9% from three-point range away from them. That is a top 45 mark in all of college basketball. And for Louisiana Tech, this is not a team that is one of the better three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, right now, they do find themselves well outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but this is a Louisiana Tech team that has been a top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, so they're making up for that. And for Louisiana Tech, they only shoot 26.7% from three-point range as a collective, but that does go up to about 34.2% at home. And Louisiana Tech, they do have two guys that you're able to go to and really rely upon in the backcourt, as A.J. Bates has been able to do a nice job giving this team over 6 assists per contest, and he's going to be the best facilitator in this game, despite the fact that Delaware does have Christian Bliss, who's able to give you 15 points, 6 boards, 6 assists. He's done a nice job taking ownership of the offense. Justin Fernandez has been a nice number 2 guy, shooting 45% from 3, about 14 points per contest, but for this Delaware team as well, they're about country average in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're neither here nor there, and for this Delaware team, they need to really get things going from the outside, because they are a team that just does not grab those second and third chances. Now they have to go up against a Louisiana Tech team that's been one of the most supreme in terms of being able to guard the arc in all of college basketball. And I do think that there's a little bit of regression due in here, because right now for Louisiana Tech, their line teams only shoot about 30.9% from three-point range overall. That's about 29% at home, top 70 from mark in all of college basketball, but still, with being able to have Bates be doing a nice job doling out the ball, DJ Dudley is able to give you about 11.5 points per game, and Dudley and Bates both shoot 39.6% from 3 points. I do think that that's going to be enough to power this team to victory. Louisiana Tech, top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots. That results in an offensive rebound, and additionally, a top 75 team in terms of the opponent's two-point shooting percentage. I think that they do find a way to persevere. Set Louisiana Tech is an 8.5 point favorite. One to lay up to 8 with them, and I like the over as well. So I might tell 126.5, 681, 682. Tulsa is playing us to South Florida. South Florida is a underdog of 2.5 points. Total on this game, you're finding it at a 163.5 to a 164.5, and I do like the over here. I set my total at a 171.5 as South Florida is just absolutely playing at warp speed, and Tulsa, more of a mid-tempo team. Right now for Tulsa, about 219th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but South Florida is just absolutely looking to fly. In terms of total possessions per game, they are a top 10 team in all of college basketball, and for South Florida, I think it's going to be very intriguing to see what we get out of this team moving forward on defense, because this is a group that is really giving it up from three-point range or outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and you've got a Tulsa team that has been very balanced, as Tulsa is right now a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they're doing that on the inside and the outside. And Tulsa, they themselves are going to allow a few open looks from three-point range. They're about 233rd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Have a South Florida team that's been solid in terms of generating turnovers, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with having a main big man down low as well, and Isaiah Nelson, who's able to give you second and third chances. South Florida top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, as Joshua Majafo along Joseph Pignon have been very versatile. Both give you about 14 points per contest between the two of them, 3 steals per game, and Pignon shoots about 39% from 3 points. But South Florida as a whole, they only shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range. That is well outside the top 225 in all of college basketball, but they get to the free throw line. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their possessions that do end in a free throw, and for Tulsa. Really love what Miles Barnstable brings to the table, as he's been able to give the team 13.5 points per contest, shoots 44% for three. Tylen Riley shooting 48% for three, 14.5 points per contest, and David Green shoots about 14.5 points per game, and he's shooting 33% from three-point range. That was well below 30% to start the season, but he's been able to heat up after last year at Rhode Island. He was a 40+% three-point shooter, and then additionally for the Tulsa team, they've actually been very good on the glass in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're a top 50 team in the country, despite the fact that you really don't have a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but Ian Smichael, Roman Dean only combined for about 11 points per contest. They both give you between 4 and 4.5 rebounds per game. Tyler Burren, he's able to give you about 4 boards per contest. Really like the collective of this team. Tulsa, top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and also a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and their own 2-point shooting percentage. I think that allows Tulsa to be able to get the job done here. I set Tulsa as the 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, like the over. Set my total 171.5. 683, 684. It is Kent State. They're going to be on the road facing off against Central Michigan. Central Michigan, a 9.5 to a 10-point home underdog. 156.5 to 157 is the total. I set a total here of a 160. I do like the over. Now, Central Michigan outside the top 270 in terms of total possessions per game. Kent State is flying 11th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and neither team is playing great defense. This Kent State team, 337th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Central Michigan, 287th in the country. And Kent State last year was one of your lesser 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball, and we've begun to see a little bit of regression here, but I am bringing in Morgan Stafford after he was injured last season, shooting 40% for 3, 12.5 to 13.5 points per contest. That's been big, and then Delreco Gillespie is going to be able to own things down low, 20 points, 11.5 boards. He also shoots about 32% from 3. Kent State as a whole, top 75 team, shooting 37% from 3-point range. And Kent State also a top 75 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. Now, they do get sloppy with it. They're outside the top 280 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, more of a country average team in terms of generating turnovers, but have a Central Michigan team that they themselves are outside the top 170 in terms of generating turnovers. And Central Michigan has been able to have Nathan Klebot at 7 feet tall, give you multiple blocks, 12 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, but just not a lot from the outside from this team. They shoot 28.2% from 3. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. I do think that there's a little bit of positivity doing here. It's a Central Michigan team has been outside the top 260 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that Kent State, with having Gillespie down low, they're going to be able to own things down low. I think that there's a bit of positivity for Central Michigan from 3-point range, but I also think that they continue to give it up on offense. Set my line at 12, so willing to lay up to 11.5 with Kent State, and like the over 685, 686. Abilene Christian is going to be on the road against UT Arlington, and Arlington is a 3 to a 2.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 130.5, and set Arlington as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, I do like the over, despite the fact that you're going to have a ton of turnovers in this game. Abilene Christian, currently they are 12th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and you've got an Arlington team that's really slowed down for past years. Arlington right now is about 273rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Abilene Christian is a team that plays relatively slowly as well, 240th, but Abilene Christian is one of those teams that gambles for turnovers. As for Abilene Christian, even though they do find themselves in the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are a team that they lead the country in terms of free throw attempts allowed per field goal attempted by their opponents. So they are going to fall a lot to be able to get those turnovers. And if you look at Abilene Christian overall for the season, they currently are about 182nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you got a UT Arlington defense I think is doing for a lot of regression with their outside shooting defense. Their line teams will shoot only about 25.4% from 3-point overall, 20.8% at home. That's just not a sustainable number. And Abilene Christian, they're not a team that lights you up from 3 by any means, but Braden at Albert, 15.5 points, 5 boards. He's solid. You got Rich Smith shooting 37.5% for 3, 9 points per game. You've had Zai Wright be able to shoot about 38% for 3, 6.5 points per game. And Joseph Van Zandt comes over from Liberty, 5 points, 3 rebounds. This team has done a great job as a collective on the defensive glass as well. Abilene Christian, a top 30 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And with them being able to generate turnovers, they should be able to turn those turnovers into offense against a Arlington team outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. But you do have an Abilene Christian team that, again, is going to put them on the free throw line. And this is a UT Arlington team that they themselves have been able to do a nice job generating second and third chances. They're a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, with Rayshawn Spencer give you about 14 points, 6.5 boards, and you've had Casimir Chavis be able to fly about 4 assists, 8.5 points per game. When Abilene Christian does not get that turnovers, they have been quite vulnerable from the outside. They allow teams to shoot over 36% from three-point range outside the top 275 in all of college basketball. I think that that's just enough for Arlington to get the job done. Center Arlington is a 3.5-point favorite. I'm going to be 1-3 with them. Like the over semi-total at a 133.5, 687, 688 on the card. Loyola Chicago is on the road against George Washington. George Washington is a sizable favorite here, 14.5 to 15.5 points. 154.5 is the total. Set a total of 154, so I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Loyola Chicago team that's very, very slow. They are currently about 347th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a George Washington team that is going to be looking to bump up that tempo quite a bit in terms of total possessions per game. They find themselves right around about the top 100 in all of college basketball, 103rd to be exact. But for Loyola Chicago, this team just has not been able to execute on offense or on defense. They're outside the top 225 in both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, as they're just not the same team on the defensive glass as they have been in the past. Outside the top 275 with that regard, even with Miles Rubin doing a solid job, giving you about 10.5 points, 7 boards, 2.5 blocks per contest. Now, Xavier Amos missed the first 11 games of the season. He's given this team some life, and that's why they've been playing much better recently. About 11.5 points per contest. Only shoots 30% from three. Team as a whole, they shoot 32% from the outside, and they are outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but still, I do think that that's a booster. And for George Washington, the main kryptonite for this team has been turnovers. Right now, in terms of turnovers per possession, they're outside the top 240 in all of college basketball, but Loyola Chicago generating the fewest turnovers per game of any team in all of college basketball, so that wipes that out. And for George Washington, top 75 team in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, with Rafael Castro giving you about 16 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Tyrone Marshall is able to give you 5 boards per contest. Garrett Johnson, 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, and then Trey Dinkins, 44% three-point shooter with 11.5 points per contest. Ray Autry, 11 points, 42% three-point shooting. I think Loyola Chicago, despite the fact that they've been much better here in conference play, despite the fact that they've got Xavier Amos back, I think that with this George Washington team just having 2 of every good thing, Boo Boo Benjamin, Luke Hunger, being guys that coming off the bench, give you good production, they find a way to get the job done, and just don't think you get enough possessions for the over. Somebody told 154, like the under am with George Washington, will delay up to 15.5 with them, 689, 690 on the card. Kansas State, they find themselves on the road against Arizona State. Arizona State is a favorite here of 1 to 1.5 points, 170.5 is the total. Set a total of 167. I do like the under. Kansas State has been about 161st in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Kansas State, overall top 40 team with regards to their three-point shooting percentage at over 37.5%, but in their last 3 games, they've shot below 25% from 3, starting to see some regression there. Arizona State is looking to gun it, 18th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Arizona State not shy to run as well, 72nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that Kansas State is just going to have a little bit of a rough time on the glass. Kansas State actually a top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. This is despite the fact that you've only got one guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. That would be guard Nate Johnson. 11.5 points, 5.1 rebounds per game. Shoots 42% from 3. PJ Haggerty, exactly 5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 22.5 points per contest. He's been great. And Abdi Bashir shoots 45% from 3-point range, but this is an Arizona State team that's been a whole lot better with their defense when they've been at home rather than away from home. For Arizona State overall, they are about 201st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are allowing about 18.3 points fewer per 100 possessions at home. At home, they allow teams to shoot only about 28.1% from 3-point range, and they've been a team that's been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with Mo Odom doing a bit of everything, 16 points, 6.5 assists, stealing half per contest, shoots 35.5% from 3. Bryce Ford, he's been able to shoot about 38.5% from 3. He's dealt with a little bit of injury, but should be good to go here. And then Santiago Triot, along with Musamba Diop, they combine for about 10.5 rebounds per game. Arizona State country average team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They allow a lot on the inside, but with the way that they are able to guard the perimeter at home, the way that Arizona State has been able to do a nice job in terms of winning that turnover battle, and Arizona State, top 55 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis. I do think that they find a way at home to get it done. Set Arizona State as a 5-point favorite. Won't lay the 1, and I like the under semi-total 167, 691, 692 on the card. Oklahoma is going to be on the road against Texas A&M. Texas A&M a slim favorite here, as you're going to be laying with them about 4.5 to 5.5 points. 165.5 is the total. Just on a total of 164.5. I do like the under. You've got an Oklahoma team that last year was the top 30 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That has fallen outside the top 200 this year, but you sense that this defense is starting to get back to happy. For Oklahoma, mid-tempo team, about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. A&M is looking to gun it. They're 12th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Also with A&M, this has been a team that has been a top 3 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis and a weak team in terms of guarding the 3-point line. As for Texas A&M, right now they're allowing teams to shoot about 38.2% from 3-point range at home, which goes down to 25.5% away from home. We should see that iron out a little bit, but for Oklahoma, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there because you've got 2 great guards in the backcourt and Nigel Pack along Xavier Brown, both give you 15.5 to 16 points per contest. Pack is able to shoot 45% from 3-point range, and the cool Atok has been able to shoot 41.5% from 3-point range. This Oklahoma team has been a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage as well. You've had Tay Davis do a nice job, give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, and for Oklahoma, a top 40 team in terms of both their 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Texas A&M, Mackenzie Mbakpo is out, though. They weren't able to get a ton out of him this season anyway, but still, you've got a 9-man rotation with all these guys being able to give you at least 12 minutes per contest, and I do think that Ruben Dominguez continues his good scoring, shooting 47.5% from 3, 13.5 points per contest, and for Texas A&M right now, they do shoot about 38% from 3-point range. It's been a top 35 mark in all of college basketball, but it's been a little bit wobbly with that regard as well. As for Texas A&M, when they've been at home, they've been shooting from 3-point range 39.5% compared to 34.5% away from home. Additionally, you've been able to have Pop Isaacs be able to come alive a little bit more. He was a big key for them a little bit earlier in the week. Rylan Griffin has been able to give you about 10.5 points, 3 assists per contest, but A&M, even though they're good in terms of generating turnovers, they themselves are outside the top 175 in terms of taking care of the ball. And I do think that Oklahoma, with the way that they've been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their interior defense, they do find a way to hold in there against an A&M team that has been a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Semi-line at a 2.5, so we'll take the points with Oklahoma. 165 or higher. I'm in on the under 693, 694 on the card. Morehead State, they're going to be playing against the Southeast Missouri State. Southeast Missouri State finds themselves as a road favorite here of 3.5 points. 146.5 is the total, and made my total at a 145. I'm in on the under. I have a Morehead State team that's playing a whole heck of a lot faster than they have in past seasons. Right now, about 174th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Southeast Missouri State, right more around about 83rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And SEMO, they shoot 27% from 3-point range at home, more like 32% away from home. But they get to go up against a Morehead State team that's outside the top 300 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. Morehead State just really not getting a lot right. This used to be a really good rebounding team, but now you've got a Southeast Missouri State team that's a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Morehead State right now finds themselves well outside the top 150 with regards to rebound percentage, with only one guy, John Carroll, who's able to give you over 4.5 rebounds per game, 10.7.1 rebounds per game, so he's carrolling all the way to giving you some boards. But for Morehead State, you've had Joshua Legree shoot 42% from 3, 9 points per contest. Chase Dawson, 35% 3-point shooter, 8.5 points per contest. Lone 2 guys that really shoot above 33% from 3-point range. And then for Southeast Missouri State, they're not necessarily a team that's going to be just completely lighting it up with regards to their offense, but they don't allow those second chances. They've been a top 55 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they are a top 125 team with regards to their interior offense in terms of 2-point shooting percentage. Braxton Stecker along Luke Almodovar are combined for 27 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 33% from 3-point range, and then if that BJ Ward supply about 12 points, 4 assists per contest. I do think that for Southeast Missouri State, with the way that they do a nice job not allowing second and third chances, they're going to be able to control this game, get the job done, despite the fact that they're a bottom 30 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis. As right now for Morehead State, they shoot about 70.5% at the free throw line. So semi line at 7, willing to lay with Southeast Missouri State, and I'm in on the underside. My total 145, 695, 696. You got Sam Houston State, and they're going to be playing with Liberty. Liberty finds themselves as a road favorite here. You're going to be laying 1.5 points with them. 154.5 to 155.5 is the total. Set a total of 153.5. I like the under mainly because I just don't think you get enough possessions for the over. Liberty 325th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Sam Houston State playing fast. They're 53rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Sam Houston, they've been a pretty solid team in terms of being able to pop it from 3, but that all comes away from home. They shoot 37.1% from 3-point range away from home, 28.3% at home, and Liberty, they just lighted it up from 3. Right now, they're shooting overall 38.8% for 3, but again, that goes down to 34.3% in a roadside shoot court venue. So I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done. These are two dueling teams with regards to rebounding. Liberty, bottom 5 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They grab 6.6 offensive rebounds per game. Sam Houston State, top 100 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. As for Sam Houston State, it's a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach. As you've had Mr. Isaac Manning come over from TCU. He's really been their main scorer, being able to supply 12.2 points, 4.3 rebounds per game. But right now you've got 8 different guys that give between 8.2 and 12.2 points per contest. Kashinat has been able to give you about 2.3 steals per contest. And the Sam Houston State team, they're a country average team in terms of generating turnovers, but Liberty is a top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball. Now, I will say for Sam Houston, they've been one of the better perimeter defenses in all of college basketball as well. So I do think that is going to be able to help you out a little bit more to the under, as well as this Liberty team has Brett Stecker shooting 50% from 3-point range. He's been able to give you 16 points per game, though. Really, the engine that makes this thing run is a guy that doesn't pop threes at all. That'd be Mr. Zach Cleveland at 6'7", 0.4, 10.5 points, 8.8 boards, 7.4 assists per game. But then Colin Porter, Kaden Metheny, these two guys combined for about 26.5 points per game between the two of them. They're shooting 40+% from 3-point range, and when it comes to Sam Houston State, they are allowing teams to shoot only about 27.3% from 3-point range at home. But even with that, Liberty is a team that's able to do a solid job in terms of when their threes aren't being knocked down, of driving it inside. Top 10 team with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that they're efficient enough to get the job done. Sub by line at 3.5, 1 to lay with Liberty, and on the underside by total 153.5, 697, 698. Ball State is going to be on the road against UMass. UMass finds themselves as a pretty sizable favorite here, as you are laying 11.5 points total on this game, 147.5. Did sub by line at 10.5, so 11 plus. I'm going to be willing to take those points. So you have a Ball State team that is the exact opposite in terms of tempo-wise of UMass. UMass looking to play very fast, 29th of the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Ball State is right now 335th, but Ball State has been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and UMass outside the top 240 in terms of ball security. Now, for this Ball State team, this is a bunch that is right now outside the top 330 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they allow opponents to shoot 33.5% away from home, and at home 46.2%, so that's been interesting to say the least. And UMass, they're a great 3-point shooting defense, 13th in the country with this regard, but this is not a Ball State team that's necessarily looking to just maximize their 3-point shooting as a collective. They're only shooting about 30.8% from 3-point range, or a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the arc. Davion Hill, Amar'e Ziegler, they combine for about 21 points per game, and Hill does shoot 36.5% from 3, but Ball State has really been selling out for those turnovers as they bring in a guy from UTEP and Devin Barnes, who's been able to give you about a steal, 9 points per contest, and you've been able to get some good production down low. Mason Jones, only about 5 points, but also supplies 5 rebounds, 1.7 steals per game. And for Massachusetts last year, they were a bottom 5 team in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. A little bit better this year. They bring in Marcus Banks from UMBC, about 16 points per game, 36.5% 3-point shooter, and Kajal Parker shoots 44% from the outside with about 11 points per game. But for this UMass team, they're going to be able to control the glass. They're a top 50 team with regards to their overall rebounding, but still, this has been a team that's been outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that keeps them lively, and if this comes down to late game fouling, this UMass team, 66.4% of the free throw line. So set a total of 146.5, 147 plus in on the under, and I'm going to take 11 plus here with Ball State, 699, 700 car. Old Dominion is on the road against James Madison. James Madison, 6.5 point favorites. So on this game, it is 148.5, and with James Madison, I did set them as a favorite of 8.5 points, so I'm going to be one to lay it. Just have not been impressed by this Old Dominion team whatsoever. It's not an Old Dominion team that's going to put you under too much stress whatsoever. We'll say they're not a bad perimeter defense. They are in the top 110 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but last year Old Dominion was really good at grabbing second and third chances, currently 311th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. James Madison has been playing a little bit faster, but they're still outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and James Madison has taken a little bit of a step back on the glass. They're only about 200th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. But James Madison really slows things down at home. At home, they're outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. And for James Madison, this has been a top 150 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentages. You've got pair of guys in the backcourt, Cliff Davis, Bradley Douglas, who have been able to combine for about 26 points per contest. Both shoot 35.5% from 3-point. And then Justin McBride shoots 43% from 3, 17 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Love what he brings to the table. This team is country average with regards to both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And Old Dominion's not going to be under duress. As for James Madison, they are outside the top 345 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That helps out big time. In Old Dominion, they're pretty much the same way, outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Old Dominion just not executing inside. They're outside the top 290 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. Casey Shaw, 16.5 points, 4 boards, but he only shoots 13% from 3. Jordan Battle shot 40% from 3, 13.5 points per game, but the team also shoots less than 33% from the outside with the inability to be able to pull in their second and third chances. I do think that that's going to keep things a little bit more controlled in this game. I did set my total at a 146.5 as a result. I'm in on the under end with James Madison. I think that they get the job job done down low. 1 to lay up to 8 with them. 7-1, 7-2. Marshall is on the road against Georgia State. Georgia State does find themselves as a 5 to a 5.5 point home underdog. 149.5 is the total line with Georgia State. I did set them as a underdog of 5.5 points. So this is a circumstance where at a 5 or less, I am willing to lay it with Marshall. Marshall had their big time turnover woes to begin the season, and they've been able to rectify quite a few of those, as you've had Jalen Spear be able to step up with about 5 assists per contest, and he's been able to do a nice job in terms of igniting the offense with about 14.5 points per game, shoots 35.5% for three. And Marshall as a whole, top 100 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 35.7% from the outside, and they've been pretty good with regards to their interior defense. Top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and a top 25 team with regards to block shot rate, with Matthew Van Kamen, who stands 7'4", give about 2.5 blocks, 8 points per contest. I absolutely love what he's able to do for this team and for this Georgia State team. They're outside the top 330 in terms of points per possession, but that offense has been much better recently, as we have seen this Georgia State team all of a sudden be able to light it up a little bit more. Last time these two teams played, it was actually 84-80, and for Georgia State, to their credit, they've now been able to break the 80-point barrier in each of the last 3 games, with Micah Tucker being able to give you 12.5 points per contest, but Jelani Hamilton, he was dealing with an injury for about 5 games. He's their main scorer at 17.5 points, shoots 94% the free throw line, 38.5% from 3, and that's big for a unit that has been outside the top 350 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage, but when they get to the free throw line, top 10 team with that regard. This is a Georgia State team that's getting blown off the glass, outside the top 225 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, but they're a top 150 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They allow a little bit too much from the outside. This is a game where I do think that you're going to be able to get some okay possessions. Georgia State, they're a team that they're looking to play a little bit more mid-tempo, while Marshall is looking to push that tempo a little bit more. 167th in terms of total possessions per game for Georgia State, 114th for Marshall. I don't think that's as harebrained as it was the first time around. Semi-total at a 155.5, but I do think that Georgia State finding that next octave on offense, so I like the over, and with Marshall, we'll lay up to 5 with them. 703, 704 on the card. It is UTEP. They're playing us Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky at 2 to 2.5 point road favorite total on this game. It is 146.5, and Western Kentucky has set as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for UTEP. They're still a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and not bad on the offensive glass. Their country average, grabbing about 29.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's about 172nd in all of college basketball, but I think that this is going to be an interesting tempo war, and Western Kentucky, they're a top 135 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Western Kentucky right now 24th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This UTEP team right now finds themselves more around about 331st, and I do think that Western Kentucky going to be able to do a good enough job in terms of being able to take care of the ball to be able to get it done. You've got James West on the side of UTEP, give you about 12 points, 5 rebounds per game, but he's like the lone guy on the roster that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Tegan Moore has been able to give you more, 18 points, 6 boards. He only shoots in the low 30s from 3, and having the injuries to Terrion Mordu along Brian Sabungwe, that's hurt the depth a little bit of this bunch in Western Kentucky, but you've had Cameron Hefner, who comes over. He's been able to give this team about 37.5% 3-point shooting, 6 points per contest. Grant Newell, Armello Boone have been able to combine for about 22 points per game. Love what these guys bring to the table, and this Western Kentucky team has been very rough with regards to their interior offense outside the top 300 with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, but they do rank in the top 150 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. And with this UTEP team, I do think that they are very vulnerable on the inside, as you've been having a lot of mixing and matching in the backcourt. They lose pretty much their entire backcourt from the season ago, so they've been really relying upon Mr. Elijah Jones, who's been able to give you 13.5 points per contest to be able to headline things. But I am for UTEP. They're about 300th in the country with their 3-point shooting percentage at 37.2%. They're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and in a tight spot, UTEP, they shoot 66.3% of the free throw line. That's outside the top 325 in all of college basketball. Kasim Watson, Caleb Blackwell combined for 21 points per contest, but don't think that's going to be enough here. I saw Western Kentucky as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay that number, and I do like the over. Somebody total at a 149.5. 7.5, 7.06. Oklahoma State is on the road against Iowa State. Iowa State 18.5 point favorites. So on this game, it is 164.5, and with Iowa State, I did set them as a 21.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Iowa State, they've done a great job with their offense, top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, with Milan Mimosilovic really becoming one of the best 3-point shooters in all of college basketball. Guy saying 6'8". Right now, he is giving you 17.5 points per contest on 54% 3-point shooting. But how about Joshua Jefferson on that versatility? 17.5 points, 8 boards, 5 assists, stealing half per contest, shoots 38.5% from 3. Tamon Lipsby, not necessarily a flamethrower from 3, but 15 points, 5.5 assists, and he's ahead of the same think, and the reason why this team is back in the top 5 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've had Dominic Nelson. When he's been out there, he's out with a little bit of injury. Do a nice job defensively as well. And for Oklahoma State, this team is looking to gun it. They're a top 15 team in terms of total possessions per game. Iowa State, they have gone back to being a little bit more of a mid-tempo team, about 169th in terms of total possessions per game, but Oklahoma State have difficulty taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're top 3 scorers, and Pasafala, along with Anthony Roy, Victorious Miller, they shoot it really well from 3. Between the 3 of them, they shoot combined about 44 to 45% from 3. Fala, 14.5 points per contest. Miller, 15 points. Anthony Roy, 17.5 points per game, but still, this is an Oklahoma State team that's going to get blown off the glass. They've been a team that's been outside the top 125 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and they do allow quite a bit on the inside, outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've been executing relatively well on offense when they don't turn it over. Top 100 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, above country average with their 3-point shooting, but I think that Iowa State could be able to generate those turnovers, and this Iowa State team has really been able to find it on defense. Up by total 163.5. I'm in on the under and a bone to lay the number here with Iowa State. Made them a favorite of 21.5 points, 707, 708. UNC Greensboro, they're going to be on the road against East Tennessee State. ETSU does find themselves as a 12.5 point favorite, 151.5 is the total, and so by line at 15.5. I'm going to be one to lay this number with UNC Greensboro. I expect them to start to play a little bit more slowly, mainly because this is typically a team that's outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and this defense is just not working. They're about 298th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're not giving themselves second chances. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Greensboro, they're still an okay 3-point shooting team. Overall, they're shooting about 35.9% from 3, but that goes down to 34% away from home, and now they face off against an ETSU team that's been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. ETSU about 298th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Greensboro more around about 197th, and for ETSU, they've done a great job in terms of mixing and matching after losing a lot of their top rebounders from a season ago. But Cam Morris, who comes over from UMass Lowell, and Brian Taylor from SIU Edwardsville, both of these guys are giving you 14.1 points per contest. With Morris, he shoots 41% from 3. They both give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. And this is still an ETSU team that has been a top 125 team in terms of rebound percentage, despite not having a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, because they do a great job by committee. Jalen Smith, he gives you about 10.5 points, 3 assists per contest. He's been very versatile in the backcourt, and you get no scoring whatsoever out of Alan Strothers, but 3.5 assists per game. He does a nice job setting up other guys for the CTSU team. They continue to be a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, a little bit more vulnerable on the inside, and Justin Neely for UNC Greensboro has been tremendous. He's been able to give you 14 plus points, a little bit over 10 rebounds per game, but what you're going to be able to get around him is a question mark, as KJ Younger along Donald Whitehead, they combine for about 25.5 points per contest. Whitehead shoots about 35% from 3, and Lillian Marvel is right now shooting like 57% from 3. We should see a little bit of regression there, but this team has been just not generating turnovers whatsoever. UNC Greensboro outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, not doing a great job on the glass, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Greensboro, it just does not feel like a vintage Mike Jones, who coached Mike Jones coach team, and I do think that they're going to get line basic once again in this one, so I'm going to be looking to fade UNC Greensboro in this game, as I did set ETSU as a 15.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. I think that you get a lower possession game. I'm going to be in on the under as well, semi-total at a 143.5. 709, 710 on the card. It is Arizona, and they're going to be on the road facing off against TCU, and TCU just find themselves as home underdog of 7.5 to 8.5 points, 152.5 to 153.5 is the total, and me my total a 147.5. I like the under. This is a TCU team that's doing an excellent job on defense. Top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Top 15 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And TCU, they're overall 136th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. That goes outside the top 200 at home. So they play quite a bit more slowly when they're in the great state of Texas. And Arizona, once again, bumping up that tempo. 43rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Arizona is going to be able to match up down low. They've been a top 15 team with regards to rebound percentage, with Toby Awaka coming in off the bench to be able to give you about a double-double. 9.9 points, 10.3 rebounds per game. Braden Burns has actually been the top scorer with about 15 points. Shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Arizona, good but not great 3-point shooting team at about 36.7% from the outside. They'll allow a few open looks from 3. That's honestly the forte of this TCU team, as TCU has had quite a few struggles thus far this season with their 3-point shooting, but do have a guy in Brock Harding who's done a nice job in terms of being able to duel out the ball, and he's got some good shooting around him. As for Mr. Harding, right now he's been able to give the team about 5 assists per contest, averages in the neighborhood about 10 to 11 points per game, and then Jaden Pierre, he's been supplying 11 points from 3-point. He shoots 42.5% from the outside. Xavier Edmonds on low volume shoots 46% from 3-point, and Latavius Lavicious, he comes over from Oregon State, hasn't seen a ton of playing time, but 9.5 points, 40% 3-point shooter, but David Punch, he really is able to run things down low. 2.5 blocks, 14.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Absolutely love his game. As for the CCU team, they're about a country average team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but they do a nice job on the boards. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Again, with this CCU team, do have to have a little bit of question mark with regards to the overall offensive execution at home. As right now, at home, they're shooting only about 34.5% for 3. That goes up past 36% away from home. And this is an Arizona team that they've been able to do a pretty solid job both at home and away from home. As for Arizona, the one thing that does fall off away from home is their 3-point shooting percentage goes down to 32% away from home, but the defense still stays strong. So I did set a line here of 7.5, 8+. I'm willing to take those points with TCU, and I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 147.5. 7-11, 7-12. You've got the Battle of Utah as it is Utah Tech on the road against Utah Valley. And Utah Valley is an 11.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 148.5. Set a total of 147. I do like the under. Utah Tech not really looking to push a bunch of tempo here, but 175th in terms of total possessions per game. Utah Valley is about 123rd. And for Utah Tech, just not the same 3-point shooting team that we've seen in past years. They are about 248th in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting. And for Utah Valley, actually a pretty strong 3-point shooting team. They're about 85th in the country, 35.8% from the outside. The big thing that Utah Valley needs to do a better job of is being able to take care of the balls. Right now for Utah Valley, 353rd in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Utah Tech, they're about 251st. So both of these teams, I think, are going to have sloppy possessions, and I think that costs you an over. And for Utah Tech, they're a little bit stronger on the inside than they have been in past years. Ethan Potter, who actually was at Utah Valley last year, 16 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. He's been rock solid. And then you've got Jashawn Holt, who's really been the main guy from the outside, 43.5% 3-point shooter. He's right now supplying about 10.5 points per game. And then with this Utah Tech team, they've been able to do a relatively good job in terms of shutting teams down from 3-point. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 31% from 3. They've been a top 100 team with that regard, but they do allow quite a bit on the inside. This is a Utah Valley team that, even though they do shoot it relatively well from 3-point, they are a top 50 team with regards to their percentage of shots that come from 2-point range, and they're a top 50 team with that 2-point shooting percentage. Jackson Holcomb, 16.5 points, 7 boards per contest. Tyler Hendricks, he shoots 50% from 3 with 12.5 points per contest. That should see regression, but Trayvon Leonard, 10.5 points, 6.5 assists, 5.5 rebounds per game. I absolutely love his overall versatility. And Utah Valley, top 10 team in terms of block shot percentage, as Holcomb gives you a block and a half per contest. Isaac Hawkins, he gives you a little bit over a block per game. They do a really nice job just with regards to their interior defense. They've been a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, top 55 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They generate a lot of turnovers themselves, and for Utah Valley, being a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, I think that wins out here. So my line at 15, I'm going to lay with Utah Valley, and like the under, semi-total 147. 7-13, 7-14, it is LaSalle. They are going to be playing those to St. Louis, and St. Louis is finding themselves as a 15.5 point favorite. 151.5 is the total line for St. Louis. I did set them as a 15.5 point favorite, so 15 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a LaSalle team that just has not been able to take care of the ball outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and outside the top 285 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, despite playing at a very slow tempo. 329th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and St. Louis's biggest weakness has been being able to take care of the ball, but they've been able to do a much better job recently. They're now about country average in terms of turnovers per possession on offense, and for St. Louis, it's been a really good collective for this team. You would expect Robbie Avila to be that main headline scorer, but he really hasn't been. He and Deion Brown are both tied for the team lead with 12.6 points per contest. Avila has just been much more efficient this year, though, shooting 39% for 3, turned the ball over a lot less. Amari McCautry, he's been able to give you 10.5 points per game. It's right now for the St. Louis bunch. You've got 8 different guys that give you at least 7.1 points per game. They do a really good job in terms of being able to the boards as well. Paul Otinho, who doesn't give you a lot of scoring, he gives you a block, about 4.5 rebounds per game, and St. Louis is a top 30 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, and they find themselves in the top 30 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, so not a lot of holes here for LaSalle. Everyone lauds this St. Louis team for their offense because they are a top 45 team in terms of total possessions per game, but they're locking you down on defense as well, and for LaSalle, they're outside the top 3 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage as well. Jaden Marshall's been able to give you 12 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, but team as a whole only shoots about 30.9% from 3-point range. Rob Docker, he does shoot 36.5% from 3-point 3-point gym. When Jerome Brewer's been out there, he's been able to give you 10.5 points per game. Should be getting going this game after he missed pretty much a month of December due to injury, but still, he's been looking a little bit shaky in these few games. And for LaSalle, you expected the defense to be a little bit better. Currently, they find themselves well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And do think that St. Louis goes on the road, gets the job done, and holds down the LaSalle team. So I told 149.5, like the under, and we'll delay it to 15 here with St. Louis. 7:15, 7:16 on the card. It is Cal. They're going to be on the road against Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is a favorite of 5.5 points. So on this game, it is 145.5 to 146.5, and I did set this total out of 148. I do like the over for Virginia Tech. They play fast, but they're not overly fast. In terms of total possessions per game, they're checking in 77th in all of college basketball. Warp number, though, that triple overtime game against Virginia, that pushed it up. If you look at possessions per 40 minutes, probably more like 125th. Cal, very much a mid-tempo team, and Cal has been a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Cal is doing a very good job in terms of making the most out of their possessions. They are 18th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Virginia Tech has been right there as well. This Virginia Tech team is 21st in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, so both of these teams are going to be able to get plenty of clean looks, and for Cal, they've been able to do a really good job on the glass as they do find themselves in the top 100 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and Virginia Tech is outside the top 100 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, mainly because they lose their guy in Toby Lowell, who is averaging a double-double. They lost him pretty much around Thanksgiving, so they've been playing without him, and Amani Hansberry has been rock solid. He's been supplying 16 points, 9 rebounds, shoots about 31% from three-point range. You've got a pair of 40+% three-point shooters in Tyler Johnson, Jaden Schuett, who've been able to do a nice job, about 9.5 points per game apiece, but it's all about Nikos Avadeus, who's been able to supply 15 points, 5 assists per game, and on the flip side of things, for Cal, you just have a lot of three-point shooting with this team, as right now they are shooting as a collective about 36.5% from three-point range. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball data. Ames being the main guy, 17.5 points, he shoots 43% from 3, and then John Camden, he's been shooting 39% from 3, and each of your top 4 scorers for Cal also shoot above 81% of the free throw line. If this comes down to late game fouling, it's a Cal team that they shoot 78% of the free throw line. That is a top 15 mark in all of college basketball. And for Cal, the three-point shooting, it has done a very good job of traveling. They're shooting 42% from 3 away from home. Justin Pippen about 14.5 points, 4 assists per contest, with Cal being able to keep things clean, with them not necessarily grabbing a lot of second and third chances, but them making the most out of their possessions. I do think that Cal is going to do a nice job of holding in there. I did set Virginia Tech in the end as a 2-point favorite. This is a Virginia Tech team that, if they're in a little bit of a tight spot as well, they shoot about 70.5% at the free throw line, but again, they do a nice job in terms of protecting the ball themselves. So do like the over, and I'm willing to take anything above 2 here with California. 7:17, 7:18 on the card. It is Xavier. They play us to Providence. The X-Men do find themselves as a home underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 166.5 to 168 is the total. Says Xavier as a 2-point favorite. I do like them all right on the money line for Xavier. They're making the most out of their possessions. Top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Here's the issue, though. They're about 204th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and well outside the top 300 in terms of their overall 2-point shooting percentage. Xavier about 102nd in terms of total possessions per game. Providence is just absolutely gunning it. Right now, they're 8th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, though they haven't go with their interior defense. This team is 30th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and for Providence, they are shooting about 36.5% from 3-point range. That's a top 60 mark in all of college basketball, but that goes down to about 31.6% in a roadside shoot score setting. You've got Jason Edwards along with Jalen Sellers in that backcourt being able to combine for over 33 points per contest. Oswin can't pronounce the last name. 5+ rebounds, about 3 blocks per contest, but even with that, this team has not been the greatest on the glass. They're outside the top 75 in terms of overall rebound percentage, and Xavier not allowing a lot of second and third chances. 45th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've been able to get a lot down low. Phil Brockovin, who's been able to give you about 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 9 points per contest, and for Xavier, they're an above average team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 35.7% from the outside. I'm not going to call it like just absolutely beastly or anything like that, but I think they've been solid there. Actually goes down to 34.3% at home. Should see a little bit of rebound there on Trey Carroll. Carroll's all the way to give you about 16 points, 3 assists, 5.5 rebounds per game. Roddy Anderson has been pretty solid with about 12.5 points per game. I think that Xavier is just doing the little things well, and that allows them to be able to get the job done in this spot. I did set them as a 2-point favorite, like them on the money line, and Providence has played a few overtime games, has warped their possessions per game number, so I told 162, so in on the under. 7:19, 7:20 on the card. Tennessee Tech, they are going to be on the road against Western Illinois. Western Illinois is a home underdog here of 3 to 3.5 points, 142 to 142.5 is the total, and made my line 2.5. So 3+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Western Illinois. Now, Western Illinois has been very grody in so many different respects. They're 345th in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, but it's not like this is a Tennessee Tech team that is going into flamethrower mode from three themselves. They shoot about 32% from the outside away from home. That's a top 225 mark in all of college basketball, overall 282nd, because they don't pop it from three at home. You've got a pair of guys for this Tennessee Tech team that have been able to give you 11.5 points per contest, Mekhi Cameron and Danny Pounds. With Pounds, he's been able to do a nice job shooting 50% from three on his very, very low volume. Throws in their 5 rebounds per game, and then Jacob Whitted has been able to give you about 4.8 rebounds per game, but Tennessee Tech have a tough time on the glass. They're outside the top 200 in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound, but they have been a top 175 team in terms of executing down low with their 2-point shooting percentage. And for Western Illinois, name of the game for this team has always been the low post play for them, as Western Illinois does find themselves in the top 225 with regards to rebound percentage. Isaiah Griffin, who comes over from Idaho State, he's giving you about 11.5 points per contest, shoots 39.5% from 3-point range. He's like the lone guy on the roster that shoots about 30% from 3-point range, but Lucas Lorenzen has been able to give you 15 points, 4.5 rebounds per game for Western Illinois, outside the top 3 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but much stronger on the inside. And this is a Tennessee Tech team that they are very much looking to drive the ball a little bit more inside with their struggles from 3-point range. So I do think that allows this Western Illinois team to hold in there. And for Tennessee Tech, outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, I think that that's going to be a little bit costly, but I do think that you get just enough late game fouling here for the over. Tennessee Tech 132nd in terms of total possessions per game. So set a total of a 144.5 like the over, and a 3+. We'll take those points with Western Illinois. 721, 722. It is Tennessee State on the road against Eastern Illinois. Eastern Illinois is a home underdog here of 4.5 points. 141 to 143.5 is the total, and made a total of a 145.5. I do like the over. Tennessee Tech is looking to push quite a bit of tempo. 48th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Illinois is not looking to push tempo. Right now, 282nd in terms of total possessions per game. But Andre Washington coming back for Eastern Illinois, very big. He was over at Long Island last year. He's been able to give the team double figures as he's been out for about 10 or so games this season, but in the games that he's actually been able to play, 12 points, shoots 85% the free throw line, doesn't necessarily pop it well from three. But Eastern Illinois, if they can get to the free throw line, they're a top 135 team there. They generate no second chances whatsoever outside the top 3 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and that's where the Tennessee State team is going to be able to clobber them. Now, Tennessee State not doing a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're about 222nd in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. That goes outside the top 235 when they're away from home, but his team has been able to generate those second and third chances, and this team has been able to do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers as well. As for Tennessee State, they grab about 32.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound away from home. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, and with Eastern Illinois now having some massive turnover woes, and Tennessee State being about 31st in the country in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, I do think that is very much going to be able to win out here. I did set Tennessee State as a 2.5 point favorite, though, mainly because this is a team that in a nip and tuck spot, they don't necessarily do a great job in terms of being able to hit their free throws. You've got Travis Harper, who's been very good in the backcourt, 17 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 40% from 3-point range, and he shoots 78.5% the free throw line. But this Tennessee State team, they have been all over the place last year. They were well outside the top 3 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage, up to about 75% this year. Much more respectable, but if they don't generate turnover, they're very vulnerable on the inside, outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Aaron Namakura, 3.5 steals, 3 assists, 16.5 points per contest is nice, and Dante Harris has been able to fly about 12.5 points per game. But Eastern Illinois being able to get back Washington is big because he's paired up very well with Zion Fruster, who's been your main guy with about 16 points per game. And it's been a down year for Cooper Jacoby. He's typically their top rebounder, 6 boards, 9.5 points per game, but now you've got Terry McMorris, also give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. I think that Jacoby is going to be able to find it a little bit more, and this has been a bunch that has been very good in terms of guarding the arc in Eastern Illinois, top 100 team with that regard. I think that keeps them lively in this game. I did set a total of a 144.5, so actually a 145.5. I'm going to be in on this total over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Eastern Illinois. 723, 724. You've got Little Rock. They're going to be on the road against Lindenwood. Lindenwood is a 5.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 147.5, and with Lindenwood, I made them a favorite of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This Little Rock team has just fallen off so much from past years. Little Rock's still solid in terms of generating turnovers, 70th in the country in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. They give themselves a few second chances. They're a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage away from home, but this offense is just absolutely terrible. 313th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they're outside the top 340 in terms of their overall ball security. Little Rock actually shooting well from 3, top 100 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 35.6%, as you've had Jonathan Lawson come in and give the team about 16 points per contest, and you've got a few other guys who have been pretty rock solid for this team. They've dealt with the injury to Tunga Ngakic, 10.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's been a nice low post presence for this team. Him being out has just led this defense becoming outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're getting blasted from 3. They're outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And though they shoot so well from 3, they're outside the top 340 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, as they only take about 17.5 threes per game. And in a nip and tuck spot, Little Rock shoots 62.8% of the free throw line, bottom 10 mark. In all of college basketball, you've got Kachi Nezi, who has been able to give you about 11 points per contest. Cameron Walls, about 13 points per game as well. But it has been just a big giant mess for the team in general. And then on the flip side, you do have a Lindenwood team that has been able to do an okay job in terms of being able to just keep things out in front of them. They're a very up-tempo team, 35th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Little Rock, much more of a low and slow team. And Lindenwood has always been a rough 3-point shooting team, 27.6% overall. That goes up to 40.3% at home. That's certainly going to iron out a little bit, but they've been able to do a nice job guarding the arc. They've been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. While they might not be generating the same amount of turnovers that they did a season ago, they've still been doing a pretty rock solid job with that regard. They do rank about 140th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and have a guy in Jadis Jones who I really like. He's right now giving you about 16 points, 8 boards, 2.5 assists per game. He's dealt with a little bit of injury throughout the season. Same with Dontez Williams, but they should have their full complement of guys in this game, and they've been able to get quite a bit of good 3-point shooting out of Jeremiah Tolton as well. He's been able to give you about 38.5% 3-point shooting, about 5.5 points per game. Another guy that's dealt with a little bit of injury. He's probably going to be out of the fold in this game. That's the one guy that you're probably going to need to rule out. So I do think that helps out a little bit more from a defensive standpoint. I did set my total at a 147.5 as a result. And Lindenwood has been very lucky with teams shooting only about 64.5% at the free throw line against them. But with this Lindenwood team really making teams go inside, being a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this being a Lindenwood team that all of a sudden is a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage, I think that they run this game. I set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Lindenwood 147 or less. And on the over 148 or higher, the under 725, 726. It is same I am for. They are going to be on the road against Chattanooga. Chattanooga, a 1-1.5 point favorite. 147.5 is the total. Since Sanford is a 2.5 point favorite, I do like them outright on the money line. You've got a Sanford group that has done a really good job in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're about 351st in the country in terms of generating turnovers, and this is a Chattanooga team that they have been a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They themselves don't really generate a lot of turnovers, so you've got a lot of similarities there. In Chattanooga, they're currently finding themselves 324th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got a Sanford team that's more around about 274th, but you also have a Chattanooga team that is not really looking to push any sort of tempo whatsoever. They are way down from past years. They're about 309th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I just have a belief that Lenny Acuff is going to be able to get things figured out with a Sanford team that just has not been able to shoot thus far this season. Right now, they find themselves outside the top 200 with regards to 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they shoot just 66.5% at the free throw line, but their top scorer in Jaden Booth, he shoots 90% at the free throw line, 20 points, shoots 40% from 3-point range. The Norris brothers, Keaton and Caden Norris, they combine for about 19.5 points per game. Keaton, he's able to give you about 5 assists per contest. Caden is a guy that plays off the ball. He shoots about 35% from 3-point range. And Zach Lamy, he's been dealing with a lot of injury. That's been hurting them a little bit with regards to that outside shooting, but Cam Martin is starting to get it going, shooting about 34% from 3-point range. And for Chattanooga, you've only got one real double scorer on the roster in Jordan Frinson, and Frinson has been able to do a solid job. 14.5 points, 4 assists per contest from 3-point range. He's shooting about 41.5% from 3-point range, and Chattanooga is not necessarily the world's worst team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but just the overall defense has not been there, mainly because this is a Chattanooga team that's not necessarily doing the best job on the glass. You don't have a single guy on the roster right now that's giving you over 5 rebounds per game. Sebastian Hartman gives you approximately 5 rebounds per game, but he's right now dealing with an injury. That means that Tate Darner, who's right now giving you 4 rebounds per game, that's their top rebounder. Joshua Bowman has been able to give you about 4.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. Colin Mulholland has been dealing with injury. Teddy Washington, he comes over from Southeast Missouri State, he gives you a steal, 9.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, but it just doesn't feel like he's the world's greatest fit with his team, and that means that Sanford should be able to do a nice job in terms of being able to own the glass in this one. As a matter of fact, for Chattanooga, 355th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Not to say that Sanford has been some sort of a dynamo in terms of grabbing second and third chances, 315th, but do think that Sanford finds a way to get the job done in a pretty low-tempo game. I did set my line at a 2.5. I like Sanford on the money line, made my total a 146.5, so I also like the under. 727, 728 on the card. It's Jacksonville State, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State, we give our Ode Lane Kiffin Go Owls a 5.5 point favorite. 150.5 to 151.5 is the total, and I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 144.5, have a Jacksonville team that is the exact opposite of Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State looking to very much kind of fourth in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Jacksonville State, they are 348th, and Jacksonville State might not be quite defensively what they have been in past years, but still in the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And it's a Jacksonville team that in a road or neutral court venue, they've been a relatively good offensive rebounding team. They do find themselves in the top 100 with regards to percentage of their missed shots that become an offensive rebound, and that's really the name of the game for Kennesaw State. This team, with their offense, they're 18th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And if you look at Kennesaw State's raw numbers, they beat up on a lot of non-Division I teams to really warp them a little bit. They've been solid with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. Defense at home, teams shoot less than 30% from three-point range at home against them, but for Kennesaw State, a team that's very much looking to knife the ball inside. They're only about country average with regards to that 2-point shooting percentage. I did, though, set them as an 8.5-point favorite because I do think that with Kennesaw State, they're going to do a nice job with regards to being able to man up with regards to that defense, and you've got a Jacksonville State team that just doesn't put you under duress. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and that's the kryptonite for Kennesaw State. Outside the top 250 in terms of ball security with Simeon Cottle, give you 19.5 points. He shoots 36.5% from three. RJ Johnson is able to shoot 40% from three. Ramon Seals, 10.5 points per game, but just so many different guys that give you boards on this team. You've got right now 5 different guys that give you over 4 rebounds per game, 4 different guys that give you at least 4.9 rebounds per game, with having Brandon Liu, Skip to my Liu, give you about 11.5 rebounds per game, and Franquan Sherman, who oftentimes comes in off the bench, he's been able to supply the team with about 8 rebounds per game as well. And then on the Jacksonville State side of things, this is a group that is in a little bit of transition after they had so much scoring out of Jerome Pierre last season, and they have been able to find that main go-to guys. Right now, they're getting about 18 points per game out of Mustafa El Monteki, who comes over from Louisiana, about 7.5 rebounds per game, but he's a lone guy on the roster other than Basan Vunga, who's been dealing with a lot of injury, that's able to give you more than 4.5 rebounds per game, though AC Bryant, he does shoot 40% from three-point. And Jacksonville State as a whole, they do shoot about 34.5% from three, and Jacksonville State, to their credit, they're a really good three-point shooting defense. They've been a top 50 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so not a lot of open looks to be had there for a Kennesaw State team that's been a little bit up, down, all around. Again, this is not a team that's going to be under too much stress, and this is a Jacksonville State team that sometimes leaves themselves a little bit vulnerable on the inside, while Kennesaw State doing a really good job with regards to their interior defense. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Jacksonville State team that does find themselves in the top 100 with that regard, but down to more around about 71st. And with Jacksonville State, this is a team that sometimes they just get a little bit too foul happy from time to time, and I recognize that Kennesaw State last year was a team that was very brutal at the free throw line. This year, Jacksonville State is that brutal team outside the top 300 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage, more around about 260th with Kennesaw State. Do think that Kennesaw State just out-physicals Jacksonville State and gets the job done in a little bit of a lower-scoring game with a lot of possessions. Semi-total 144.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 here with Kennesaw State. Go Owls, 729, 730. It is Hampton on the road against Charleston. Charleston is a 9.5-point favorite. 143.5 is the total, and I did set Charleston as a favorite of 12.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Hampton. This has been a good defense, a top 135 team in terms of points per possession allowed, but now they go up against a Charleston team whose numbers don't really match what they truly are because they've dealt with so many injuries to begin the season. You had the fold, the gentleman from Bradley/Cincinnati and Connor Hickman, who's been able to give you 12 points per contest since coming in. He's only been able to shoot 24% for three, but he used that Bradley 2 years ago, mid-30s three-point shooter. We should see some positivity there. You've had Kobe Duggan come in the last 3 games, 11.5 points per contest, was averaging over 15 points per game over at Campbell a season ago, so this team is getting much better there. It's a Charleston team that does find themselves in the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're still outside the top 300 in terms of that three-point shooting percentage, and I do think that that's going to be going northward as the season goes along with getting these guys healthy, and it's a Hampton team that they leave quite a bit of something to be desired on the offensive side of things. Once again, much better with regards to their defense, but I have a Hampton team that has been able to have Xavier Long do a nice job supplying about 9.5 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. Jaquil Gaines-Wyatt and Daniel Jones in the backcourt, Johnson in the backcourt, have been able to give you combined about 20.5 points per game, but those guys combined to shoot about 30% for three. Hampton, they're even worse with their three-point shooting than this Charleston team. They're outside the top 340 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. For Hampton, they've been a really good three-point shooting defense, or a top 75 team with that regard, but they do allow quite a bit more on the inside. And for Charleston, having a true 7-footer that comes in from the ACC that's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds, 8 points per game, and Christian Reeves, I think, is big. Charles Mecha has been able to give you about 10 points, 6 rebounds per game, and even though you've got Gaines Wyatt for this Hampton team, I do think that they're going to get blown off the glass a little bit more, even though this Hampton team has been a top 150 team in terms of rebound percentage. They've dealt with a few injuries themselves, and I do think that Charleston, now finally starting to get healthy, finds a way to get the job done. I do think that Charleston is going to be looking to start to push tempo a little bit more, while you've got a Hampton team that's very slow and controlled. Charleston, about 183rd in terms of total possessions per game. Hampton, more around about 312. So, interesting scenario with regards to total. I'm going to be willing to lay with Charleston. I did set them as a favorite 12.5 points. Made my total 138.5. I'm also in on that under. 731, 732. It's Evansville. They're on the road against Indiana State. Indiana State, 6.5 to 7.5 point favorites. 141.5 to 142.5 is the total, and I made a total of a 147. So I do like the over. I have an Evansville team that's looking to play very slowly. They're currently 241st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Indiana State does really look to push that tempo now that multiple overtime game against Bradley warped their numbers a little bit, but 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And I recognize that Evansville is outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 285 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and their own three-point shooting percentage has been leaving a whole heck of a lot of something to be desired at about 29.8%, but I do think that they're going to be able to give you a little bit more scoring here. You've got a trio of guys down low that do give you all at least 4.9 rebounds per game. Joshua Hughes, 9 points, 5 boards. He shoots 38% from 3. Connor Turnbull, 2.5 blocks, 12.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. A.J. Casey, 5.5 boards, 10.5 points per game, but I just don't have a lot out there in the backcourt. Leaf Moeller has been able to give you 7.5 points, right around about 4 assists per contest, but team is leaving quite a bit of something to be desired there, and they're outside the top 290 in terms of ball security. Indiana State is a team that also turns the ball over quite a bit. They're turning the ball over about 13.5 times per game, but neither of these teams generates a lot of turnovers. So I do think that both of these teams get more clean possessions, and Indiana State last year was a really good three-point shooting team that's down outside the top 275 this season, but looks like it's starting to rebound with Ian Scott, gives you 46.5% three-point shooting, 14 points per contest. Camp Wagner, 34.5% three-point shooter, 13 points per game, and with Indiana State outside the top 300 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, Evansville going to be able to do a good job there, but this has also been an Indiana State team that's done a great job being able to guard the outside. They're a top 100 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for Indiana State, they've been a top 55 team with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage. I do think that Indiana State going to be able to crank up the tempo. Both teams get some clean possessions, and in the end, I do think that the Sycamores find a way to be able to get the job done at home. Set my line at 9. I'm going to be willing to lay with Indiana State, and I do like this total over as well. So my total at a 147, 733, 734 on the card. It is Washington State. They're going to be on the road facing off against St. Mary's. St. Mary's is a pretty sizable favorite here of 15.5 points, 142.5 to 143.5 is the total, and I made St. Mary's a 15-point favorite, so 15.5 plus. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Washington State, and the big reason why I do like Washington State is that they're one of the few teams that can actually do an okay job on the glass against St. Mary's. St. Mary's back at the top 10 with regards to rebound percentage, but Washington State, in their road/neutral court games, teams are grabbing 17.8% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is the number 2 defensive rebound percentage in all of college basketball. Now, Washington State just a mess in terms of taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but St. Mary's doesn't really generate a lot of turnovers. Neither does Washington State. Washington State outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but break glass in case of emergency. Ace glass, 15.5 points. He shoots 36% from 3. Washington State back to being a country average team, shooting about 34.5% from 3, and they do an okay job executing inside. Now, St. Mary's, they are so good to be able to win that battle down low, because when you've got someone like a Andrew McKeever who's able to give you 9+ rebounds per game, Paulias Marsoukas, who's been doing a really good job with about 17+ points per contest, 7+ boards, that's something that's very hard to stand up to. And for the St. Mary's team, they've been a much better three-point shooting team when they've been at home rather than away from home. As for St. Mary's, they've got one of the better sharpshooters that you're going to find at the mid-major ranks, Mikey Lewis, who's been able to shoot 36.5% from 3-point. He supplies the team with about 13 points per contest. For St. Mary's, if you take a look at the divide between how they shoot at home versus away from home, it is pretty night and day. As right now, this is a unit that is shooting about 31.3% from 3-point away from home, 39.5% from 3-point range when they are at home. And for Washington State, they're about 33.5% from 3-point range. And you've had Joshua Dent be able to supply about 12.5 points per contest as well for St. Mary's. And if St. Mary's finds themselves in a foul situation, they are actually number 1 in the country, shooting 80.7% at the free throw line. They keep you off the free throw line, top 25 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis. And you are going to have a relatively controlled game. Washington State, a team that is, in terms of total possessions per game, actually slowing down quite a bit from past years, 228th in all of college basketball. This St. Mary's team, they're about 319. So I do think that's going to be a low possession game, but I do think that you get offensive execution here. Did set my total at a 143, so at a 142.5, I like the overhand. At 15.5 plus, won't take the points with Washington State. 735, 736. Montana State is going to be on the road against Idaho. Idaho is a 1-to-1.5 point favorite. 143 to 144.5 is the total, and for Idaho, I did set them as the underdog of 2.5 points. So I do like Montana State here outright on the money line. For Idaho, they're doing a great job with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. Top 25 team in terms of not allowing second and third chances, but now you do have to go up against a Montana State team that has been able to do a very good job with regards to their road three-point shooting defense. They're allowing teams away from home to shoot 30.7% from three-point range. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. And this Montana State team, a few days ago when they went up against Eastern Washington, absolutely nothing doing on offense, and yet they still pulled that game out because they were able to do a great job defensively. You got Patrick McMahon along with Jed Miller, who combined for about 27 points per contest. Between the two of them, they shoot in the high 30s from three-point range. Davion Brown is 40% three-point shooter with about 12.5 points per game. And Montana State, they do a great job valuing the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Montana State, they're also a team that's been pretty good in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Not quite as good as this Idaho team, but still, they're allowing teams only grab about 29% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. And for Idaho, they've been dealing with a few injuries throughout the season. Christian Gonzalez was expected to be one of their top guys out there in the backcourt, and he's just dealt with ailment all throughout the season. But Colton Mitchell has done a nice job filling in, about 15 points, 4 assists. He shoots 39.5% from three, and this is an Idaho team that they do shoot 38% from three-point range. That is a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. With their interior offense, they're about country average with regards to that two-point shooting percentage. But with Idaho, they're a better three-point shooting defense than they've been in the past, but they really don't put you under duress. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This team has been one that has been pretty solid at the free throw line as well, shooting about 76.5% at the free throw line, so that helps out in the nip and tuck spot. But still, with this Montana State team doing all that they're doing with a whole greater than some of its parts approach with regards to their scoring, this team also shooting about 73.5% at the free throw line. I do think that Montana State does find a way to persevere, get the job done with that perimeter defense. So I did set Montana State as a 2.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line, and you do have two teams that are relatively slow. Montana State about 279th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho is about 209th, and with regards to this total, I set mine at a 144.5, as I do think they get those late fouls, so at a 144 or less in on the over. 737, 738, Montana on the road against Eastern Washington. Eastern Washington, a home underdog of 1.5 to 2 points, so this game, it is 163.5. I did set Montana here as the favorite of 5 points, so I'm going to be one to take a shot on them. With Montana, they are outside the top 275 in terms of taking care of the ball, and the one thing that Eastern Washington has actually done an okay job of on defense has been just being able to generate turnovers. Top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but this has also been a Montana group that has been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass themselves. Even though Montana's not really going to grab for themselves second and third chances, they are well outside the top 350 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're not allowing teams to grab a lot of second and third chances as well. And for Montana, right now they're allowing teams to shoot less than 32% from three-point range. That takes away the forte of the Eastern Washington team, with Isaiah Moses being able to give you 16.5 points per contest. But on the flip side for Montana, you've got Money Williams, 18.5 points, 5.5 assists. Only shoots about 30% from three, but Tyler Thompson, he's been able to shoot about 42% from three-point range. And even though Eastern Washington played a slog a few days ago against Montana State, neither team was able to get past the 70-point barrier, even though there were plenty of possessions in this game. It's an Eastern Washington team that they just leave so much to be desired defensively. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this team is still 344th in all of college basketball, albeit they give up more than 18 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court setting. And this is a Montana team that they're really looking to feast down low. They've been able to do a good job with regards to that two-point shooting percentage. And right now, Eastern Washington 353rd with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And this is a Montana team that they themselves, with regards to their interior defense, they in a road/neutral court setting outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. So I do think that there's going to be points to be had for an Eastern Washington team that has also had a tough time taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but do have Kyrie Huey, gave you about 12 points, 5 rebounds per game. Olin Hamilton, 12.5 points, 6 rebounds. He shoots 42.5% from three-point range. I do think that Eastern Washington going to be able to execute relatively okay on the offensive side of things, but this defense is just too wretched. I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be one to lay with Montana, and I like the over. I set my total at a 165. 739, 740 on the card. Tulane is going to be on the road against UTSA. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who find themselves as a underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total, and with Tulane, I did set them as a favorite of just 2.5 points. I'm going to be one to take the points. UTSA has been all sorts of awful with regards to their overall play. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're supposed to be good at generating turnovers. They're not doing that. And UTSA still playing fast, 86th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. In comparison to past years, Tulane way down with regards to their tempo. They're outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. And Tulane not too bad with regards to their interior defense, but this is a team that has just not been able to generate for themselves second and third chances outside the top 345 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. And this is a UTSA team that's actually been able to do a relatively okay job guarding the perimeter, top 200 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Tulane is just getting bombed from three. They're outside the top 280 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That's a big confidence booster for a UTSA team that right now only has one double-figure score. That'd be Drew Merritt-Simpson, comes over from Southern Utah, and he's been solid, 17 points per contest from three-point range. He's not necessarily lit the world on fire at about 35%, but that's much better than the team's 29% three-point shooting. You're going to need to have someone like an Austin Nunez who gives you about 9 points, 2.5 assists per contest to be able to step it up. And UTSA not bad at being able to take care of the ball. UTSA is outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they themselves top 150 team in terms of grabbing second and third chances for themselves. And for Tulane, you've been able to have Rowan Brumba do a nice job being able to headline this team, 18.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists, shoots 36.5% from three. But team as a whole, they only shoot 31% from three-point range. They're outside the top 175 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, with not being able to generate second and third chances. And to their credit, Tulane, top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. I do think that you're going to be able to have some offensive execution in this game, but still with this Tulane team, I just don't trust them to be able to cover this number, even though in a tight spot, they do shoot about 76% at the free throw line, while this UTSA team were around about 67% at the free throw line. I did set my line here at 2.5. I'm willing to take the points with UTSA, and I like the over. I set my total at a 148.5, 741, 742. UC Davis is going to be on the road against Cal Poly. Cal Poly is a home underdog of 1.5 to 2 points. 165.5 to 166.5 is the total. Make Cal Poly the 3.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. Now, this Cal Poly team outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, going up against the UC Davis team that is a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And UC Davis cranking up that tempo, about 125th in terms of total possessions per game. Cal Poly, once again playing at warp speed, number 6 in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Cal Poly team that does a really good job in terms of being able to bomb from three, and you wouldn't expect it from Cal Poly, but this team has actually been able to do a pretty solid job on the glass, and other than Niko Dokac, who gives you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game for this UC Davis team, you just don't have a lot on the glass in general. This Cal Poly team, in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound for opponents, they're a top 115 team. They're only allowing teams to grab about 26.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, UC Davis is more around about 259th in the country, and for Cal Poly, Hamad Musa has been very versatile. 6 boards, pair of assists, 21 points per contest. She's 41.5% from three. And then Peter Benjai, 42.5% three-point shooter. He's able to pull in there about 4 rebounds, 3.5 assists per game. Again, for Cal Poly, 16 turnovers per game. That's pretty unsightly, but this Cal Poly team has been about country average in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And this is a UC Davis team that, with regards to their outside shooting, they've been a top 110 team. They're shooting about 35.5% from three-point range. Connor Sevilla, Niles Cooper both give you about 14.5 points per game. And Sevilla has been incredible, shooting over 46% from three-point range. For the UC Davis team right now in a roadside shoot court setting, though, they only shoot about 31.5% for three compared to 40% at home, so they take a pretty steep drop off there. You've been able to get good production out of Isaiah Chappell, who's been able to give 10.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. As for UC Davis, as a collective, they're doing an okay job of being able to pull in their rebounds, but not really on the offensive side of things. They're outside the top 275 with regards to percentage of their own missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And with UC Davis, also outside the top 250 in terms of taking care of the ball, even though they generate a bunch of turnovers, I think the Cal Poly gets the job done. Did set my total here at a 165.5, so to go along with the Cal Poly money line at 166.5 in on the under due to those turnovers. 743, 744. Sacramento State is going to be on the road against Portland State, and Portland State is a favorite of 9.5 to 10 points. Total is 156.5 with Portland State. I did set them as a favorite of 13.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Portland State has covered all but one of their games thus far this season, and they're going to be looking to play a little bit more up-tempo, 68th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Sacramento State, they're about 36th in the country, so I do think that you're going to get an up-and-down game. I set my total here at a 155.5. I do like the under, mainly because with Sacramento State, this has just been a team that has been able to execute the world's greatest, especially with their three-point shooting. In games played away from home, Sacramento State shoots 28% from three-point range, as well outside the top 3 in all of college basketball. And This is a Sacramento State team that gets roughed up inside, 300th in the country in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. You've got a Portland State team that has been a top 120 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and for Portland State, they do a nice job in terms of being able to pull in their second and third chances right now. This Portland State team, top 200 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots, that results in an offensive rebound. Actually takes a little bit of a drop-off when they're at home, and for Portland State, big thing for them, they do need to clean up the turnovers in terms of turnovers on a per-possession basis. This team is outside the top 225 in all of college basketball, but have scary Terry Miller, giving 19.5 points, 6 boards, shoots 49% for 3. Jalen Henderson down with his 3-point shooting, but 6 assists, 18.5 points, 4 boards, and then Trayvon Minute has been able to give you 8.5 rebounds, 10.5 points per game. Keon Kenzie, he throws in there about 7.5 rebounds per game. Mikey Williams on the flip side for Sacramento State has been a nice go-to guard for this team. 17 points, 5 assists, and he's been able to do a nice job in terms of giving you a steal per contest. And Prophet Johnson, talk about a stat sheet, suffer 15.5 points, 8.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals per contest, but their main big man, Jeremiah Cherry, after 6 games, he went out, he was giving the team multiple blocks per contest. That has caused their interior defense to just go to complete mush. You do have Johnny Summers, who's been able to shoot 50% for 3 on low volume, 9.5 points per game. That's been pretty rock solid, but for Sacramento State, also outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Portland State should be able to do a nice job winning this game from within. Set by total 155.5 like the under, and with Portland State, willing to lay up to 13 with them. 745, 746, you've got Missouri State, and they're going to be playing host to Florida National. Florida National, 2 to 2.5 point road underdog. Total loss game, 151 to 151.5, and Florida National, it's not that much 1.5 point underdog. I'm willing to take 2+ with them. Florida National is looking to push a lot of tempo, and Missouri State is not looking to push tempo. Missouri State 289th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This Florida National team right now 53rd in the country, and for Florida National, they've been very good in terms of generating turnovers, back in the top 50 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and much better on the offensive glass as well. They're now a top 115 team in terms of percentage of the missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and for Florida National, you've been able to have a nice go-to scorer here in Corey Stevenson's up, give the team 18.6 rebounds, shoots 45% from 3-point range, and for National as a whole, top 125 team, shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range, but they're very much looking to get the ball a little bit more down low. Top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point line, and for Florida National, well, they do a nice job being able to pull on their second and third chances. They have been well outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and on the other end, you've got a Missouri State team that isn't necessarily the world's greatest in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They grab quite a few offensive boards, as you've had Michael Benosu be able to give you 13.7 rebounds per game, and Keith Pellick, 17 points, 7.5 rebounds, but what's really ailing Missouri State right now is their lack of 3-point shooting. Last year, they were a solid 3-point shooting team. They're down outside the top 300 this year, about 30.7% from the outside. You've had Trey Williams be able to give you about 33% 3-point shooting, 9 points per game, and Kobe Williams, he's stepped up. He's been able to shoot about 38.5% from the outside, but it's just been really eroding for this team. They're a top 175 team in terms of both their 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they've cleaned up their act with regards to the rebounds, but still, this is also a team that if they're in a tight spot, they shoot 67.9% the free throw line, hovering right around about 300th in all of college basketball. For National, they themselves, 68.3%, hovering right around 300th in all of college basketball, and I did think that this game could slow down a little bit and become sloppy with those turnovers, so semi-line at a 1.5, won't take 2+ here. Florida National, like the under, I semi-line at a 147.5. 747, 748 on the card. Georgia Southern, they're on the road against South Alabama. South Alabama finds themselves as a favorite of 2.5 to 3.5 points. 149.5 to 151 is the total, and with South Alabama being the 3.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 with them. South Alabama is daring you to shoot from 3. They are having opponents take over 60% of their shots from 3-point range, and this is a Georgia Southern team that is doing a relatively solid job on the glass. They've been a top 225 team with regards to rebound percentage, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, as Spud Webb has come in. He's been able to give the team 16 points per game, and they had Tyler Moore as their top scorer 2 seasons ago. He went to UAB last year. He's come back. He's done a nice job igniting this backcourt with about 13 points. He throws in their pair of assists. He shoots 36% from 3, but for Georgia Southern, they shoot as a collective about like 32.5% from 3. That's outside the top 240 in all of college basketball. That's exactly what South Alabama wants. And South Alabama, they themselves are only shooting about 31% from the outside. That's outside the top 280 in all of college basketball. And that's a big reason why I'm going to be in on the under. I did set my total at a 149.5, despite the fact that you've got a Georgia Southern team that's looking to play at warp speed, 21st in terms of total possessions per game. South Alabama is outside the top 250, and for South Alabama, they do a nice job keeping you off the free throw line. This is a top 5 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, and to the credit of Georgia Southern, they've been a top 75 team in terms of not turning the ball over. South Alabama, pretty solid team in terms of being able to generate turnovers, and for South Alabama, they've done a pretty good job in terms of being able to guard inside as well. Top 175 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they do get a little bit bludgeoned on the glass. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their own offensive rebound percentage. Chaz Harris has been able to give you 16.5 points per contest. You've had a 37% three-point shooter, and Adam Olsen step up with 16 points per game. They're still dealing with the injury to Peyton Law, but guys like Randy Brady, J.J. Wheat that don't necessarily give you a lot of scoring, they still do a nice job on the defensive side of things with this South Alabama team being a top 150 team in terms of generating turnovers and keeping you off the free throw line, doing a nice job pushing things to the outside. I do think that allows them to be able to win this game. I set my line at a 3.5, 1 after 3 with South Alabama. At a 150 or higher, I'm in on the under. 749, 750. Belmont is going to be on the road against Drake, and the Drake does find themselves as a underdog here of 6 to 6.5 points. 150.5 to 151.5 is the total, and Drake, I set them as a 3.5 point dog. I'm going to be willing to take the points. You've got a Drake team that's looking to play pretty slow and controlled. Total possessions per game, they're at 299th. Belmont, they're looking to push tempo. They're about 110th of the country in terms of total possessions per game. And this is a Belmont team that's really been able to do a nice job of bombing it from 3. 46.7% three-point shooting team away from home. I think there's going to be some regression. I recognize that Tyler Lundblade is a really nice scorer, 15 plus points per contest, shoots over 40% from 3. Sam Orme, 13 points, 6.5 boards. He's been able to shoot 37% from 3. Nick McLean, 45% three-point shooter, 6.5 assists per contest, but this is also a sloppy team with the ball. With this Belmont team, they're hovering right around about 275th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now for Drake, they're much more of a just shooting percentage defense. They don't really generate a lot of turnovers outside the top 275 with that regard, but Drake, also a top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and this Drake team has also been a solid three-point shooting team at about 37.5% from the outside. At home, that goes up to 39% from 3 as they've been able to have Jalen Quinn come over from Loyola Chicago, give you about 17 points per contest, the 33-point shooter, but Jashawn Thomas, he shoots 45% from 3-point range. Oku Frederico, 12.6 rebounds per game. Wilkins Exacte has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game, and for this Drake team, they're not going to give themselves second chances. They're outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and with the way that this Drake team keeps you off the free throw line, I think that keeps them lively in this game, and you do have a Belmont team that, if this is a relatively tight game at the free throw line, they have been really not necessarily the world's greatest. They're outside the top 310 with that regard, so set a line of a 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Drake, and I set a total of a 151.5, so I had a 151 or less, going to be willing to take a shot on the over. 751, 752, Stony Brook, they play us UNC Wilmington. Wilmington, a road favorite here of 8.5 to 9 points. 131 to 132 is the total, and made my total a 130. I do like the under. Stony Brook is playing at a very slow pace outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Wilmington, an even slower pace, 328th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Wilmington, this team is just absolutely dominating the glass. They're a top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage, and Stony Brook pretty strong with regards to their interior defense. They've been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so not bad there, but they're going to get blown away off the glass. Patrick Wessler, who comes over from Virginia Tech, 8+ rebounds per game. You've got, on the flip side for the Stony Brook team, only one guy that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. Richard Goods comes over from Hampton, 6.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's been able to shoot about 45% from 3, and Stony Brook now shoots about 34.5% from 3. Main scorer Eric Pratt has been able to get 18.5 points, stealing half, 3 assists, 4 boards per contest, but Rob Brown is the only other guy that gives you over 7.5 points per game. He only gives you about 10.2 points per contest, and for this Wilmington team, they're not really going to force the issue in terms of generating turnovers outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball. Nolan Hodge has been able to supply 15.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 41.5% from 3-point range. Christian May, it's made A when he shoots 36.5% from 3, 10 points, about 6 rebounds per game. You get 6.5 boards out of Gavin Walsh as well, and I do think that for Wilmington, they're going to do a tremendous job inside, and they also do a great job with regards to their overall percentages. Top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. I think that gets the job done here in this spot, though. If this is a nip and tuck spot that comes down to late game following, this Wilmington team, 68.6% at the free throw line. That's outside the top 275. I think that that's just enough for Stony Brook to hold within this number. I set my line at 8, so at an 8.5 plus, we'll take the points with Stony Brook, and like the under, set my total of 130, 753, 754. Arkansas is going to be on the road against Auburn. Auburn is a home underdog of 1 point in some spots. Now they've flipped from being an underdog to being a 1-point favorite in other spots. 171 to 172 is the total, and I made Arkansas the 1.5 point favorite, especially if I could get Arkansas as a 1-point underdog like I'm seeing in a lot of books right now. I would be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. This is not an Arkansas team that's going to put you under duress in terms of a lot of turnovers or anything like that, but they're doing a great job executing themselves. Top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Top 25 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. And for Arkansas, the 2 freshmen and Malik Thomas and Darius Acuff have been tremendous. Acuff 20 points per game on 43% for 3-point shooting. Malik Thomas 37% 3-point shooter, and then Trayvon Brazile Brazil, Carter Knox. They both shoot about 42.5% from three-point range, with Brazil about 7 boards, 13.5 points per game. And for Auburn, this has just not been a defense that's been that great. And for Taj Pettiford, he's shooting less than 33% from three. He gives you double figures, but they've had to bring him in off the bench in a few games. It just feels like this has not worked out the way that they were hoping. And this is an Auburn team that can very much be had down low outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. Now, you've got one of the most versatile players in all of college basketball, Keyshawn Hall. He has been tremendous this year, 20.5 points, 8 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 42% from 3 points. Kevin Overton now shooting about 36.5% from 3. Auburn top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and for Auburn, they've been a top 25 team in terms of offensive rebound percentages. They're getting a ton out of Keyshawn Hall, obviously, but then you've got Keshawn Murphy, who's able to give you about 6 boards, 9.5 points per game, and even Philip Jovic, he's been able to give you about 4.5 boards, 6 points per game. But I do think that for this Arkansas team, the way that they've really been able to do a nice job in terms of guarding the 3-point line, they've been a top 55 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Can be, once again, had a little bit more down low. They're about 191st in the country in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that this Arkansas team does just enough to get the job done, and this is an Arkansas team very much looking to push tempo, 51st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Auburn is fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast, about 71st in terms of total possessions per game. So set a total of 167.5. I do like the under, and with this Arkansas team, especially now seeing them as an underdog, I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. 755, 756 on the card. Missouri is on the road against Ole Miss. Ole Miss does find themselves as a very slim favorite of 1.5 to 2 points. 143.5 is the total, and I said Ole Miss as a 1.5 point favorite. So being able to get 2+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Missouri. It's a Missouri team that just continues to execute relatively well on offense. Now, the home and road split's very, very paramount for Missouri, as this is a team as a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home. That falls well outside the top 75 when they're away from home. And then you've got a Mississippi team that has AJ Soar shooting 40+% from 3 points. He's been able to give you 12+ points per contest, but this is a team that they just don't have a lot down low. Malik Dia has been a relatively solid rebounder for them, and he's actually been their top scorer as well. For Dia, about 14.5 points, 7 rebounds. He only shoots about 28% from 3-point range, and Ole Miss as a whole, they shoot about 34.5% from the outside. For Ole Miss, it's not the same defense that we've seen in the past. Well, outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as they're allowing teams to shoot about 34.8% from 3-point range. That is outside the top 150 in all of college basketball. For Ole Miss, they're outside the top 125 in terms of rebound percentage, and Jacob Cruz is shooting darn near 50% from 3, about 14 points, 5+ rebounds per game. That's big. And then for Missouri, you just have a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach with regards to the backcourt, as Sebastian Mack has done a nice job as the Mack attack, gives you about 8.5 points per game. Jaden Stone has been a little bit banged up, but when he's been out there, he's been able to give you 13 points per game. Mark Mitchell has been your main man, especially down low, 5 boards, 3 assists, 17 points per game. And for this Missouri team, they've all of a sudden become a top 75 team with regards to rebound percentage, a top 70 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Are getting bludgeoned from the outside, but Ole Miss not necessarily an impressive 3-point shooting team. Now, with Missouri, do have to be a little bit worried about this team being able to get it done outright on the money line. They shoot just 67.5% at the free throw line. That is well outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. But even with that poor free throw shooting percentage, this team is 43rd in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Ole Miss, they do find themselves more around about 136. But I do think that you're going to be able to get just enough possessions for the over. And it's just have a Ole Miss team that's really taken a step back with regards to defense, and I think that helps out a Missouri team that still is a team that's very much looking to execute on offense. Has been a top 30 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. So set my line at 1.5 at 2+. We'll take the points with Missouri, and I like the over. Set my total at 147.5. 757, 758. It is Clemson. They are going to be on the road against Notre Dame. Notre Dame, a home underdog here of 2 to 2.5 points. Throughout game between 132.5 to 133.5, and I set a line of a 3.5. So I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Clemson. Clemson, just a really balanced team. Top 65 team in the country in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Clemson, it's not necessarily that they're doing a great job in terms of 3-point shooting or anything like that. This team is just doing a great job in terms of executing in general. 34th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and it is a Notre Dame team that is outside the top 250 in terms of generating turnovers. Now, I will say Notre Dame doing a pretty good job with the little things as well, about a country average team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. And I will say at home they're outside the top 230 in terms of ball security, but they're not allowing any sort of second chances. Notre Dame, third in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage at home. Teams are only grabbing 18.9% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and Carson Tout is a big reason why. Comes over from Northern Arizona, 6.8 points per game, but about 10.5 rebounds per game. They're still dealing with that injury to Marcus Burton, which has been hampering them, but Jalen Harrelson in the interim, 14.5 points, 2.5 assists per game for Notre Dame. They are shooting about 37% from three-point range, and they do face off against a Clemson team that doesn't necessarily have that one go-to scorer or anything like that, but now they do have to be a little bit weary about this team and the way that they've been able to guard the three-point arc. This is a Clemson team that right now is allowing teams to shoot just 28.3% from three-point range. That is number 9 in all of college basketball, and this is a Notre Dame team that they themselves are going to give up some looks from the inside, but they do a nice job in terms of guarding the arc. Teams are only shooting about 31.3% from three-point range against them, and with Notre Dame, you've been able to get about 12 points per contest out of Brandon Shrewsbury. He shoots over 40% from three, but I do think that for Clemson, even though this has been a team that's been a little bit more suspect at the free throw line here recently, they do find a way to persevere because they just have so many guys that are able to contribute for this team. As a matter of fact, 9 different guys give you at least 5.7 points per game. Only one guy gives you over 10.8 points per game. That'd be RJ Goffrey, 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. And then you got Justin Porter, who's able to shoot 37% from three. Dylan Hunter, 41.5% from the outside, 9 points per game. And with this Clemson team, nobody gives you over 2.8 assists per game, but pretty much everyone helps out with the facilitation. And against a Notre Dame team that's not going to put you under duress, I think that wins out here. Somebody told 133.5. I think that the late game following gets you to the over 133 or less. And on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 3 here with Clemson. Sub 59, sub 60 on the card. Seton is going to be on the road against Georgetown. 2.5 to 3 point home underdogs. So on this game, 137.5. And I said Seton is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Seton. This team has just been tremendous on defense. They're a top 20 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a slow team, 307th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Now, I do think that Georgetown is going to be able to stand up to that a little bit because Georgetown is a top 5 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they shoot less than 32% from three-point range. This is a Seton team that has been a top 25 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, so they're great with that defense. And then you've got A.J. McCray on the offensive side of things for Seton Hall, along with T.J. Simpkins, combined for about 23.5 points per game between the two of them. They shoot 40% from three, and both shoot over 85% at the free throw line. So if this is a tight game, the Seton Hall team, top 75 team with their free throw shooting percentage, this Seton Hall team as well has been able to do a solid job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, despite the fact that you really only have 2 guys that give you over 3.7 rebounds per game, Nishai Hines along with Stephon Payne. Payne Train has been able to give you about 7.5 boards, a block and a half per contest, and for Georgetown, they're still dealing with the injury to Vincent Iwuchukwu. That's been hurting them quite a bit, but you've been able to still get some relatively good play down low, and you've been able to get the versatility of KJ Lewis to be able to shine. 15.5 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, but only shoots about 28% from 3 points. Julius Halafana, he's been able to give you about 11.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, and Caleb Williams is able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well, but for Georgetown, outside the top 300 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, and they're not a team that necessarily generates a bunch of turnovers themselves. They've also been a team that's really given it up from the outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that the Seton team does a nice job being able to get it done. I do think that this comes down to a little bit of late game fouling, as well as Georgetown is also a top 30 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. So set a total of 138.5, like the over, and I'm going to lay up to 4 here with Seton. 761, 762 on the card. Wake Forest is going to be on the road against North Carolina. North Carolina, 9.5 to 10.5 point favorite. Totals between 151.5 to 152.5, and North Carolina made a 9-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take those points with Wake Forest. It's been a team that's not necessarily been as great with regards to their rebounding as they have been in past years, but they're really doing a nice job locking down from the outside. 40th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. North Carolina matches them with their 3-point shooting defense. That's Wake Forest is 40th in this regard. North Carolina, they're 39th, and North Carolina is going to be able to run things down low because you've got a pair of guys that, between the two of them, average about 19 rebounds per game in Caleb Wilson along Henry Vassar. And for Vassar, at 7 feet tall, he's right now shooting about 50% from 3-point with 16 points per game. And now you're getting back Seth Trimble, who was missing for 9 games during the middle of the season, and he's been able to supply 16.5 points per game. But it's not necessarily a great North Carolina 3-point shooting team. They're only shooting about 33.5% from 3-point. They've been much better on the inside, top 75 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and this team does a really good job on the inside as well. Top 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that in this interstate rivalry, you're going to have Juke Harris be able to rise up for this Wake Forest team. About 20.6 half boards. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Miles Colvin is a 39.5% three-point shooter. And for Wake Forest, they're about country average, shooting 33.5% for 3, much like North Carolina. But with this Wake Forest team, I do think that they do just enough on the glass to be able to hold in there. With them also being a team that does such a great job with regards to our perimeter defense, they do good bludgeon inside. They're outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they're not going to be under duress. North Carolina outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It does just enough to be able to get you the over and for Wake Forest to hold in there. Semi-total 153, so I like the over and I do like the points here with Wake Forest. 763, 764 on the card. Illinois, Chicago. UIC is on the road against Illinois State. Illinois State a 12 to 12.5 point favorite. Totals between 141.5 to 142.5. Made Illinois State the 12.5 point favorite. So at a 12 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it. For Illinois State, this is a much improved defense from a season ago. Last year, they were well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this year, they've done a great job in terms of not allowing too many good looks from three-point range, especially at home. At home, teams are only shooting about 27% from three-point range against Illinois State. And I will say for this Illinois-Chicago team, it's very interesting to look at them because they're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of mid shots that become an offensive rebound for them. And they are also outside the top 350 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So they're allowing a lot of second and third chances, but they're also grabbing a lot of second and third chances as well. And for Illinois Chicago, this is not a team that's really going to be lighting you up from three-point range. You've been able to have good production with about 13.5 points per contest out of Andy Johnson, along with Almon Henderson. Henderson only shoots about 27.5% from three. Johnson shoots 35% from three, and then Rashad Washington has been able to shoot about 35% from three, but this is a team that as a whole, they're outside the top 275 with their three-point shooting percentage at about 31%. They're about country average in terms of two-point shooting percentage defense, outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Do a nice job generating turnovers, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but this is a very veteran Illinois State team that has done a solid job taking care of the ball. Top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, one thing to be cautious of with Illinois State, they do shoot 66.4% free throw line outside the top 320 with that regard, but Chase Walker should be able to do a nice job down low, 14 points, right around about 5.5 rebounds per game, and this team just as a collective does a good job on the boards. Bowden Scumberg, 10 points, 4.5 rebounds. He actually shoots 43.5% from three-point. Jerry Coleman shoots 46% from three. All the ancillary guys have been solid. And Johnny Kinzinger, you do expect him to rise up from that 35% three-point shooting that he's got right now. 12 points per contest. Do think that Illinois State, despite the fact that they'll give up some second and third chances, they do find a way to be able to get the job done. As this Illinois State team, they're a little bit slower than they have been in past years, about 234th in terms of total possessions per game. Illinois Chicago, about 212th, but I think the second chances on both sides get you the over, so we'll take a shot on the over. So I total 144.5, and with Illinois State willing to lay up to 12 with them. 765, 766, it's Valparaiso on the road against Murray State. Murray State is an 11.5 point favorite. 150.5 to 151 is the total, and with Murray State, made them the 17.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now for Valparaiso, they've actually done a pretty solid job in terms of their three-point shooting defense. Top 75 team with this regard. Top 150 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And Valparaiso is a top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They really don't turn the ball over a lot, so they're doing a lot of little things well. They just don't shoot. Right now, this team outside the top 300 in terms of both their two-point and three-point shooting percentage. And got a pair of guys that give you double figures. Owen D's 13.5 points, shoots 34.5% for three. JT Pettigrew, about 5.5 boards, 11.5 points per game. And for Valparaiso, top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. But even though they do those little things well, they just can't overcome the fact that they just don't shoot it well. And Murray State is making sure that teams have to pile drive the ball inside. For Murray State, number one team in terms of percentage of shots by opponents that come from two-point range. And for Murray State, they've been able to just control the perimeter. They're shooting about 37% from three-point range, top 55 mark in all of college basketball. You've got J.J. Traynor shooting 43% for three, 9.5 points per contest. Mason Miller, 46% three-point shooter, 8 points per game. And then Frederick King, he has been the king of being able to control the boards. 2 blocks, 8.5 rebounds, 13 points per game. Javon Jackson, he gives you about 17 points per game. Murray State, country average in terms of taking care of the ball, but Valparaiso not necessarily a team that's going to put you under too much duress, with this Murray State team also being one that has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. Top 80 team with that regard. They're going to give Valparaiso a few second and third chances. At Valparaiso, not necessarily an up-tempo team. In terms of total possessions per game, they're about 255th. Murray State very much looking to push tempo. Murray State, in terms of total possessions per game, right now they are checking in more around about 46th. I do think that Murray State does find a way to persevere, get the job done, and I just don't know if Valparaiso is able to hold up against a Murray State team that is going to be able to get those good looks from three-point range. I did set my total at a 155.5. I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 17 here with Murray State. 767, 768. It's Northern Iowa. They are going to be on the road against Bradley, and the Braves of Bradley do find themselves as a favorite of between 2.5 to 3.5 points. 129 to 129.5 is the total, and with Northern Iowa, I made them the 2-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. This Northern Iowa team doing an uncanny job of just being able to slow the games down and get this at their tempo. They're 357th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they're a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Northern Iowa has not grabbed for themselves any sort of second and third chances outside the top 340 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but have a pair of guys, Leon Bond, Trey Campbell, who've been able to combine for about 25 points per game, and with Mr. Bond, he's been able to shoot 43% from three-point range, and he does grab about 6 rebounds per game. Even though Northern Iowa not going to grab a lot of second and third chances for themselves, they've been pretty good on the defensive glass as well, and this team gives you no good looks from three-point range. Northern Iowa, top 10 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and this is a Bradley team that last year was a top 5 team with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, down to about 35%. This year, you've got Jaquan Johnson give you about 17 points, 3 assists, 3.2 steals. He's been rock solid as he and Alex Hibagerse have been able to combine to shoot a little bit over 40% from three-point range, and Hibagerse does give you about 11.5 points per game. A.J. Smith, he's able to supply about 5 rebounds per game as well, but this is also a unit in Bradley that just has not been able to do the world's greatest job with regards to their interior offense. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, with the way that this Northern Illinois team does a great job in terms of guarding the three-point arc, and the way that Bradley is able to generate turnovers as well. Bradley is a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I do think that it makes for a very interesting circumstance because Bradley, they're one of those teams that gambles for turnovers. They do allow a lot of open looks from three-point shooting, 88th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I think that Northern Iowa takes advantage of that. I think that you get a very small amount of possessions and a lot of dead possessions at a total of 126, like the under, and with Northern Iowa, made them the 2-point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. 769, 770 on the card. Cal State Fullerton is playing us to Cal State Northridge. CSUN is a underdog on the road of a point. Totals between 174 to a 175, and with Northridge, I did set them as a underdog here of 3.5 points. Going to be willing to lay with Fullerton. You've got a CSUN team that last year was really good in terms of being able to generate turnovers. They're now outside the top 100 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now you've got a Fullerton team that really gives it up from 328th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, which actually goes up to more than 41% when they are at home, but they're not allowing second and third chances. Top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Northridge team that has been really good in terms of preventing second and third chances as well. 51st in the country in terms of their defensive rebound percentage for Northridge. It's all based around Larry Hughes II / Larry Hughes Jr., 19 points. He doesn't give you a lot of rebounding or anything like that, but he does shoot 42.5% from three. This is for a team that's shooting about 32% from the outside. That's outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. They're also outside the top 230 with their two-point shooting percentage, but this team does a nice job being able to dominate the boards, but they do leave themselves very vulnerable from the outside as well, outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And big key for this Northridge team, they've got to take care of the balls. Right now, they are outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. This despite the fact that you've got a guy in Josh O'Gara who's able to give you about 13.5 points, 9 rebounds per game, and Josiah Davis has come in, given the team 13.5 points, just under 6 assists per game. And for Cal State Fullerton, this team was last year really atrocious in terms of taking care of the ball. Much better this year as they've been able to get a nice spark out of Josh Ward, 14.5 points, 5 boards. He shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. And for this Fullerton team, they're not necessarily an amazing three-point shooting team as well. They shoot as collective only about 32.5% from three. That's outside the top 225 in all of college basketball, but they're doing a good job with their interior offense. Also inside the top 200 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage for this Fullerton team. You've been able to have a trio of guys outside of Ward and Landon Seaman, Bryce Cofield, Jefferson, Jay La Cruz, and Ben Negro, all give you between 12.5 to 13.5 points per game in a pressure spot. This team shoots about 70% at the free throw line. That is just outside the top 200 in all of college basketball. And for this Northridge team, if they do find themselves in a pressure spot, more around 68.5% at the free throw line. I do think that that could be very paramount in this spot, especially with the Northridge team not afraid to put you on the free throw line. So somehow line at 3.5. I'm going to lay up to 3 with Fullerton, and I set a total of a 171.5. I do think that both of these teams struggle from the outside, so in on the under, 771, 772. Texas Tech, they're on the road against Colorado. Colorado's a 5.5 to a 6.0 underdog. Total on this game, it is 159.5. Going to be willing to take the points with Colorado, as I did set them as a home underdog in this ordeal of 4.5 points. It's a Texas Tech team that's been really able to generate a bunch of offense, and you've got one of the most dominant players in all of college basketball. That'd be JT Toppin. Toppin is averaging darn near a double-double this year with about 19.5 to 20.5 points, 10.9 rebounds per game, but not really a guy that's going to pop it from three or anything like that. Does give you 1.8 blocks per contest, though, and for the Texas Tech team, they were at 1 point outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're doing a little bit of better job, but not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Doing a great job in terms of executing on offense. They're a top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've been able to get a lot of production out of Christian Anderson. Shoots 42.5% for three, 19.5 points, 7.5 assists per game, and then Lawan Watts, he's been able to shoot about 35.5% for three, as Texas Tech as a whole, they do shoot 37.5% from three-point range, and for Texas Tech, it has been a case where they've been able to do a little bit better job with regards to that three-point shooting at home rather than away from home, and now they have to go to elevation, as for Texas Tech, over 40% at home, 34.2% away from home, and they run into a Colorado team that's been really good in terms of being able to make their threes, as for Colorado right now, they shoot about 36.9% from three-point range, and it's been incredible what we've seen out of Barrington Hargress. He comes over from UC Riverside, and I just don't know how sustainable it is, but he's been able to give this team about 14 points per contest. From three-point range, he's shooting 56.3% from three, and then Isaiah Johnson as a six-man, 15.5 points, 2.5 assists. He shoots 45% from three. Team as a whole shoots 37% from the outside, and for this Colorado team, they're not going to put you under duress either. They're much like Texas Tech, but they're also a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball. For Colorado, they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Top 100 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage. Texas Tech is outside the top 150 in that regard, and for Colorado, they're going to give you open looks from three, outside the top three in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they do a relatively solid job on the inside, and I think that that's going to be just enough for them to remain lively, and both of these teams are going to be relatively mid-tempo. Texas Tech right around about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Colorado more around about 82nd, so set a total of a 162.5 like the over, and I'm willing to take 5+ here with Colorado. 773, 774. Campbell is going to be on the road against Elon. Elon is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. Total on this game, you're going to be finding it at about a 160.5, and I did set Elon here as a favorite of more around 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. I'm just not in on this Campbell team. Campbell has been outside the top 275 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. It's been a Campbell team that's been able to get a lot of DJ Turn It Up Smith. DJ Smith, he has been absolutely tremendous, as he's shooting from three-point range in the mid to high 30s. He's been able to give you 19 points per game, and then Davideus, Butka, Chris Fields, they combine for 18.5 rebounds per game between the two of them, about 28 points per contest, but when you've got just not a lot of three-point shooting, when you've got a team that they allow opponents to shoot over 36% from three-point, and an Elon team that's been a top 55 team in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. Chandler Cottrell, he's able to give you 21+ points per contest. You've been able to have some really nice ancillary pieces like a Randall Pettis II, who comes over from Northern Kentucky. He's been able to supply 13.5 points. He shoots 41% for three. Kepper Klonzich, he shoots 48% for three. It was a starter at one point over at St. Joe's, 12.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. Now, Elon is getting just completely dump trucked with regards to their defense as well. This team is outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not a team that's going to put you under duress with regards to generating turnovers, but Elon, top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball, going up against a Campbell team that really doesn't force the issue too much. I do think that Elon just continues to go out there and dominate. They've been one of the better against the spread teams in all of college basketball. They continue to be inside the top 75 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, and this is a Campbell team that is quite vulnerable with regards to their interior defense, so I will say they are a team that's been very good on the glass. They're a top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and with Campbell ascending into the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game, do think that you get a higher scoring game. Set my line at 11.5. One to lay with Elon, and made a total of a 163.5, so I'm going to be in on the over. 775, 776. Long Beach State is going to be playing host to Cal State Bakersfield. Meet the Roadrunners, who find themselves as an underdog here of 5.5 points. So on this game, it is 147.5. I set Long Beach State as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Bakersfield is just not a team that I really trust in, and they've really sped themselves up, and I don't know why. For Bakersfield, they're currently 90th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and have a Long Beach State team that's relatively mid-tempo, about 155th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Long Beach State, this is not a team that's going to be overly dominant in terms of grabbing second and third chances, but they've been a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Petrar Mastovich, he comes over from Syracuse, 14.5 points, 6.5 boards, about a steal and a half per contest. Gavin Sykes, he's been their main scorer with about 17.5 points per game. Low two guys that give you double figures, but Shaquille Bender has been able to come in there, give you about 9 points per game. And for this Bakersfield team, they're very much looking to drive the ball inside. They're a top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, and yet they're outside the top 3 iron with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they turn the ball over 14 times per game. That is outside the top 3 iron in all of college basketball. For Bakersfield, they're also outside the top 225 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're a top 15 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis. You have Dalen Smith, who's able to give you about 15 points per contest, and then CJ Hardy, he's their main guy from the outside. 13.5 points, shoots 35.5% from 3, and there's a very clear reason why they don't shoot it from three. They shoot 29% from three-point range. That is outside the top 335 in all of college basketball. And with this Long Beach State team, they're not necessarily a team that's going to do a supreme job in terms of guarding the arc or anything like that, but I think Cal State Bakersfield, they do it to themselves. For Long Beach State, they have been outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, they are also outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but I do think that the way that they don't allow second and third chances for just me for this Bakersfield team has been able to give you multiple blocks per contest. That should be able to help out a little bit with that regard, but I do think that this is going to be a cranked-up tempo game, and with Bakersfield well outside the top 225, there's points a lot on a per possession basis. Long Beach State does find a way to be able to get the job done and be able to get the win, especially with Long Beach State being a team that should be able to get a lot of free throw attempts in this game. So semi-total 151.5 like the over, and with Long Beach State, I'm willing to lay up to 7 with them. 777, 778. It is Pacific, and let me be specific. They play us to San Diego. San Diego is a 7.5 point underdog total on this game. It is 147 to 147.5 with San Diego. I did set them as a 7-point dog, so 7.5 plus. Going to be willing to take the points. San Diego is well outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage, and Pacific is not allowing second chances. Top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so the second chances that San Diego was not going to get to start with, that doesn't impact them too much. And for San Diego, they're doing a lot of little things well. Top 50 team with regards to free throw shooting percentage, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis with Tyler Johnson, the Louisville transfer, being able to give you 14.5 points, 2.5 steals, 3.5 assists per game, shoots 36.5% from three, and then Juan Sebastian Goracito, he shoots 40% from three, 11 points per game, like what he's able to give you. Now, you don't have a single guy on this roster that's able to give you over 4 rebounds per game, but they just still do a great job in terms of being able to find a way to be able to knife the ball inside, as they've been able to do a solid job with regards to that 2-point shooting percentage as well. And then on the flip side for Pacific, they're a team that has a very difficult time taking care of the ball outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're not a team that's necessarily going to put you under duress as well. They are only generating about 11 turnovers per game. That's outside the top 275 in all of college basketball, but they've also done a nice job in terms of being able to shut things out inside. Top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage with Isaac jacking things up 8.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. And then our Elias Rolfe, he's been that main guy at about 6'7", 17.5 points, 7 boards. He shoots about 44% from 3-point. The team as a whole, they shoot about 35% from 3. That's a top 125 mark in all of college basketball, but with the way that this San Diego team has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of being able to guard the perimeter inside, they just have absolutely nothing whatsoever. But with regards to San Diego, they're right now line teams to shoot from 3-point range more in that neighborhood, about 31% away from them. I do think that that keeps them lively, and with San Diego outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and Pacific playing very slowly, 275th in terms of total possessions per game. So made a total of 143. I like the under, and with San Diego, I'm willing to take 7.5 plus with them. 779, 780 on the card. St. Thomas is going to be on the road against Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts is a home underdog of 8.5 points, 149 to 149.5 is his total, and with St. Thomas, I did make them the 10-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number now. St. Thomas not going to give you any sort of second and third chances. They are outside the top 360 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they go up against an Oral Roberts team that's just going to self-inflict a lot of wounds. Right now for Oral Roberts, outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Not even like they shoot it well from 3. They're outside the top 225 with that regard. You've got Ty Harper be able to give you about 16 points, 2.5 assists per game, but you really don't have anyone outside of the currently injured Lane Sparks, who shoots about 32.5% for 3-point range among your top 4 scorers. You had Yamanachi Williams was a good 3-point shooter when he was over at Portland, 8.5 points, 5 boards, but he's only shooting about 26.5% from 3, and his team is also outside the top 275 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. And then on the St. Thomas side of things, they had a really rough start to the season with their 3-point shooting, but all of a sudden they've gotten to conference play, and in their conference games, they're right now shooting 41.5% from 3. I think you're somewhere between A, which is their 34.5% for the season, and B, 41.5% from 3-point range here in conference play, but still, they're starting to see an uptick there. Noah Minsale, 21 points, 4.5 assists per contest. You've got a 40% 3-point shooter in Parker Bajirke, who's able to give you about 9.5 points per game, and with this Oral Roberts team, they're going to have a tough time being able to guard inside against a St. Thomas team that has been a top 20 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, a top 15 team in terms of protecting the ball, and St. Thomas is a top 135 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Oral Roberts looking to play fast, but not warp speed fast, about 143rd in terms of total possessions per game, but do think that St. Thomas just goes out there and executes. Semi-total at a 150, like the over, and with St. Thomas, we'll lay up to 9.5 with them. 781, 782. UC San Diego is going to be on the road against UC Riverside. Riverside does find themselves as a home underdog here of 9.5 to 10 points, 149 to 149.5 is the total, and for UC Riverside. I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with UC San Diego. UC San Diego has been able to do a really good job in terms of just executing from three-point range away from home. They shoot over 38% from three-point range, and they themselves, in a road/neutral court environment, they allow teams to only shoot about 31% from three-point range. And Riverside, well, they are currently 309th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And Riverside just getting absolutely dump trucked with regards to turnover front. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their own ball security and outside the top 230 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, they do have Andrew Henderson, who's been rock solid, 16 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 35% from three-point range. And Andre Petriti, hopefully I got that correct, he shoots 65% from three-point range. That is not going to be withstanding for much longer, but the only guy on the roster that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game, that'd be Osiris Grady, who comes over from Utah Valley, 13.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's been able to do a pretty solid job there. And with this San Diego team, they're not a team that's going to give themselves a lot of second and third chances outside the top 225 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but they're not doing a bad job in terms of preventing second and third chances as well. You've had a bunch that has been based around Leo Beth, 6'8" combo player, give you 16.5 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots about 43.5% from three-point range. Alex Shulkin shoots 41% from three-point range for this UC San Diego team. They are a little bit vulnerable in the fact that they're just not necessarily the world's greatest team in terms of taking away the ball. They're outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they keep you off the free throw line, top 50 team with that regard, and with the way that this team has been able to light it up from three-point range, and they've been able to flow good, clean offense. Top 60 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, that they're going to be able to find a way to get the job done against a Riverside team that is playing fast. They're not necessarily warp speed fast in terms of total possessions per game, 177th for San Diego. They're a very mid-tempo team, 229th in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that Riverside is going to give up a lot of clean looks to the San Diego team. Semi-total 152.5, like the over, and with UC San Diego, we'll lay up to 10 with them, 783, 784. You've got San Jose State on the road against Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon, 16.5 point favorites. Total on this game, 141.5, and with Grand Canyon, I could only make them 11-point favorites. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Grand Canyon. The offense is getting a lot better for them, but they're still leaving something to be desired. They're so well outside the top 225 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. They just have not had a lot from the outside. You've been able to get good production out of Jalen Henley in a scoring perspective, 17.5 points per game, but he's still only shooting about 23.5% from three-point range. Caleb Shaw has been that main outside shooter, 43% three-point shooter, 8.5 points per game, but team is outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. We'll say this, San Jose State, they find themselves hovering right around about 300th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a lot of it is giving it up on the inside. Right now, they are well outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they themselves not doing a great job with their interior offense outside the top 250 with that regard, but you've got a guy in Colby Garland who I think is going to be able to keep them lively. 19 points, 4 assists, shoots 35% from three-point range. It is a Grand Canyon team that's pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers, and San Jose State just outside the top 200 in terms of their turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but with San Jose State as well, they've been able to do a pretty solid job on the glass with Yafat Mundi, be able to give you 12.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Jermaine Washington, he throws in there 11 points per game. They've dealt with some injuries to the likes of Javon Hanna, Ben Rosenberg, so that's been an issue, but Melvin Bell, he's been able to step up in a big way with about 6.5 points per contest, and Cedric Nananana, he actually shoots 37.5% from three, gives you 4 boards, 5.5 points per game, and with Grand Canyon, just flat out not really executing on the offensive side of things, and you've got a pair of teams that are relatively slow and controlled. San Jose State hovering right around about 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Grand Canyon, they're down to about 239th. I do think that you get a little bit more of a slog of a game here that San Jose State holds in, so semi-total here at a 143. I do think that you get just enough execution for the over, and I do think that Grand Canyon starts to see some more positivity with that three-point shooting, so in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with San Jose State, 785, 786. Middle Tennessee is going to be on the road against New Mexico State. New Mexico State is a 3 to a 3.5 point favorite. Total is 142.5, and set a total here of a 138. I'm going to be in on the under for New Mexico State. This has been a unit that has been traditionally very good with regards to their defense. They've taken a little bit of a setback this season, though, as right now they're allowing teams to shoot about 32.5% from 3 points, which does go down to about 28% at home. But Middle Tennessee, they have been a tremendous 3-point shooting defense, top 60 team in all of college basketball there, and I think that Middle Tennessee just plays a better defense. I set them as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on Middle Tennessee on the money line. Middle Tennessee, not a team that's really going to be taking the ball away from you or anything like that, but you've got Kamari Lands doing a nice job, giving you about 13 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, and Middle Tennessee, about a country average team with their three-point shooting, but they've also been able to do a solid job in terms of being able to win the rebound battle. Top 175 team with that regard with Torrey Olson, give you about 8 boards, block and a half per contest. There's not one thing outside the three-point shooting defense that really wows you with Middle Tennessee, but they're just solid all the way around. And for New Mexico State, they're just very much hinging upon Jamel Jones being able to give you a big game. He's been their top scorer and their lone double-figure scorer with about 15.5 points per game. Julius Mims, he has been able to get up to about 10.5, 11 points per game, so he's joining him in the double-figure club, 7 boards per contest, but Mims is the only guy in the roster that gives you over 4.3 rebounds per game. Despite that, New Mexico State still has been a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're relying a little bit more on the defensive glass than they have in the past, and for this New Mexico State team, top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but with their own two-point shooting percentage, they've been hovering right around about 250th as well. Jalen Randall is not necessarily giving you what they were hoping for, 8.5 points per contest. Elijah Elliott is a guy that's been around the block. He's been able to give you about 10 points per contest, but giving you less than a steal per game after last few seasons. He was always pretty good in terms of being able to generate turnovers. Should get a relatively slow game, in my opinion, right now for New Mexico State in terms of total possessions per game. They're about 218th in all of college basketball. With Middle Tennessee, they're hovering more around about 250th, and they slow down a little bit more when they're at home rather than away from home, but this is still a Middle Tennessee team that I think does a good job guarding the perimeter and finds a way to get the job done. I like Middle Tennessee on the money line, made them a 2-point favorite, and like the under, 7 total at a 138. 787, 788. You've got North Dakota on the road facing off against UMKC. The Kangaroos of UMKC, they do find themselves as a 1.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 147.5. Said North Dakota is a 2.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. Now for North Dakota, this team is outside the top 240 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do allow quite a few open looks from three, but UMKC is well outside the top 340 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, and UMKC is just not finding a way to be able to put points up on the board for this Kansas City team. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 333rd in all of college basketball, and North Dakota has taken a step back with their offense as well. They're about 290th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I do think that Eli King is going to do a nice job in the backcourt with Mr. King. He has been the king of being able to give this team right around about 11 points, 5 boards per contest. Not necessarily give you a lot of facilitation, but one thing he does, generates turnovers, 2.3 steals per game, and that's where North Dakota shines. Top 35 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This Kansas City team outside the top 3 are in terms of their ball security, and for Kansas City, also outside the top 3 are with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. With this North Dakota team, they've also been a top 175 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They don't generate a lot of second and third chances, and King is the lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but someone like a Marley Curtis is able to give you 4.5 rebounds per game. George Neshavili has been able to give you 5 rebounds per game, and let's say Jason Petty, it's been a horse apiece situation for this Kansas City offense. As Mr. Petty, well, he's been petty about the way that he's been able to give this team right around about 11 points per contest. From 3-point range, he does shoot about 32.5% per 3, and Carmelo Birch, he's starting to come alive, shooting 35% per 3, 13 points per contest. You've got Jerome Palm give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but when Kansas City has been really at full force, they've been strong inside. They are not as strong this season, and they're outside the top 3 in terms of both their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that that is going to be allowing this North Dakota team to be able to get it done. And UMKC, for some reason, they decided to speed themselves up this year in terms of total possessions per game. They typically are outside the top 3. This year, they're 96th. I just don't think that they execute offensively for the total, so semi-total 146.5. I like the under, and I do like North Dakota here outright on the money line. 789, 790. Portland is going to be playing as Oregon State. Oregon State does find themselves as a 1.5 to 1 point underdog. So this game, 142.5 to 143.5, and with Portland, I'm on a late. I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. Now, this is a Portland team that's outside the top 330 in terms of ball security, turnovers on a per possession basis. Oregon State is outside the top 250 as well. A little bit of tempo war. Portland is 66th in terms of total possessions per game. Oregon State is about 296th, but I do think that for Portland, they're going to be able to find a way to be able to persevere because they have been a top 125 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. You've got an Oregon State team that has been about 211th in the country in terms of points per possession, and for Oregon State, they shoot above 37% from 3-point range at home, but that falls below 33% in a roadside shoot court setting. And I recognize that Portland is not some sort of a great offensive rebound rate team, but Oregon State is just doing nothing in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. This Oregon State team, in terms of percentage of missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, 305th in the country. Noah Ammenhauser is a true 7-footer, and he only gives you like 3 rebounds per game. As a matter of fact, for Oregon State, there is not a single guy on the roster that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game, and that would be Josiah Lake. That's their guard and their main scorer, 13.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game. And for Oregon State, additionally, country average team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've been a good team when they've gotten to the free throw line at 76.5% at the free throw line. Each of your top 3 scorers, Des White, Isaiah C. being the other two, and those two guys combined for about 20.5 points per contest, all shoot at least 81% at the free throw line. But for Portland, you've had 2 freshmen be able to step up, Timo George along with George Foxwell. Foxwell is a guy that's able to give you a little bit of three-point shooting at about 34.5%, 13.5 points, 7.5 assists per game, and then George, 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. And for Foxwell, he does turn the ball over 3 times per contest. And again, Portland having a tough time taking care of the ball, but Oregon State not going to go out there and generate a bunch of turnovers. And Portland, top 175 team in terms of generating turnovers. So step out line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Portland, and I did set a total here of a 148.5. I do think that Portland is able to execute inside, so in on the over. 791, 792. Texas is on the road against Alabama. Alabama, 12.5 point favorite. Total on this game, 176 and 176.5. Set a total here of a 173/173.5. So I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under end. With Alabama, I'm willing to lay up to 13 with them. Alabama, once again, playing very, very fast. In terms of total possessions per game, they are number 9th in the country, but for Texas, they're more of a mid-tempo team this season. In terms of total possessions per game, they're hovering right around about 135th, and for Texas, credit to them, they're a top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and they're not going to be put under duress. Alabama's outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis, but this is an Alabama team that has been pretty solid in terms of their just overall shooting percentages, top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Alabama is never going to be necessarily the world's greatest defensive team. They had that one really good defensive team like 3 years ago, but that said, they're not necessarily monsters of the midway there, but still, it's an Alabama team that is about 170th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Have a Texas team that is hovering more in that neighborhood about 123rd, but they are giving up over 22 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and I do think that LeBaron Filan going to have himself a day. Got called out by his coach after that game against Vanderbilt, 21.5 points, shooting 38.5% for 3, Aiden Holloway. He's able to shoot 46.5% for 3, 18.5 points per game, and for Alabama, they're not quite the same team on the interior as they have been in the past. They're allowing quite a few second and third chances, and for Texas, that's the one thing that they do have going for them, but for Texas, they're not the same 3-point shooting team that they have been in the past. Sean Miller, he brought over with him Dalen Swain, who's been very versatile, 15.5 points, 7 boards, but he only shoots about 30% for 3. Texas, they shoot about 34% from the outside. Texas has done a great job in terms of getting to the free throw line. They're a top 10 team in the country in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, but this is an Alabama team that's relatively disciplined, that's shown in the way that they're a top 25 team in terms of taking care of the ball. Tremont Mark, he's way down with his 3-point shooting, only about a 30% 3-point shooter, still give you about 12.5 points per game. And Jordan Pope, he does shoot 36% for 3, 12 points per contest, but I do think that Alabama going to do just a good enough job in terms of being able to guard the perimeter to be able to get the job done in this one. And for Alabama, they always have very demonstrative home and road splits with regards to their perimeter defense, and that is once again this season the case as they're allowing teams at home to shoot less than 30% for 3, and I think that gets you the under 108 to 13 here with Alabama, and on the under semi-total 173.5. 793, 794. Maryland is on the road against UCLA. UCLA, a double-figure favorite here of anywhere between 11.5 to 12 points. Total on this game, 146.5 to 147.5. Made my line 13.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Maryland. They find themselves outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I recognize that's been wobbly for UCLA, but UCLA is right now a top 40 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. UCLA allowing a few more looks from 3 than they typically do, but at home that goes down to 27.8% with opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That's up to 36% away from home, but don't have necessarily a Maryland team that's going to light you up from 3 outside the top 240 with their 3-point shooting percentage. Pharrell Payne being out the fold has really hurt this team. David Hewitt, a former 20-point per game scorer over at Northern Illinois, he's been solid with about 13 points per game and does shoot 92% at the free throw line, 41% 3-point shooter, but he is the only out there top 4 guys that are currently healthy that shoots above 27% from 3-point. You do have Solomon Washington, who was dealing with injury through the first 8 games of the season, and he's given this team a nice boost down low with about 9 rebounds per game, 3 of them on the offensive glass, about 10.5 points per game. But still, this is a Maryland team that's been dealing with a lot of injuries. Miles Rice has not looked right all season long, and for UCLA, really good versatility with that 3-point shooting. Tyler Billadu stands right around about 6'9". He's been able to give you 18 points, 5.5 boards, shoots over 40% from 3. Sky Clark, 48.5% 3-point shooter. Trent Perry, 38.5% 3-point shooter, and for UCLA. This is a team that's back to doing a nice job generating turnovers, top 65 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And to the credit of Maryland, this has been a top 125 team with that regard. But even though it's been a little bit up and down with this UCLA offense, they're still a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball. And I do think that that's going to be enough to be able to get the job done. And I do think that Maryland, under Buzz Williams, they get back to their roots, start to play a little bit more slowly. They're down to about 111th in terms of total possessions per game. They've been playing at a rate of about 5 possessions per game slower per game in their last 5 games than to begin the season. UCLA about 245th in terms of total possessions per game. So in on the under, sub a total 143.5, and we'll delay up to 13 here with UCLA 795, 796. So Utah is going to be playing us at Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist is a 14.5 to a 15-point favorite. Total on this game 147.5 to 148.5, and I set Cal Baptist as a 16-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Southern Utah, top 35 team in terms of not allowing opponents to be able to take shots from 3 in terms of 3-point shot rate. But on the shots that teams get off from 3-point range, boy, are they bad at being able to guard them. As for the Southern Utah team right now, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they are well outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. And this is a Southern Utah team that in general, outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, they are allowing teams to shoot a grand total of 43.1% from 3. That's taken last in all of college basketball, and Cal Baptist has a massive advantage down low. I recognize that Brady Henjai along with Thomas Endong don't necessarily give you a ton of scoring, combined about 14 or so points per contest, but those two guys combined for darn near 13 rebounds per game. Dominic Daniels, 21 points, 4 boards, 3.5 assists per game. And Cal Baptist, they're outside the top 275 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 31.5%, but they're just doing a really strong job on the glass. Top 35 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage. And with Southern Utah, Jaden Farrow has been able to do a nice job. He comes over from Holy Cross as a 6'8", really do-it-all sort of guy, and he's been able to supply the team with about 11 points, 6 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. And then you've had Elijah Duval be able to give you 13 points, 3.5 assists per game. But for Southern Utah, they are right around about 300th in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. Cal Baptist, not to see a team that's going to really crank up the tempo in terms of generating turnovers, and they're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. This is a Southern Utah team that they're looking to play a little bit faster, 97th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But this Southern Utah team, their forte is supposed to be on the glass. They've been a top 225 team in terms of rebound percentage. That's not going to be out here, even with Isaiah Cottrell give you 9.6 rebounds per game. And I think that Cal Baptist goes out there, dominates this game. Set my line at 16. Going to be willing to lay with Cal Baptist. Set a total of a 148 here, between a 147.5 to a 148.5. Would rather have the 148.5 under. 787, 798. Weber State is going to be on the road against Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado, 5.5 to 6-point favorites on this game. 163.5 to 164. And for Northern Colorado, I did set them as a favorite here of 8 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay this number. Northern Colorado is just doing such a great job on the defensive glass. A top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. As a matter of fact, a top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And you've got a Weber State team that has been a top 100 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. And you've got a Weber State bunch that now is finally getting back Vajami Vartinen. He's been a 12-point per game scorer that was missing for about 5 or 6 games. He's been shooting 40% from 3 for a Weber State team that overall they shoot 35% from 3, but that's over 38% from 3-point range at home. In a road/neutral court venue that falls below 33.5%, Weber State has been very solid in terms of guarding the perimeter. In games played away from home, they allow opponents to shoot 25.7% from 3, but Northern Colorado also doing a great job in terms of guarding the perimeter. They are 26th in the country, allowing teams to shoot just 29.5% from 3-point range. And for Weber State, this team does get a little bit sloppy with the ball outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Northern Colorado team that they've been able to do a great job with Quinn Danker being able to headline things in the backcourt. 18 points, 6.5 assists per contest. He's right now shooting 36% from 3. Zach Block shoots 48.5% from 3, and he's up to about 13.5 points per contest. Brock Wisney, 40% 3-point shooter, 16 points per game. Northern Colorado, top 50 team with their 3-point shooting percentage and their 2-point shooting percentage. Leave something to be desired inside. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And this is a Weber State team that they are a team that's willing to go inside. They're a top 40 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. They've been a top 175 team with that regard. So do think that you're going to get plenty of points up on the board. Did set a total here of a 162 though, mainly because you're not going to get a lot of offensive rebounds on either side. So in on the under, but with Northern Colorado, willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. 799, 800 on the card. You've got San Francisco on the road facing off against Pepperdine, and the waves of Pepperdine are an 8.5 to a 9.0 underdog, 137.5 to 138.5 is the total line. I said San Francisco is an 8.5 point favorite, so at 9 plus, I'm going to be 1/8 the points with Pepperdine. You have a San Francisco team that's really good in terms of guarding the perimeter, 65th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for Pepperdine, they have not been bad with regards to defense. It's not necessarily amazing, and you just don't get a lot of second and third chances with this team, and you just don't have this team taking care of the ball. For Pepperdine, outside the top 275 with about 13 turnovers per game, they're 285th in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, for San Francisco, about 105th, they generate a offensive rebound on about 31.5% of their misses, and you've had Mookie Cook do a nice job at about 6'6", shoot over 40% from three, 10.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. Brian Beasley, he's been a little bit up and down this season, shooting just barely over 30% from three, but he's up to 13 plus points per contest. And for San Francisco, top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, top 150 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They're also outside the top 325 in terms of being able to generate turnovers on a per possession basis, which means that a Pepperdine team that's had a tough time being able to get good, clean possessions, that is going to be able to help them out. You've got Aaron Clark, Javon Cooley, who'll be able to combine for 26 points per contest, and with Cooley, he shoots about 35% from 3 points. Danilo Dosic at 6'10", he shoots 35% from 3, 11.5 points per contest. For Pepperdine, they are outside the top 250 with their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but being able to get those clean possessions is going to help. Pepperdine has been a pretty solid team in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances, and top 100 team in terms of not allowing free throw attempts as well. I do think that that's just enough for them to remain in this game, and you've got a pair of teams that are not necessarily looking to push a lot of tempo. San Francisco especially. San Francisco currently in terms of total possessions per game, they are checking in outside the top 275, and for this Pepperdine team, a little bit closer to mid-tempo, as right now they're about 235th. So set a line of 8.5 at 9 plus. We'll take those points with Pepperdine in on the under semi-total on 136.5. 801, 802 on the card. Idaho State, they're going to be on the road. They're facing off against Northern Arizona. The Lumberjacks, who find themselves as a home underdog here, 4.5 points, 140.5 is the total. Set a total here of a 140.5 myself, so going to look for a little bit of line movement. We're seeing this opener at a 142. If we can get back to a 142, I'm going to be in on the under, but for Idaho State, 108. I set them as a 6.5 point favorite. Idaho State has become a top 125 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so a very slow and controlled team, 288th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Arizona, right there with them, 290th in the country with that regard, and for Northern Arizona, they're just not giving themselves second chances. 320th in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and Idaho State, they're about 97th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots to become an offensive rebound in a road/switch court setting. That goes into the top 75, and Idaho State has actually done a nice job shooting it from 3, 36.6% from the outside. Now, that does go down to about 31.5% when they're away from home, but for Northern Arizona, they lost their top 3 scorers from a season ago, and they've really been trying to pick up the pieces. You've had Zach Davidson do a nice job being able to give this team right around about 14 points. He throws in there about 5 rebounds, but he doesn't give you much from the outside. Isaiah Shaw has been able to shoot 48% from 3 in Northern Arizona. To their credit, right now they're a top 40 team with their 3-point shooting percentage above 37%, but they're also outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Northern Arizona has also become a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but just nothing on the inside for this team outside the top 225 with their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And I do think that Idaho State with Caleb Vandergreen give you 14.7 rebounds per game. He's going to be able to win from within, and for Idaho State, they do shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range, and this is an Idaho State team that I think is going to be able to do a good enough job of holding up with their defense. They're not quite the same team on defense that they were a season ago. They're down to about 273rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but very interestingly with this Idaho State team, if you look at them in a road/switch court venue, they've been a top 110 team with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, they're allowing more than 10 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and for Idaho State, right now they're allowing teams to only shoot about 31.2% from 3-point range, so a Northern Arizona team has been able to find a lot of good looks from 3-point range. They just haven't been able to do so, and for this Northern Arizona team, when they are at home, right now they're shooting about 34.5% from 3-point range, so that's pretty much the equal of what they do away from home. And do you think that Idaho State goes on the road, they're able to control it from down low and get the job done? 141 or higher, going to be in on the under, and with Idaho State, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with them. 803, 804 on the card. Mississippi State is going to be on the road against Kentucky. Kentucky is a 10.5 to an 11.5 point favorite. 153.5 is the total, and with Kentucky, I did set them as a favorite of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. Now, I know that it's been all sorts of terrible for Kentucky here this season, and Mississippi State is really cranking up their tempo. They're 57th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, while Kentucky, they've been slowing down their tempo. Kentucky is now outside the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game at 163rd, but Kentucky, even though the backcourt play has not been great, even though things have been wobbly with that three-point shooting, they're still a top 65 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Mississippi State does not put you under duress. Outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, doing a good job guarding the three-point line. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but hovering right around about 100th in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And for this Mississippi State team, it's been all about Joshua Hubbard along Jaden Epps in the backcourt, combined 39 points per game. Hubbard shoots 35% from three. Epps is able to shoot about 32.5% from three-point range, and Jamari McGee, credit to him, he shoots over 46% from three. But I do think that for Kentucky, they're going to be able to win this game from within, as Mississippi State does have Quincy Ballard, a block, 6+ rebounds per game, but now you're able to get back Jaden Quantins, one of the best shot blockers in all of college basketball last season. Mohamed Diabate was dealing with injury, 11.6 rebounds per game, and Ortega Owe, he's been a little bit wobbly this year, but he's starting to find that three-point shooting stroke, 35.5% three-point shooter, 15 points, 3 assists per game, and Kentucky still does a nice job taking care of the ball. Top 65 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been a top 50 team, actually a top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage, and a top 100 team in terms of opponents' two-point and three-point shooting percentage. I think that Kentucky able to do a nice job on defense, and I do think that those clean possessions help you out with regards to total. Some mine at a 153.5, so at the 152.5 like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 10.5 here with Kentucky. 805, 806. UT Martin is going to be on the road against Southern Indiana. Southern Indiana is a home underdog of 5.5 points, 136 and 136.5 is the total, and I made a total of a 141.5. I'm going to be in on the over. Now you've got a Southern Indiana team that's not shooting it at all from three-point. They are 25th in all of college basketball with their three-point shooting percentage at 29.4%. UT Martin has been a little bit wobbly themselves, but they actually shoot 34.5% per three-point away from home, 26.5% at home. UT Martin, slower team, 270th in terms of total possessions per game. Southern Indiana, 76th, but for this UT Martin team, the big key for them, taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they face off against a Southern Indiana team that's been okay in terms of generating turnovers. 226th in the country with this regard. UT Martin, they're a little bit better than that. UT Martin is about 103rd in the country, and big thing for UT Martin is just being able to get healthy in general, as well as UT Martin has had a whole bunch of guys that missed like 4 or 5 games this far this season, and they've got guys from 13 different countries on this roster, so they truly are the international men of mystery. You've been able to have Montejuvis, Denises, be able to give you about 14 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and then Andre Bramovic has been able to give you 15 points, 9 boards. Not easy to say those names when you've been doing this podcast for over 3+ hours and your voice is higher, but that said, Filip Rakosovic, he's been able to give you 9.5 points, 4 boards. It doesn't necessarily pop it well from three-point range, but I do think that UT Martin, and the fact that they allowed opponents to shoot less than 29% from three-point range, they've been a top 35 team with that regard, that is going to win out against a Southern Indiana team that they just don't necessarily have a ton on the inside. They've been able to get about 16 points per contest out of Ismail El Habib. He's been able to give you 4 boards. He doles out right around about 3 assists per contest, and after this team was terrible at taking care of the ball to begin the season, they've been much better with that regard. For Southern Indiana, they do rank in the top 100 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range, and with their two-point shooting percentage, well outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. Cardell Bailey is able to give you 14.6 rebounds per game, and Tolu Samuels, 8 rebounds per game. Olaja Oboye has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well, and Southern Indiana, they're just allowing too many second and third chances as well. Outside the top 225 in terms of overall rebound percentage, they're outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and Southern Indiana is trying to push teams to the inside, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to be deterring this UT Martin team. Semi-total 141.5. I think you get enough possessions for the over, so like the over. And with UT Martin, I made them a 5.5 point favorite, so willing to lay up to 5 with them. Right now, I'm mostly seeing 5.5s, but I saw 1 or 2 straight 5s out there as well, and at a 5, that would be my max lay here with UT Martin. 807, 808 on the card, you've got Utah State. They're going to be on the road against Boise State, and Boise State finds themselves as a very slim underdog here of 1.5 points. Total this game, it is 147 to 147.5, and with Utah State, I did make them the 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Utah State, one of the most balanced teams that you're going to find in all of college basketball. They're a top 35 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and you're not going to get a lot of second chances really on either side of things. With Utah State, it's all about the turnovers. 7th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That goes to 4th in a road/neutral court setting, and I'll argue that they've got the best player in this game, MJ Collins, 20 points per contest. He's been able to shoot 47% from three-point range, and then Kobe King has been the king of being able to shoot 44% for three. He gives you 9 points per game. Mason Fosloff has been the main focal point of that defense, 2.6 steals, 15.5 points per game, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range for a Utah State team that overall they shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. They don't quite shoot the same away from home rather than at home, but just a really balanced team in general, and this is a Utah State team that they're a relatively mid-tier team in terms of their tempo, 179th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Boise State is right now 148th, but prior to that San Diego State game, they were well outside the top 250 with that regard, so that very much warped their numbers. And for Boise State, they're not going to allow second and third chances. They're allowing teams to grab about 21% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That's number 7 in all of college basketball in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and they've done it as a collective. Drew Fielder, 5 boards, 13.5 points per contest. You've got Javon Buchanan, give you about 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. And Andrew Meadow, I mean, he stands 6'6", 6'7", shoots 40% for three, 12.5 points per game. But Dylan Andrews, who is a former double-figure scorer over at UCLA, just doesn't feel like he's a good fit with this team. 10 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but about 2.5 turnovers per game. And Boise State now outside the top turner in terms of their ball security, turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Boise State, they have been outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They are pretty okay in terms of being able to guard the perimeter, but I do think that Utah State, I recognize that it's a true road game. They do find a way to be able to persevere. They've been a top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they do find a way to get the job done in a lower scoring game. So I might total 145.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 here with Utah State. 809, 810 on the card. It is Loyola Marymount. They are going to be on the road against Santa Clara. Santa Clara, 11.5 to 12-point favorites. So this game, 149.5 to 151.5, and set a total of 146.5. I do like the under for Loyola Marymount. This team has actually been pretty incredible with their defense. They're a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, especially with regards to just being able to hunker down with that regard for Loyola Marymount. Overall, top 60 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Santa Clara, pretty strong offense. They're a top 55 team once again in terms of points per possession, but they're not the same 3-point shooting team that they have been in the past, and that's where you're able to hurt this Loyola Marymount team a little bit more. Their country average in terms of generating turnovers and in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they themselves, Loyola Marymount, has been a top 75 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. Now you've got Jan Vide back, who was missing for about 5 games, 13.5 points, shooting 50% from 3, albeit on a very small sample size, but has been able to do out 4.5 assists per game, so he's really an engine that makes this offense run. Ronnie Johnson, MJ Amy, these two guys combine for about 28.5 points per game. Brown is able to shoot 40.5% for 3. Amy shoots 37% for 3. Aaron McBride is able to shoot 40% for 3. So you've got a lot of guys that have been very versatile and have been able to knock down shots. And for Santa Clara, really the big thing for this defense has been generating turnovers. In terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, they're right now checking in 37th in all of college basketball. If you look at them in their home games, they've been a top 20 team in terms of generating turnovers, but they are one of those teams that is going to gamble a little bit more for turnovers, and they've done a great job on the offensive glass, top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and it's been Elijah Mai who's really been able to step up and be able to give this team some good versatility, as right now he's been able to give you about 14.5 points, 4.5 boards from 3-point range, shoots about 36.5% from 3, and we've seen Christian Hammond step up as the top scorer, 17 points on 41.5% 3-point shooting, and with Buki Oboye about 8.5 points. He's been pretty solid in terms of giving you a block and half per contest down low, and is able to pop it a little bit from 3-point range, but with the Santa Clara team, they are outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, right around about 150th or so in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so a little bit vulnerable there. They're pretty solid on the inside, but with the way that Loyola Marymount is able to hold up there, and neither of these teams are looking to push a lot of tempo. Santa Clara, in terms of total possessions per game, they're about 156th in all of college basketball. With Loyola Marymount, they find themselves more around 173. I do think that you get a little bit of lower scoring game, so I might go 146.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Marymount, set them as an 8.5 point dog, 8-11, 8-12. Wyoming is going to be on the road against Nevada, and Nevada does find themselves as a 5.5 point favorite, and 143 to 143.5 is a total. Made a total of a 145.5. I do like the over. You've got a Wyoming team that's playing quite a bit more up-tempo than a season ago. 121st in terms of total possessions per game. Now, here in their last 3 games since conference play has started, they've slowed down by about 4 to 5 possessions per game slower, but this is a Wyoming team that also does a really nice job guarding the perimeter. Right now, teams in a road/neutral court venue, they shoot 29% 39.9% from three-point range against this Wyoming bunch. That is a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. And this is a Nevada team that they can be had a little bit more from the outside. They do allow teams to shoot 33.5% from three-point range. And for Nevada, you do have Joel Armitage down low, who's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. And I really like the game of the Fresno State transfer that has come in with a lot of size and a lot of versatility in Elijah Price, about 12 points, 8 rebounds. And from three-point range, he's been able to give you a little bit there. He's been able to shoot about 31.5% from three. It's a Nevada team that has Von Weems shooting 47% from three, but only about 6.5 points per contest. Chuck Bailey shoots 40% from three as well, but name the game for this Nevada team, taking care of the ball. Top 8 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and a top 125 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. Nevada also top 15 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, but that's at the cost of the fact that they just don't shoot it well on the inside. They're outside the top 330 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a Wyoming team that they will put you on the free throw line. They're a top 25 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis, but they make up for it with the fact that they have been able to do a solid job on the turnover front. This Wyoming team does not allow clean looks at all. They're number 1 in the country in terms of fewest assists per game from their opponents, so they cut off passing lanes. Leland Walker and Nasir Meyer, these two guys have been able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 39% from three, and then Adam Harkow has been able to come in, shoot about 40% from three, 7 points per contest. It's a Wyoming team that does generate those second and third chances, and they're a top 75 team as well in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do think that Wyoming is going to be able to do a good job on the glass, but still, with the way that Nevada, I think, is going to be able to get to the free throw line, the just elevation drop for Wyoming because they're just so much better when they're at home. I think that that's big as well, and with Nevada being able to take care of the ball, I do think that they help you out with the over and get the job done. So my line at 8.5, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 with Nevada, and I like the over, so my total 145.5, 813, 814. It is BYU on the road against Utah. Utah is a home underdog of 13.5 to 14 points, so it's between 165.5 to 166.5, and made a total of a 164. I like the under as BYU has been a really good defensive team. Like, we all look at the offense or a top 30 team in terms of points per possession. AJ DeBanza is able to give you 21.5 points, 6+ boards, shooting relatively well from three. And BYU, a fast but not warp speed team, as they're right now about 79th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but they really have been speeding up as the season has gone along. Utah more around about 95th in terms of total possessions per game, but with this BYU team, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of not allowing good looks in general. Top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Richie Saunders has been able to be a very versatile guy, in which he gives you 19 points, about 5 rebounds, 2.5 assists. From three-point range, he's launching at about 41% clip from three, but also the 2.3 steals per game. And BYU really starting to generate those turnovers. Top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're in the top 65 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Kebakita has been able to get 8+ rebounds per game, and for Utah, you only have one guy on the roster that really gives you over 4 rebounds per game, other than James Okonkwo. Okonkwo only gives you about 2.5 points per contest, but he's been banged up, and then Keno Das, 12.5 points, 9 rebounds per game. Love the game with Terrence Brown, 21 points per contest, and for Utah, they're a solid 3-point shooting team. They shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range. I could have called it amazing or anything like that, but you know what? That's certainly going to play well, and for this Utah team, they've been a country average team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. 36% is what they allow opponents to shoot from 3-point range at home. Away from home, that falls below 31%, but I do think that Utah is going to be able to do just enough to hold in this game. This is a classic rivalry game, and for this Utah team, they do shoot about 35 to 36% from 3-point range at home, and Don McHenry has been very versatile with 18.5 points, right around about 3.5 rebounds per game, and BYU, they do see a little bit of drop with regards to their offensive numbers away from home. So, did sub my line at a 164 with the total. I'm in on the under, and with this Utah team, 12.5 plus, we'll take those points. 8-15, 8-16. Fresno State, they're going to be on the road against San Diego State. San Diego State does find themselves as a favorite of 14 to 14.5 points. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total line for Fresno State. I did place them as an underdog of 13.5 points. So 14 plus, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Now with Fresno State, this has been a unit that has not shot it well from three, about 249, 32% from the outside. And San Diego State, they've been really good with their 3-point shooting, especially at home. They're shooting about 42% from 3-point at home. BJ Davis has been able to give you 11 points. He shoots over 40% from 3-point. Magoon Gwath, though he gives you a block and a half per contest, and he he does so much as a 7-footer. He's able to give you a little bit of three-point shooting as well, but for Fresno State, the defense has actually traveled quite well for this team. They're overall 88th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/neutral-court venue. That's a top 55 mark, with their forte being not allowing teams to be able to pop it from three. They're allowing teams to shoot 29.6% from three. That's a top 35 mark in all of college basketball. Now, for Fresno State, needs to clean up the turnovers. Outside the top three in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, San Diego State, top 40 team in terms of generating turnovers, but you've got Jake Heidbreder alongside Collins in the backcourt being solid. Collins, about 5.3 assists per contest, only shoots about 28.5% per three. Heidbreder, he shoots 32.5% per three, 18 points, 2.5 assists, but between the two of them, you get about 3.5 steals per contest, as well as Fresno State has become a top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Vulnerable on the inside, outside the top three in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but Fresno State, to their credit, they're also not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They might not have the supreme rebounding like they had a season ago, but in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound for opponents, they allow opponents to only grab about 25% of them away from home. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. I think that's enough for them to keep it lively and for them to be able to help you out with an under. I do think that San Diego State going to start to get back to their slow defensive groups. Somebody told 143.5 like the under, and 14 plus here with Fresno State. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games 8-17, 8-18. Hawaii is going to be playing UC Irvine. Zot, the Anteaters are a 5.5 point underdog. 134 to 135.5 is the total, and made a total of a 135.5. I do like the over. You've got a Hawaii team that's playing a whole lot faster than they have in past seasons. 122nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and at home they're a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game. Irvine, mid-tempo team, 153rd in terms of total possessions per game, and a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. And for Irvine, I do think that there's positivity doing with the fact that they're outside the top 290 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, especially with having Jurion Dixon shoot 44% from three, 16 points per game. Big thing that has been costly for Irvine has been the fact that they've been sloppy with the ball. They're outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they also shoot 66.4% in the free throw line. That is well outside the top three in all of college basketball, but they are a top 5 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And for Hawaii, this is a team that is going to be trying to knife the ball down low, as for Hawaii, they're a top 75 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 220 with their 3-point shooting percentage, and they do a great job with regards to their defense. Hawaii is a top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 15 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They've been a top 30 team with regards to their overall rebounding, and that's been uncharacteristically bad for Irvine. They are allowing a lot of second and third chances, despite the fact that you get about 12 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks per contest out of Kyle Evans. And you've got the true 7-footer and Isaac Johnson, who's been really good for this Hawaii team, 12.5 points, 6 half boards. He is able to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point, gives you a block per contest. Harry Ruiadef, he's been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest, still with injury, but should be good to go here. Under Erickson, Gatti Samishka, these two guys, they've been able to give you about 18.5 points per contest. And in a tight spot, you've got a Hawaii team that shoots about 72% of the free throw line. Neither here nor there with that regard. I do think they're going out to the island. Going to be a little bit tough on this Irvine team. I set my line at a 5.5, so we're going to be looking for a 5 here. Right now, I'm mostly seeing 5.5s, but 5 or less. I'm going to be willing to lay with Hawaii, and I will be taking this shot on the over at a 135 or less, and that wraps things up for the normal Las Vegas betting board. Coming up next, how about if we hit those extra games? Right here on Chris Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Side edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back back through lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Well, that was over 4 hours commercial free. We've gotten through the normal Las Vegas betting board games. That was 109 in total. Let's get started here on the extra games.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-557, 306-558. Central Connecticut is going to be on the road against Le Moyne. Le Moyne is a favorite here of 1.5 points. 145.5 is the total. Center total of 149.5. I do like the over. You've got a Le Moyne team that's looking to push a little bit more tempo in terms of total possessions per game, 227. Central Connecticut, they are one of the slower teams. You're going to find in all of college basketball. 323rd, and Central Connecticut last year was one of the best three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball, well outside the top 250 this season, but they made up for the fact that they are incredible with their own three-point shooting percentage. 20th in the country in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and for Le Moyne, they entered in that game against New Haven, who's just absolutely awful with regards to their offense, being well outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That's why I said Central Connecticut as a 1.5 point favorite. I'd like them outright on the money line. Darren Smith, he at 6'7", gives you about 19.5 points, 5 boards from three-point range. He shoots 39.5% from three-point range. It's a Central Connecticut team that also has been able to do a solid job, not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Top 225 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage. Le Moyne not going to get a lot of opportunities at the free throw line either, even though Central Connecticut has fallen outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 10 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis in Le Moyne. They shoot 39.1% from three-point range. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. And you do have a guy down low that comes over from Texas A&M Corpus Christi that's been able to elevate them in Shiloh Jackson. 14.5 points, 8.5 boards, pair of assists per contest. But with having Mr. Max Frazier on the flip side for Central Connecticut, being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, you've been able to get some good production as well out of James Earl Jones, who's been able to give you 5.7 boards. Not the middle name overall, I added that myself, but you know what? I do think that Central Connecticut doing a nice job holding up here, and for Le Moyne, it's just a rough ordeal for them taking care of the ball. You've got a Central Connecticut team, top 60 team, in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Le Moyne outside the top 200, actually the top 300 in terms of turnovers on per possession basis. I think that that's going to be a little bit costly here. Semi-total 149.5. I like the three-point shooting of both of these teams, so I'm going to be in on the money line of Central Connecticut, and I'd like the over. 306-559, 306-560. You've got Mercyhurst there on the road against Wagner. Wagner, a very small favorite of 1.5 points, 131.5 to 132.5 is the total line. Center total of 136.5. I like the over. You've got a Wagner team that traditionally has been super duper slow in control, but they have really sped themselves up this season, 231st in terms of total possessions per game. Mercyhurst, they're very slow, 355th, but for Mercyhurst, I did set them as a 2.5 point underdog because you do have a Wagner team that's been able to do a relatively solid job with their three-point shooting. They're shooting 37.9% from three. That's a top 30 mark in all of college basketball. Mercyhurst, they're about 328th. For Mercyhurst, when they're away from home, they shoot just 27.2% from three-point range, and for Mercyhurst, this is not necessarily a team that's going to be just doing a super job with regards to a down low. Now, Mercyhurst, they've been a good three-point shooting defense, top 125 team with that regard, and they're a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Bernie Blunt in the backcourt, 40% three-point shooter, 16.5 points per contest, has been rock solid, and then down low, you've been able to have Kadir Martin and Michaelis Ivanauskas combined for 12 rebounds per game. Martin is also giving you about 2.3 blocks per game. He's going to be the best shot blocker in this game, and for Wagner, Xavier Finch is one of the few guys that is a holdover for this team, and currently they're under an interim coaching regime as Donald Copeland is currently away from the program, but Finch, 7.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Bernie Basil has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. Nick Jones has really been the top scorer, 14.5 points. He's been able to shoot in the neighborhood of only about 30% per three, but the guys around him, like Eduardo Placer, shoots 37% per three, 10 points per contest. I do think that Wagner, even though they've been sloppy with the ball, they're outside the top 300 in terms of their ball security. They've been a really good team on the interior, top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, with Mercyhurst having a tough time being able to pop it from three. That allows them to get the job done, and Wagner will send you to the free throw line. Top 20 team in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. So set a total of 136.5. I like the over, and with Wagner, I'm willing to lay up to 2 with them. 306-561, 306-562. Army's on the road against Boston U. Boston U does find themselves as a 7.5 to an 8.5 point favorite. Totals between 140.5 to 141.5. Made by a total a 138.5. I'm in on the under. Army is a team that's looking to just bomb from three. They take over 52% of their shots from three, top 10 mark in all of college basketball. Mid-tempo team, about 151st in terms of total possessions per game. Boston U, super duper slow team. They are outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game. And for Boston U, this has been a defense that has really taken some steps back outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But Army away from home shoots less than 33% from three. Boston U actually shoots really well from three, 37.9% from the outside, as you've got Michael Air McNair, who's able to give you 14 plus points per contest. He's been able to shoot 40 plus % from three-point range for Boston U. This has been a team that's been traditionally very strong on the inside, and right now they are outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but Army's not looking to go there. They're looking to run everything through Ryan Curry, so they'll give you 13 points, 4 boards, like 5 assists per game, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, but also having Ben Defty, a true 7-footer, is big for this Boston U team, as Army just doesn't have a lot of size. You've got Nate Lasowski, who's been able to give you 5 rebounds per game. Lone guy on the roster that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game, and then you've been able to get some relatively good production as well out of Chance Gladen, who's been able to give you about 12 points, throws in there 4 assists per game. For a Boston U team, that's about country average in terms of taking care of the ball. Boston U not really going to generate a lot of turnovers, but you do have an Army team that's been quite sloppy in terms of their overall execution outside the top 2 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, outside the top 3 in terms of generating them on defense, and I do think that just the slow down tempo is going to be able to help you out with the under, but with this Army team, even though they launch a lot of threes, they're just not necessarily great at hitting them, and that allows Boston U to be able to get the job done. Semi-line at an 8.5, so we'll lay up to 8 with Boston U, in on the under semi-total at a 138.5, 3 is 6.563, 3 is 6.564. Fairleigh Dickinson hopes to be fairly priced on the road against New Haven, and New Haven does find themselves in this ordeal as a 2.5 point favorite. 129.5 to 138.5 is the total, and set a total here of a 134, so I'm going to be in on the over, and for Fairleigh Dickinson, I was willing to take anything of 2.5 plus with them. Fairleigh Dickinson, not the same team that we've seen in past seasons, as typically this team is based all around their backcourt. Now they've got Surreal Martinoff, a true 7-footer that's been able to give you about 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Fairleigh Dickinson is well outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and now it's outside the top 245 in terms of total possessions per game. New Haven, out of 365 Division I teams, depending upon the day that you look, they're 364th or 365th in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 340 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Going against a Fairleigh Dickinson team that is outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but not allowing a lot of second and third chances on the glass. Joey Neesman has been able to give you 10.5 points, 4 boards per contest, and Taj Jackson, who comes over from VMI, about 9 points, 8 rebounds per game, and New Haven has been just getting cooked from the outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that this is close enough for late game fouling, and New Haven shoots 65.5% the free throw line. That's outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. Jabri Parker has been solid with about a pair of steals, 12.5 points per game, but he doesn't shoot it well from 3. Andre Pasha, along with Stefano Folpala, these two guys are shooting combined about 36.5% from 3, 18 points per game between the two of them, but New Haven, keep in mind, they were a sub 500 team at the D2 ranks last season. They got promoted to the Division I level. I really don't know why, and I just don't think that they're going to be able to hold up here moving forward in NEC play. I did set them as a slight favorite here against Fairleigh Dickinson. I believe that this is their first home game out there in NEC play, and I do think that they'll give a spirited effort, and I'm not necessarily in on Fairleigh Dickinson, but at 2.5 plus, going to be willing to take those points, and I'm going to be in on this total over as well, so my total at 134. 3 6 5 65, 3 6 5 66. New Hampshire is going to be on the road against UMBC, and UMBC does find themselves as a pretty good size favorite here of 6.5 points total on this game, 144.5. I did set my total at 144.5. I was seeing a little bit before a 145 plus. I would be in on a 145 plus to the under. New Hampshire outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis and 3-point shooting percentage, but they're not doing a bad job on the glass. They've been a top 275 team with regards to rebound percentage, and for New Hampshire, they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. New Hampshire, top 200 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They've dealt with a few injuries, but getting John Robinson back, the transfer from Hofstra, he's been able to give you 12 points. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3. Jack Graham shoots more like 34.9% from 3. And Reginald Kennedy, he's been a 38% 3-point shooter, 7.5 points per contest. Love what he brings to the table. And Balil El-Shakiri has been able to throw in there about 7.5 rebounds per game. So, like what these guys are able to bring to the table. But for the UMBC team, it's been all about what you've been able to get out of your main 2 guys in the backcourt, as Ace Valentine has been that main facilitator. He's done a nice job being able to give out about 3 to 3.5 assists per game. Keep things very clean for a UMBC team that's still outside the top 225 in terms of ball security. They're not going to generate a lot of turnovers themselves, but top 150 team in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentages. UMBC has become a top 225 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Josh Odowandu, who dealt with a little bit of injury, he's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and he's the only guy on the roster that gives you over 4.8 rebounds per game, but now you've got 5 different guys that do give you at least 4.2 rebounds per game, and Jalil King has been able to throw in there 15 points per game. UMBC has really slowed down their tempo, by the way. Typically a very, very fast team in terms of total total possessions per game. They do find themselves outside the top 200 in New Hampshire, but 214th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think they can get a little bit more of a control game. I do think, though, that UMBC, just with the way that New Hampshire is not giving you a whole heck of a lot with regards to their offense, there's just a lot of, shall we say, mixing and matching in general. I do think the UMBC finds a way to get the job done. Sub by line at 8.5, willing to lay up to 8 here with UMBC. In on the under at a 145 or higher as well. 3-6-5-67, 3-6-5-68. Also, B is going to be on the road against Stetson. Stetson is a home underdog of 7.5 to 8 points. 147.5 is the total. I said Austin P is a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Austin P, top 35 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. Top 40 team in terms of generating turnovers. And for Austin P, looking to play a little bit faster. 118th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Stetson a bit slower at about 238th, but for Stetson, this is typically a really good three-point shooting team, and they are shooting 40.5% from three-point range at home, but overall 30.8%, 281st in all of college basketball. Austin P outside the top 175 in terms of points per possession. They shoot about 33% from three-point range, but they should be able to just completely own this game, especially on the inside. Stetson back outside the top 275 with regards to rebound percentage, despite the fact that you've had Jamie Phillips be able to give you about 14 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Colin Parker, 15.5 points, 6 boards. He throws in there about 3 assists per contest for an Austin P team that has also been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Not so strong on the inside, but now you've got Rashad Marshall, who got off to a little bit of a slow start to the season, give you 6 rebounds per game. Tate McCubbin, he's got good versatility, 11.5 points, 5.5 boards, pair of assists per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3 at 6'8", and for the Stetson team, outside of what you've been able to get out of Jamie Phillips, it's just been a lot of mystery for this team, as they do have, once again, some relatively decent guard play, but you just don't have a lot of guys that are really able to explode and make those threes the way that they have in past seasons. And for Stetson, it's just a case where they're going to be just trying to be able to hold up with regards to their defense, and they've not been able to do so. Outside the top 275 in terms of points per possession allowed, as they especially are getting killed on the inside. Outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Ethan Copeland, along with Colin Cool, these two guys combined for a little bit over 20 points per contest, and those two guys combined to shoot about 40% from 3. Copeland has been taking about 7 threes per game, but this is also a team that's outside the top 340 with their free throw shooting percentage as well. And this is an Austin P that's not afraid to get physical with you, and for Austin P, they should be able to generate a lot of turnovers on a Stetson team outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers per possession. So semi-line 10.5, willing to lay it with Austin P, in on the under semi-total at a 142.5. 306-569, 306-570. North Alabama is going to be on the road against Bellarmine. Bellarmine's a favorite of 4.5 points. 147.5 is the total. And I said a total here of a 152. I like the over. Now I recognize that both of these teams playing at a very slow and controlled pace. North Alabama down to about 280th in terms of total possessions per game, and Bellarmine, they always play at a pretty slow pace. 269th in terms of total possessions per game, but Bellarmine's shooting it quite well from three-point range. They shoot about 35.5% from 3 at top 110 mark in all of college basketball. In North Alabama, they actually shoot better from three-point range away from home rather than at home, but they're outside the top 275 with that regard, and that's a big reason why I did set Bellarmine as a 6-point favorite. I'm willing to lay it, despite the fact that Bellarmine is outside the top 320 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Jack Karsinski, I think, is a nice deodorant to that stink, as he stands right around about 6'7", 21.5 points, 5.5 boards, comes in from William & Mary, shoots over 43% from three-point range. Your top 3 scorers for this Bellarmine team, they do shoot above 42.5% from three-point range. They also hit their free throws. This team is a top 15 team, shooting 78.8% at the free throw line. Again, no defense whatsoever. Bottom 5 team in terms of block shot percentage. They're outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and that'll help out North Alabama in this spot because they are not necessarily a great three-point shooting team themselves. You've had a pair of guys in Dante Bacchus along with Kanan Jefferson be able to combine for about 26.5 points per game, but between the two of them, they shoot less than 30% from 3. Their main guy is Cornelius Williams. Down low, 12.5 points, 9.8 rebounds, block per contest. He's able to shoot it relatively well from inside the arc. Dallas Howell, he's out with a little bit of injury, but he's able to give you about 7 points per game. But even on the interior for this North Alabama team, they have been outside the top 275 with regards to 2-point shooting percentage. Now, Bellarmine can get any team going, but there should be a lot of clean possessions in this game. North Alabama, top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, outside the top 300 in terms of generating turnovers. So, set a total of 152. I like the over, and with Bellarmine, I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with them. 306-571, 306-572. You've got Bryant, and they are going to be on the road against Albany, and Albany does find themselves as a pretty good sized favorite here. You're going to be laying 1.5 to 2.5 points with them. 138.5 is the total, and for Albany, I'm willing to lay it. I set them as a 7.5-point favorite. Now, is Albany a super duper impressive team? No, they're going to be going against a Bryant team that's looking to play very slow and controlled. Bryant 310th in terms of total possessions per game. Albany more mid-tempo at about 217th, but this Bryant team just can't find any offense whatsoever, and they're getting killed in the turnover department. For Bryant, this team is outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, outside the top 3 in terms of generating turnovers on defense. Now, defensively, they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they're outside the top 330 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage as well. Big reason why I did set my total here at a 135.5. I'm going to be in on this total under, and for Bryant, you've been able to have Quincy Allen give you some versatility, about 10.5 points, 5 boards, block and a half, steal and a half per contest, but shoots 27% from 3. Timothy Rodolski, 11.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. He's not too bad, but then you've got a lot of mixing and shaking. Ty Tables is the only other player that gives you over 7.5 points per game, and for this Albany team, it's been an interesting ordeal for them because the backcourt play has not necessarily been the world's greatest for them. They do turn the ball over as well, about 12.5 times per contest outside the top 250 in terms of taking care of the ball, but Amir Lindsay, about 17 points per game. He shoots 37.5% from 3-point range, and it's an Albany team that has been able to do a solid job with their 2-point shooting percentage, top 150 team with that regard. They're not great at the free throw line. They're outside the top 350 with their free throw shooting percentage at 62.5%, but they're one of the worst teams at getting to the free throw line in all of college basketball, so that actually helps them out a little bit in this ordeal. And Albany, by far the better rebounding team in this team, top 225 team with that regard, with having Okuchu Okeke be able to give you 9.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. Zach Matu, along with Isaac Abadi, have been able to give you a combined 10 rebounds per game. Can't give me tough names with my voice so tired, but you know what, with Okeke, gives you 2 blocks per contest, should be able to hold up down low and get the job done for Albany. I set them as a 7.5-point favorite. I'm willing to lay the number, and I'm in on the under. Set my total at a 135.5, 306.573, 306.574. Navy plays us a Lafayette. Navy a favorite of 9.5 points, 144.5 is the total line. Set a total of 137.5. I like the under with Lafayette. This is a little bit of a faster team than in the past, but still 263rd in terms of total possessions per game, and Navy is looking to play very slow and controlled themselves. Navy 321st in terms of total possessions per game, and Lafayette just a team that's looking to bomb it from 3. They shoot 36% from the outside. That's actually a top 100 mark in all of college basketball, but now they have to go up against a Navy team that's been very good down low, as Aiden Koa has been able to give 12 plus points, 8 plus rebounds per game. Don Draper doesn't give you much more than about 7 or 8 points per game, but he's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game as well. And this has been a Navy team that has been able to do a really good job in terms of being able to guard the 3-point line. They allow teams to shoot just 31.2% per 3. That's a top 85 mark in all of college basketball. Lafayette, they're 300th in the country, and that goes to 38.9% is what they allow opponents to shoot from 3-point range away from them. And Lafayette really based around 2 main guys, as you've been able to get 16.5 points, 3.5 boards, 3 assists per contest out of Caleb Williams. Williams shoots 40% per 3. Andrew Phillips, 34.5% 3-point shooter, 14.5 points. He's able to supply about 4.5 rebounds per game, and both of these guys shoot above 75.5% the free throw line, but team as a whole outside the top 250 with that regard, and they're outside the top 300 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. And then for Navy, you've been able to have 2 guys in the backcourt do a really good job. Jinwoo Kim has been very versatile with about 9.5 points, 3.5 boards, down from his 40% 3-point shooting a season ago to 32.5%, but he's been able to do a nice job just being able to have versatility. And then you got Don Draper, who I mentioned before, give you 2 steals per contest, and Asim Njini, main scorer, shoots 48% per 3, 18 points, 3.5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest for a Navy team that has been above country average in terms of taking care of the ball, but top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I think that Navy goes out there, dominates this game with their defense. Willing to lay up to 11 here with Navy, in on the under, set by total 137.5, 306.575, 306.576. You've got High Point. They hope to not be a low point, as they are going to be on the road against Charleston Southern. High Point does find themselves as a road favorite here of 8.5 points. So in all this game, it is 164.5 to 165.5, and set High Point as a 9.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a High Point team that has been really tremendous with regards to their offense, a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they're really good with their defense now as well. Top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They allow teams to shoot just 31.5% from 3-point range, and they go up against a Charleston Southern team that they do a really good job with their overall percentages. They're a top 65 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, bottom 5 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That means good clean possessions for a High Point team that you got Cameron Fletcher giving you 17% plus points, 5 plus rebounds per game. High Point just littered with guys that are able to bomb it from three, as you've been able to have Scary Terry Anderson give you 14 plus points. He shoots right around about 40% from three-point range. Rob Martin comes over from Southeast Missouri State. He's been able to give you 13 plus points per game. And then Bryson Blame and Alan Sumler. These two guys oftentimes coming off the bench for the Charleston Southern team. They've been able to combine for about 33 to 34 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot 38.5% from three. And this Charleston Southern team has been able to do a really nice job in terms of being able to bomb it from three-point range. And then you've got Reese Jones down low, is able to give you a block and a half per contest. So they've been able to do a really good job with that regard. And for Charleston Southern, they do shoot about 42.5% from three-point range at home. So I do think that you get a higher scoring game. Sub by total 165.5. I like the over, especially with High Point playing a little bit faster than they have in past years, and Charleston Southern very much playing faster than in past years. Charleston Southern 38th in terms of total possessions per game. High Point about 125th, but I do think that for the Charleston Southern team, they're just going to have a tough time matching up with a High Point team that just feels like they've got two of everything. And Charleston Southern, they're going to get some opportunities at the free throw line outside the top 330 with their free throw shooting percentage at 65.7%. So semi line at 9.5, one to lay with High Point, and I'd like the 165 or less to the over. 306.577, 306.578. Queens NC is going to be on the road against North Florida. Mighty Osprey and North Florida do find themselves as a home underdog here for 9.5 points. 174.5 is the total, and I mean a total of 178.5. I'm going to be taking a shot on the over. You've got a Queens NC team that has really been awful with regards to their defense. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but North Florida's been even more awful with their defense, and they're allowing teams to grab over 43% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. North Florida, relatively solid three-point shooting team. They shoot about 34.5% as a collective. That actually goes down to about 32.6% when they're at home. Meanwhile, for Queens NC, they have been averaging more than 25 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. They shoot 41.6% from three-point range at home, down to about 31% in a roadside court setting. But you've got Nasir Man, who's been the man, being able to give you 14 plus points, 5 plus rebounds per game. For U of Berman, he's shooting less than 32% from three. Expect that to go northward. Still give you about 11 points per game. And Chris Ashby, he's been able to have some good performances, shooting 38.5% from the outside, 12.5 points per game for Queens NC. Not going to put you under duress outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Queens NC by far the better rebounding team, even though they are going to allow opponents to grab about 32% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. And for North Florida, you've had Cameron Oriole do a nice job being able to give the team about 17 points per contest. He's been able to shoot over 40% from three-point range, but for North Florida, they take over actually more like 52% of their shots from three-point range, and yet they do shoot less than 33% from three-point range at home. This is a North Florida team that they're allowing teams to shoot 38% from three-point range at home, and Queens, they're going to give you some open looks from three. 350th in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, and neither of these teams looking to play slowly. Queens NC 109th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a North Florida team that is 41st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you know that with North Florida, they're going to be just looking to find other guys who go along with Oriole to be able to give you something from the outside. Kent Jackson has been able to give you 12.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three. You've been able to have a 39.5% three-point shooter. BJ Plummer coming off the bench, give you about 8 points per contest, but with this team giving up so many second and third chances, and with this team also being outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage as well. And this is a Queens NC team that has been a top 40 team with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage. I think that Queens is going to be able to go out there, have themselves a nice expose on offense. I did set my line at an 8.5 with Queens NC. They're just too suspect on defense for me to trust with this big of a number, and 9+ will take the points with North Florida, and I'm in on the over. 306.579, 306.580. You got Chicago State. They're going to be on the road against Stoneham. Stoneham 4.5 point favorite. Stoneham between 134.5 to 135.5, and I did set Stoneham as a 4.5 point favorite. So with a 4 or less, I'm willing to lay 5 or more. That becomes my buy point on Chicago State, as you've got a Chicago State team that has been about a country average team in terms of turnovers fourth on a per possession basis, and when it comes to Stoneham, they're just losing that battle with regards to turnovers. Outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated on defense, outside the top 300 in terms of taking care of the ball on offense, and it's a Chicago State team that away from home, they do become a top 175 team in terms of total possessions per game. Stoneham is looking to play a little bit more slowly at about 262nd, and for Stoneham, they've been allowing teams to be able to shoot about 34.8% from three-point range at home. Now, they get to go up against a Chicago State team that's been absolutely awful with regards to their three-point shooting, but for Chicago State, it does feel like they're starting to find their bearings a little bit more on offense. Marcus Ankersley, about 13.5 points per contest, and they dealt with a lot of injuries. Braylon Bush, Stephen Byard, these are two guys that combined for about 17 points per game. They've missed quite a bit of time this year, and Doyle Cockrell missed a little bit of time earlier in the season. He's up to 39% three-point shooting, 13 points per game, but you just have absolutely nothing down low for for Chicago State. CJ Ray is right now their top rebounder with about 4.3 rebounds per game, and Sonil's not like some sort of a magnificent rebounding team or anything like that, but the Sacred Heart transfer and Raymond Espino Guzman has been able to give you about 7 boards. He throws in their 9 points per contest. They're still dealing with the injury to Will Bachelor, but Herman Coffey, Devontae Hackett have been your main guys with a combined about 25 points per game, and Coffey shoots about 40% from three-point range, and Sonil, for whenever they don't turn the ball over, they've been a solid three-point shooting team, shooting about 34.5% from the outside. In Chicago State, away from home, they allow teams to shoot about 36% from three-point. So I do think that the Sonil offense gets going a little bit more. I did set my line here at a 4.5, so 5+1 take the points to Chicago State, 4 or less, 1 lay with Sonil, and I'm in on the over. Semi total at a 140.5, 3 of 6.581, 3 of 6.582. Colgate is going to be playing us to Lehigh. Lehigh does find themselves as a underdog here of 9.5 to 10.5 points. 142.5 is the total, and with Lehigh, I did set them as a underdog here of 11.5 points, so going to be willing to lay up to 11 here with Colgate. Colgate has been a bunch that has not been able to grab a lot of second and third chances outside the top 3 with regards to their rebound percentage, but Lehigh is just getting massacred on the glass. They're well outside the top 320 with regards to their rebound percentage. Hank Alvey has been your main guy with about 6.5 rebounds per game, but he's the lone guy that gives you over 5.5 boards. Meanwhile, you've got Andrew Alvasenko for this Colgate team, giving you about 14 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists, and lots of good versatility on this team, as Jalen Cox is now shooting 46% from 3, 16 points, 5.3 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game. Sam Wright, stands 6'8", his three-point shooting is down, but he's still giving you about 13 points per game, and Colgate, they just seem to always have a knack for dominating in Patriot League play, and I think that they're going to be able to do so once again. They do a nice job taking care of the ball, top 75 team. In terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, they're not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but this is a Lehigh team that, despite the fact that you've got Nasir Whitlock give you 18.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest, they just don't have a ton outside of that. They've been dealing with quite a few injuries, as they've dealt with Andrew Ursevich, who's been a 10-point per game scorer, and one of their top guys from the outside. He's shooting 35.5% from three-point range, being all sorts of banged up, and for this Lehigh team, they really push things to the inside. They are a top 30 team in terms of lowest percentage of shots from opponents that come from three-point range, but this is a Colgate team that can do a perfectly good job in terms of being able to execute on the inside, as Colgate right now a top 125 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. Colgate top 125 team in terms of keeping teams off the free throw line as well, and for this Lehigh team, I do think that they're going to have a tough time being able to just be able to have good clean possessions. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis themselves, and this should be a relatively controlled game, as you've got a Lehigh team that's currently about 211th of the country in terms of the total possessions per game. Colgate 272nd. I did set Colgate as a 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it in. I did set a little bit of higher total here. I did make mine a 145.5, as I do think that Colgate going to be able to execute on offense and should get clean possessions on both sides. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Colgate. 306.583, 306.584. Maine is going to be on the road against NJIT. Maine opens the knock in Maine as 1.5 point underdogs. 129.5 to 130.5 is the total. Maine by line 5.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Maine is just not generating any offense whatsoever. Outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game. Outside the top 350 in terms of points per possession. I think that they've only scored more than 64 points against one Division I opponent thus far this season. I recognize that NJIT has been a mess on defense. They are currently well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, getting killed on the glass, even with Ari Fulton being able to give this team about 10 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, but with now being able to get a little bit more on Sebastian Robinson, missed 3 games due to injury, and he was just not himself for much of the season, but now has been able to give this team at least 10 points in 6 out of the last 8 games. That's been able to help this team out. Never has been a great 3-point shooter, and with this NJIT team, they themselves are outside the top 325 in terms of points per possession, but you get to go up against a Maine team that's just getting absolutely decimated on the glass themselves. For Maine, they're outside the top 330 with regards to their rebound percentage. You got TJ Beal, who gives you 4.8 boards, 11 points per contest, lone double-figure scorer on this team. You've been able to have Ryan Mabry, who comes over from the MAC. He shoots about 31.5% for 3, 7.5 points per contest, and Logan Carey actually does shoot 47% from 3, but even with that, Maine outside the top 290 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage, not generating any sort of second and third chances. And the big thing for Maine is that even though they are a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, outside the top 335 in terms of protecting the ball themselves, this is going to be a sloppy game. Neither of these teams is going to be able to get a whole heck of a lot going on offense. So I did set my total here at a 123.5. I'm in on the under, and with NJIT, want to lay up to 5 with them. 306.585, 306.586. USC Upstate plays us to Winthrop. Winthrop is a 5.5 point road favorite. 157.5 is the total, and for Winthrop, made them a 4.5-point favorite. So at 5+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Upstate. You've got an Upstate team that's been much improved on defense from a season ago. Last year, they were just a complete mess with that regard, and now USC Upstate has been able to do a good job in terms of holding up with regards to perimeter. They're a top 200 team with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Not a team that's necessarily going to be generating a whole bunch of turnovers or anything like that, but they're also a team that's not allowing a ton of second chances. USC Upstate is a top 175 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got a Winthrop team that they're more around about 149th, and for Winthrop, you've been able to have Kareem Rozier come over and do a really good job after he was over at Duquesne. He's been able to give you 13+ points per contest, shoots 9 30s from 3, over 4 assists per game. But how about what you've been able to get out of Kamani Gregory along Carmelo Adkins, 2 returners for the CSC Upstate team? Combined 27.7 points per game. Adkins shoots 38% from 3, about 5 boards per contest. Lyric Davis is able to give you about 5 boards, 9.5 points. Good versatility, shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range. And Madison Bettinger, he's become the top scorer, 15.5 points per game. Not necessarily a guy that's going to light it up from 3-point range. And Upstate, not a team that's going to put you under duress and generate a lot of turnovers, but they force a lot on the inside. They're a top 75 defense in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from inside the 3-point arc. And for this Winthrop team, they've been a team that's been very much looking to take a lot of shots from 3. They're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3, even with having Logan Dunn come down low, 17.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. And Winthrop has really cleaned up their act with regards to turnovers. Top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Top 50 team in terms of getting to the free throw line as well. And this is a Winthrop team that, while they're pretty pedestrian with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, they're a team that they do a really, really good job in terms of generating second and third chances in terms of percentage of missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Winthrop is about 71st in all of college basketball, but that does drop off the map a little bit. At home, 39.5% of their missed shots become an offensive rebound, only 30% away from home. And I do think that Upstate is going to be able to do just enough to hold in this game, especially with Winthrop outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentages. I'm willing to take 5+ here with USC Upstate. Did set a total of a 160.5 as well, so you're at the 157.5, like the over. 306.587, 306.588. Binghamton plays FC UMass Lowell. Lowell is a 5.5-point road favorite. Throw on this game between 147.5 to 148.5. I've set Lowell as a 5-point favorite, so 5.5+. We'll take the points with Binghamton. Now, Binghamton just deal with all sorts of injuries. Demetrius Lilly, a double-double machine for them. He appears to be out for the season. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries to a few freshmen, like Jake Blackburn has been out for quite a bit of time. They've had to really rely upon Zero Beverly, along Jeremy Quigley, to really be able to get everything going. Jeremiah Quigley, 6.2 assists, 13 points per contest, but shoots 13% from 3 in Binghamton. Right now outside the top 330 with their 3-point shooting percentage below 30%. When they get to the free throw line, they've been a top 100 team with regards to free throw shooting percentage, but they're not generating any sort of second chances outside the top 350 with regards to defensive rebound percentage. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis and turnovers on a per possession basis forced. But for this Massachusetts Lowell team, they are well outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're getting a little bit better down low with Austin Green, the Texas State transfer, 14.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and then Xavier Spencer has been able to give you about 3.2 assists. He's able to about 10 points per game, but this team has not been able to do a great job guarding things inside, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they're outside the top 300 with regards to their own turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They're not generating a lot with regards to their defense as well. So I do think that for UMass Lowell, going to be a little bit rough there. They've been a top 175 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but with this UMass Lowell team really giving it up from both the inside and the outside, and this being a UMass Lowell team that for some reason has really sped things up. Top 160 team in terms of total possessions per game. Binghamton, they've really slowed it down to 292nd. I do think that Binghamton is going to be able to play a slow and controlled style, and I do think that they're going to be able to find some holes, and both of these defenses, frankly, have been awful. So I did set a total here of 151. I like the over. I think that Binghamton doing for some positivity with their 3-point shooting, so like that over, and 5+ here with Binghamton. 306.589, 306.590. UNC Asheville is going to be playing us Radford. Radford is a 4.5-point favorite. 151.5 is the total line for Radford. I did set them as a 1-point underdog. I like UNC Asheville on the money line. Now, Asheville outside the top 3 in terms of their ball control. They turn the ball over more than 13 times per game, and they've really sold themselves down outside the top 240 in terms of total possessions per game. Radford under Zach Chu, they're up to 30th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but you also have a Radford team that's not giving themselves second chances, 270th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Asheville, not necessarily amazing here. They're about 246th in all of college basketball, but they're a little bit better with that regard regard, and this is a Asheville team that they do a pretty solid job in terms of being able to go bombs away from three-point range. They shoot about 38.6% from three-point range at home. Away from home, 35%. Overall, 56% in the nation. And for Radford, they're shooting 39% from three-point range at home. Away from home, that's more around 27%. So I do think that that's going to be ironing out a little bit. And for Radford, the main focal points of this team are the two guards that come in from the ACC. And Dennis Parker is able to give you 20 points per contest at a 50-plus point game against Compensate that has warped his numbers a little bit. And then Dell Jones, 15 points, 3.5 assists per contest, and with Parker, shoots 43.5% from three-point range, and Lucas Wells is actually shooting 48% from three-point range as well. But outside of Jones and Parker, only one other guy, Jalen Johnson, gives you over 7 points per game. You really don't have anyone on the roster outside of Tyson Brown, who gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game. And for this UNC Asheville team, they just have a lot of guys who are able to go bombs away from three-point range. I really like the NC Central transfer that has been able to come in there, give you about 17 points per contest. And Justin Wright, he from three-point range shoots 44% from the outside. You've been able to have Toya Solomon give you some versatility, 17 points, 7 boards. He's now shooting 38.5% from three-point range. And with DJ Patrick now fully healthy, giving you about 10.5 points per contest. And with this Asheville team being able to do a solid job, being a top 225 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, I think that that keeps them lively in this game. And allows them to pull it off outright on the money line. Semi-line at 1. So I do like Asheville here on the money line. Set a total of a 157 as well. So I'm in on that over 3 of 6.591, 3 of 6.592. You've got Jacksonville playing us to West Georgia. West Georgia, an underdog of 1.5. Total on this game, it's 141.5, and I said West Georgia is a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one take a shot on them on the money line. It's a West Georgia team looking to crank up the tempo. Turns total possessions per game 58th. Jacksonville, they're looking to play very slowly, as currently they're about 305th, but Jacksonville is just not getting good looks from three-point range. Right now they are 290th in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And this is a West Georgia team that all of a sudden has been able to come alive from the outside. They're a top 125 team with their three-point shooting percentage. That actually goes up to 36.4% in a road/switch-score venue. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. And it's not like this is a Jacksonville team that, unlike some of their past teams that have been very successful under Coach Mincy, have been very good on the glass. Right now, for Jacksonville, they rank right around about 229th in the country in terms of rebound percentage. You don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 12 points per contest or over 6 rebounds per game, so they really don't have that go-to guy that they're able to rely upon. You've been able to have Jalen Jones give you about 10.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest, but he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. Chris Arias, about 9 points per game. He does shoot 37.5% from three-point range, but for West Georgia, Sheldon Williams-Dryden, he's going to be by far the top player in this game. Stands right around about 6'6", 19.5 points, 9.5 boards. He's been able to shoot 36.5% from three-point range, and then Josh Smith in the backcourt, he's been able to give you 16 points, pair of assists. You've been able to have Colton Griffin dole out about 3 assists per contest, and for West Georgia, they're not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they've been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for West Georgia, they become a top 250 team with regards to rebound percentage. I think that that's going to be a hold up against a Jacksonville team that they're just not executing in any way with regards to their offense. They've been a top 175 team in terms of two-point shooting percentage, but they're very content to bomb it from three-point range. They're not really hitting those, and for Jacksonville, outside the top 270 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. So I did set my total here at a 141 or less. I'm in on the over, but saw some 142s, 142.5. That becomes my buy point on the under, and for West Georgia, going to bypass the points. I like them outright on the money line. 306.593, 306.594. Longwood plays host to Presbyterian. Presbyterian, an underdog of 3 to 3.5 points. 139.5 to 140 is the total. And for Presbyterian, I did set them as a underdog of 1.5 points, so going to be won't take the 3 to 3.5 for this Longwood team. You just have so much concern with them taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their ball security. Now, we'll say for Presbyterian, they're outside the top 355 in terms of total possessions per game, and they turn the ball over 13 plus times per contest, and this is a Longwood team that's in the top 75 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but for this Longwood team, they're also shooting 28.5% from 3. That's outside the top 350 in all of college basketball. Red Thompson, he's been able to shoot 35.5% from 3, and he is the only other top 7 scorers that shoots above 29% from 3. Ja'Cory Hutchinson, like him, coming over from George Washington, 12.5 points, 3 assists, 2.5 per contest. He's been relatively solid. Jonah Nazemi, 10.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. So they've been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. They're a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage, but For Presbyterian, they're able to match up with that. You've got two guys in Jonah Pierce, along Jalen Peterson, great name, that are combining for about 16.5 rebounds per game. Carl Perro shoots 40% from 3, 13 points per game. He's like the only guy that shoots it from 3 as a team as a whole. They shoot 30.2% from 3. That's outside the top 3 in all of college basketball, but a country average team in terms of both their 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And Presbyterian has been able to do a really good job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances and not allowing other teams to be able to get second and third chances. Presbyterian right now a top 90 team in terms of rebound percentage. That's been able to travel relatively well as well. And for Longwood, more around about 121st. Longwood in a nip and tuck spot. They do shoot about 75% of the free throw line, more around 67% for Presbyterian. But I do think the Presbyterian's rebounding, them being a top 100 shot block team, I think that does just enough to be able to hold in there. And I do think that this is going to be a bit of a lower scoring game. Semi-total at a 135.5. So I'm going to be looking at the under along with any sort of points here with Presbyterian. 3-6-5-95, 3-6-5-96. American plays us Holy Cross. Holy Cross, an underdog of 8.5 points, 135.5 is a total. And for Holy Cross, I did set them as a underdog here of 6.5 points, so going to be one think those points. Americans really slowing themselves down. They were playing super duper fast for like the first 5 games of the season. If you look past, I would say, the month of December, they've been a bottom 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, and this is an American team that's just getting plowed on the glass. 344th in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They make up for it with generating turnovers. Top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Peyton Collins, Greg Jones, these two guys have been solid scorers with a combined 24 points per contest, but neither guy is shooting above 26% from 3-point. But the rest of the guys have been solid. Wyatt and this has been able to shoot 43% from 3. He and Jalen Ederibe have both been able to give you 9.5 points per contest, and Ederibe, he's been able to shoot about 39% from 3-point. It's an American team that's been much better with their free throw shooting as well at about 74%, but this is also a unit that is outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Holy Cross, last year they were a top 25 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They brought back most of that core, and right now they're only shooting about 29.5% from 3. That's outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. Do expect a little bit of positivity here. Tyler Boston, 13 points per game, shoots 35.5% from 3. Joe Nugent, 37.5% 3-point shooter, 11 points per game, and both of these guys shoot over 82% at the free throw line. They're like the lone two guys that shoot it well at the free throw line, but DeAndre 3000 Williams has been able to give you a pair of assists per contest. Holy Cross, they do a relatively solid job keeping things clean, only about 11 after turnovers per game, and they keep you off the free throw line. Top 30 team in terms of not allowing teams to be able to pop free throws. Now, they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they are well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Even though I do think that this is a low tempo game, I think they get enough points here for the over with Holy Cross, seeing some positivity with their 3-point shooting. So, won't take the points with Holy Cross. Semi-total 138.5. I'm in on the over. 3-6-5-97, 3-6-5-98. South Carolina State is going to be on the road against Morgan State. Morgan State is a 3 to a 3.5 point favorite. Total is 148.5, and with Morgan State, I did set them as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the 3.5. This is a South Carolina State team that just really is not doing anything well. They're well outside the top 340 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. We'll say if there is one thing that South Carolina State I would think would not be terrible at, it would be rebound percentage, but still, they're 351st with that regard. South Carolina State has been quite banged up, so they have been able to get a few guys back, and Cameron Clark, who comes over from Cal State Bakersfield, has been able to give you a bit of something down low. 6'10", 7.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. Missed a little bit of time to begin the season. And Noah Treadwell, as a backcourt piece, has been able to give you 8.5 points per game. And South Carolina State is actually shooting about 33 or so percent from 3-point range. That is a top 275 mark in all of college basketball, so that's not been too bad. And you've got a Morgan State team that is really atrocious with their 3-point shooting. But still, this is a Morgan State team that's going to be looking to just plow the ball inside. You've got Owen Bronson on the flip side for South Carolina State, as well as been able to give you over 10 points per contest, relatively good 3-point shooter. But Alfred Worrell, who comes over from Southern Miss, he's been able to give you 15 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point. If you look at percentage of shots that come from inside the 3-point line, Morgan State is a top 50 team with that regard. Now, Morgan State outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, as a matter of fact, outside the top 340, but they honestly have been a top 275 team with regards to their own rebound percentage, as you've got a guy in Christian Meeks who's been very versatile, give you about 5.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, and then additionally Elijah Davis, who's dealt with a little bit of injury, has been able to give a little bit of facilitation. He and Rob Lawson, about 9.5 points to 9.5 assists to about 5.5 turnovers per game. It's a Morgan State team that has been a top 275 team in terms of generating turnovers, and South Carolina State, they're just having a really difficult time in terms of taking care of the ball. South Carolina State top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, playing too fast for their own good, 14.8 turnovers per game, and Morgan State has actually slowed down a little bit to about 186 in terms of total possessions per game. So interesting circumstance here. Did set a total of 150. Both of these teams are getting blowtorched on defense, so in on the over, and we'll lay up to 3.5 with Morgan State 306, 599, 306, 600. Norfolk State is going to be on the road against Delaware State. Delaware State is a home underdog of 5.5 points, and total on this game you're going to be getting it at a 129.5 to a 130. And for Norfolk State, I did set them as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 with them. Norfolk State playing at a very slow and controlled pace. They're on 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Delaware State is typically a team that cranks it up a little bit more. Delaware State is now hovering right in that neighborhood of about 291st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. For Delaware State, you really don't have much at returns outside of Ponce James, who's been a sensation for this team, as he's been giving you about 13.5 points, 3.5 assists per game, shoots 35% from three-point range. And for Delaware State, not the world's worst team with regards to their perimeter offense, but problem is they're a top 20 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from two-point range, and if you include games against non-Division I teams, they're dead last in the country in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. Now, Delaware State not going to allow a lot of second and third chances in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They've been a top 300 team there. They're not grabbing for themselves a lot of second and third chances, but they've been able to do a little bit of a better job with that regard. Meanwhile, you've got a Norfolk State team that they don't necessarily have a lot down low, but I do think that they have the far better backcourt in this game. Anthony McComb has been able to give you 13 plus points per contest. Not necessarily a guy that's going to light you up from three-point range, but relatively good versatility out of heat, along with Elijah Jamison, who comes over after he was at UW-Milwaukee to begin his career. For Jamison, 15 points, 3 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. With McComb, he's up to about 5 rebounds per game. Devin Ellis, he's been able to give you about 10 points, about 4.5 rebounds per game. DeAndre Ford has been a little bit of a disappointment coming over from Texas A&M Corpus Christi, but so you got a Delaware State team that is going to allow some very open looks, especially on the inside, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And if this comes down to free throw shooting, right now you've got a Delaware State team that shoots 65.5% at the free throw line. Norfolk State 64.9% at the free throw line. So both of these teams have been atrocious there, but Norfolk State top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. That should help them out. I do think that the lack of free throw shooting might cost you the over here. Semi-total 128.5, like the under, and with Norfolk State willing to lay up to 6 with them. 306, 601, 306, 602. Jackson State, they're on the road against Alabama State. Alabama State 6.5 to 7.5 point favorites. 152 to 152.5 is the total. I made Alabama State the 14-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This Jacksonville State team just has not been able to get anything right whatsoever. For Jackson State, 361st in the country in terms of rebound percentage. They are allowing a lot from three-point range, especially at home. At home, Jackson State actually allows teams to shoot 44.5% from three-point range in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 320 with that regard, and I recognize that they played against a bunch of teams in bye games and everything like that, but they just don't have any rebounding whatsoever. Like, Jamie Jackson has been able to give you a few rebounds, so he's been able to help you out a little bit there, and you do have Deshaun Ruffin. He's been very good coming out over from Ole Miss, 19 points, 4 assists per contest, and Jamie Mitchell, I think I called him Jackson, I apologize about that, 13.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. But Torian McMillan, lone guy on the roster, it gives you over 3.7 rebounds per game, 10.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Devin Ree, who was at Louisville to begin his career, former top 100 recruit, 5.5 points, 2.5 rebounds per game. This team shoots 31% from 3. They're outside the top 350 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Alabama State, last year, top 10 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now they're outside the top 200, but they become a top 125 team in terms of generating turnovers. Now for Alabama State, they are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with giving it up both on the inside and the outside. But this is also an Alabama State team that has been pretty solid with regards to their three-point shooting, as they've been able to have a pair of guys in the backcourt, and John Anderson, Micah Simpson combined for about 33.5 points per game. Simpson shoots 37% from 3. Trey Miller has been dealing with injury. He was a good three-point shooter for them, but in his absence, Demarion Yates has come off the bench, 7 points, shot 41.5% from three-point range, and then Jerquavius Steinbach has been able to give you 2.3 blocks per contest. He's by far the best low-post presence in this game, and for this Alabama State team, they are overall shooting about 34.5% from 3, and that was all road games. This is actually their first game at home against a Division I opponent, and I think that they hammer a Jackson State team that's not been able to execute in any way, shape, or form. To sell by total 154, you've got an Alabama State team that's looking to play with a bit of tempo, 116th in terms of total possessions per game, and Jackson State just has really struggled in all facets of defense, so in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to a 13.5 here with Alabama State. 306, 603, 306, 604. You've got Southern, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Florida A&M. Florida A&M does find themselves as a home underdog underdog of 3.5 points. 152.5 is the total, and for Southern, made them a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Southern last year was a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. We've seen a little bit of fall off there, and we're seeing the Southern team really push some tempo. 20th in the country in terms of total possessions per game under year number 1 of Charlie Ward, Florida A&M. They are as well 32nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but here's the issue that you got for Florida A&M. Bottom 5 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Meanwhile, you've got a Southern team that has been able to shoot it quite well from 3, especially at home. 41% at home, 35.5% away from home, 64th in all of college basketball, but for this Florida A&M team, they're just not really finding any sort of good looks from 3-point range. Right now, they're shooting at home just 25.7% from 3-point range, and Quan Bolton Jr. has been a little bit of disappointment. 8 points per contest has never really been a great 3-point shooter. You've got a few holdovers from last year's team with Florida A&M as well, as you've been able to get right around about 9.5 points per game out of Jordan Chapman. Caleb Washington, he's been versatile, 6.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, but you only have one guy in Micah Octave who's been able to give you over 5 rebounds per game, and right now he's dealing with injury. Once again, it's been a team that's been all sorts of banged up. And then on the flip side for Southern, last year it was very much a wholes greater than sum of its parts sort of team. Now they've been able to really ascend to having that main go-to scorer, Michael Jacobs, who's been able to give you 21.5 points per contest. He shoots 43.5% from 3-point range. Malik Abdul, he's going to be able to win the battle down low. He and Damari James have been able to combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game between the two of them, just under 22 points per contest. And then you've got Cameron Bro, who's able to give you 2.5 steals per game. This Southern team, still about country average with regards to generating turnovers on a per possession basis, but it's getting better and better, and in SWAC play, they should be able to dominate there in SWAC games. They are currently generating about 15 turnovers per game, and I do think that Florida A&M going to be too sloppy to be able to cover this game or get you the over. Semi-total 151.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it here with Southern. 306, 605, 306, 606. You've got Lipscomb playing on the road against Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast, a home underdog in some places of 1.5 points, in other places a home favorite of 1.5 points. 157.5 to 158.5 is a total, and made a total of 155.5. I do like the under. Now for Florida Gulf Coast, they have really cranked up their tempo. They're up to 56th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Lipscomb is 73rd, and for this Lipscomb group, they have been able to do a solid job in terms of shooting it from 3, 34.8%. Florida Gulf Coast a little bit better than that. Right now for FGCU, they're shooting about 36.5% from 3-point range. That said, this is an FGCU team that is allowing a lot of second and third chances, and they go up against a Lipscomb team that has been very good in terms of generating turnovers. This team is a top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, about a country average team with regards to both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but Ross Caladino along Grant Hansman, these two guys combined for 25 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot over 40% per 3, combined about 12.5 rebounds per game. Lipscomb not giving themselves a lot of second and third chances outside the top 250 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're still doing a relatively solid job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances to their opponents as well. And when it comes to this FGCU team, they've been very suspect in terms of guarding the 3-point line at home outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at 36.4%. Meanwhile, the Lipscomb defense has not been the world's worst in terms of traveling, still about 34.3% from the outside is what they're allowing teams to be able to shoot. But for Lipscomb, they've also been a top 150 team in terms of being able to take care of the ball. Meanwhile, you do have a Florida Gulf Coast team that sometimes they do get a little bit wobbly with it. They've been turning the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, as you got J.R. Krasinski giving you 15-point shoots at about 35.5% for 3. Ramir Barno has been the top 3-point shooter at 40%, gives you 13 points per contest, but this team just really doesn't have that main big man like they've had in the past. Isaiah Malone, Michael Duwaks have been able to combine for about 10.5 rebounds per game. Tristan Galette was a guy that they were hoping would be that. He has not really been able to develop, and as a result, Florida Gulf Coast outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think the Florida Gulf Coast, who last year was outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, dials it back a little bit more, and they're really allowing teams a lot of opportunities to be able to get to the free throw line. And this is a Lipscomb team that at the charity stripe, they do shoot about 76% at the free throw line, but I do think that in the end, home court is going to be able to win out for Florida Gulf Coast along with that 3-point shooting. Semi-total at 155.5. I'm in on the under, and with Florida Gulf Coast as a underdog / a 1-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to take them. 306, 607, 306, 608. St. Francis is going to be on the road against Long Island. Long Island does find themselves as a double-figure favorite here, as you're going to be laying in that neighborhood of about 15.5 points. Total is 148.5, and with Long Island, made them an 18.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Long Island needs to clean up the turnovers. They are well outside the top 320 in terms of ball security, but they go up against the St. Francis, Pennsylvania team that's outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 361st in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. I will say, for the St. Francis team, they've been relatively okay in terms of generating turnovers. They are about 150th or so in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, top 145 team in a roadside shoot record environment. But even though this is a LIU team that they are quite sloppy in terms of being able to take care of the ball, they themselves not too bad in terms of generating turnovers, top 135 team with that regard. And for this Long Island team, it's going to be based around your main three guys. You've got Greg Gecko-Gordon, who's been able to do a really good job in terms of supplying this team with about 14.5 points per contest, throws in their 5 boards from 3-point shoots in the mid-30s. Jamal Fuller shoots 49% from 3, 16 points per game, and Malachi Davis, 16 points, 3.5 assists per game. All three of these guys give you at least 1.4 steals per game, and this is a top 40 team with regards to block shot percentage. Cedric Losu has taken a step back with regards to his rebounding, but he's been able to give you a block per game. And for St. Francis, this team is well outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Nice outburst against Fairleigh Dickinson a few days ago, but still, Fairleigh Dickinson is relatively rough now. Skywalks, 18.5 points, 7 boards per contest, and then Zion Russell, 3 assists, 11.5 points per game. Those are the lone 2 guys, despite St. Francis playing as fast as they do, that give you at least 7.5 points per contest, and really both of these teams looking to fly. For Long Island, 145th in terms of total possessions per game. With the St. Francis group, they're up to about 120th, and away from them, St. Francis ascends to the top 100. But do you think that for Long Island, just having the guard play that they do, and the way that St. Francis has not been able to guard the arc, I do think that Long Island gets the job done in a higher scoring game. Semi total 164.5. So I like the over, and with Long Island, I'm a little late up to 18 with them. 306, 609, 306, 610. Central Arkansas is going to be on the road against Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky finds themselves as a 1.5 point favorite. 156.5 is the total. I made Central Arkansas the 6.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. The Central Arkansas team has become a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Central Arkansas is still playing fast, about 113th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Kentucky has actually dialed it back a little bit to about 161st, but Eastern Kentucky typically really good at generating turnovers. 354th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis on defense. Central Arkansas, meanwhile, they've actually ascended into the top 150. They don't generate as many turnovers away from them, and Central Arkansas, not a team that's going to light you up from 3-point range, but I do like the fact that they bring back Cameron Hunter. He was their top scorer many years ago, went to Wisconsin, dealt with injury for a little bit of time, but now he's back to 17 points, pair of assists, steal and a half per contest. You've got Javion Guy King, who's been able to shoot about 36% from 3, 8.5 points per contest. Ty Robinson is up to 15 points per game, and Central Arkansas has been able to do a relatively solid job on the defensive glass as well. They allow opponents to grab fewer than 9 offensive rebounds per game, and for this Eastern Kentucky team, they've been a relatively solid team in terms of being able to grab second and third chances. Matavius Myrick has been able to give you 12 plus points, 7 plus rebounds per game. Eastern Kentucky, they do grab about 37.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound at home. That is a top 55 mark in all of college basketball, but on the flip side, for the Central Arkansas team, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of not allowing those second and third chances in terms of defensive rebound percentage, 92nd in all of college basketball. And for this Eastern Kentucky team, Ty Buttrey has been shooting less than 33% from 3-point. He's been way down with that regard, and it's an Eastern Kentucky team that just does not have the same 3-point shooting that they've had in past years. Right now, shooting about 32.5% for 3 outside the top 225 in all of college basketball. Austin Ball has been able to shoot only about 30% for 3. Does give you about 10.5 points per contest, and for Eastern Kentucky, holds greater than some of its parts approach with them. You've got 6 different guys that are healthy because Jalen Cooper and Taylor Jackson have been dealing with injury. Give you at least 7.5 points per contest. Juan Cranford, main guy, he's been able to give you about 13 points per contest, but with the steps back that they've taken in terms of generating turnovers, and this team being outside the top 3 in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, Central Arkansas, in my opinion, is going to be able to get the job done. Semi-line at 6.5. I like Central Arkansas on the money line. Semi-total at a 156.5. So you're at the 157. I'm going to be one take a shot on the under. 306, 611, 306, 612. Howard is going to be on the road against Maryland Eastern Shore, and the Shore is a 2.5 point home underdog. To an on game is 128.5. And for Howard, I set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. This Howard team has really dialed themselves back. Typically, they play at a very, very fast pace. Right now, for Howard, in terms of total possessions per game, they're hovering right around about 242nd in all of college basketball. Maryland Eastern Shore, well, they have become one of the slowest teams they're going to be finding in the country. They are outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. As a matter of fact, 327th, and this Maryland Eastern Shore team, not necessarily the world's worst team with regards to their defense. They are getting plowed on the glass, so I will say at home, they're allowing teams only grab 17.9% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Obviously, very small sample size, but for Maryland Eastern Shore, currently 356th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Howard is just 316th, but Howard is going to have by far the best player in this game, as you've got someone that's able to give you over 18 points per contest, some plus rebounds, and just as in general able to stuff the stat sheet. And Bryce Harris, he's also giving you 2.5 assists per game, shoots 36% for 3. And Cam Gillis comes over from the Patriot League, 42% 3-point shooter. Howard, relatively country average team, shooting 34% from 3-point range, and with Maryland Eastern Shore having absolutely nothing on the inside. It makes it all the bigger the fact that this team has been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Away from home, teams shoot less than 31% from three against them. Joseph Lusardo for this Maryland Eastern Shore team, about 11.5 points per contest, shoots 42% from three, but team as a whole, they're outside the top 340, shooting 29% from 3 points. Maryland Eastern Shore is actually a top 300 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but again, those 15.5 turnovers per game are costly. They don't generate a lot of turnovers themselves. They put you on the free throw line. They're a top 20 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis, and I do think that Howard is going to be able to get the job done in a game that's going to be very slow and controlled. Set Howard as a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with them. And with regards to total, set mine at a 128.5. Right now, seeing mostly 128.5, so 128 or less in on the over, 129 or higher the under. 306, 613, 306, 614. Texas A&M Corpus Christi is going to be on the road against Northwestern State. Northwestern State home underdogs of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 135.5 is the total. They set a total here of a 141. I do like the over, even though you've got a Corpus Christi team that's really not looking to push a lot of tempo in terms of total possessions, ranked 233rd, and Northwestern State actually finds themselves well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Northwestern State team that they have just not been great on defense, outside the top 280 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Corpus Christi team that, again, they are 323rd in the country in terms of points per possession, but I do think that they're going to be able to find some cracks here, and they're going to be able to get some second and third chances, as this is a Corpus Christi team that has been pretty solid with regards to their perimeter defense. Right now, they're allowing teams to only shoot in that neighborhood about 30% from three-point shot, 75 mark in the country, but country average team with their three-point shooting. And Nicholas Shamboyo, who comes over from Denver, he missed 4 games. He's been able to give you 10.5 points, shoots 40% for three. Mason Gibson shoots 45% for three, 11 points per contest. And with Corpus Christi, as a result, I did set them as a 5-point favorite, willing to lay the number, especially with this team being able to do a very good job in terms of being able to generate second and third chances. They're not quite the most elite team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but with this Texas A&M Corpus Christi team, in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they've been a top 210 team there. And Northwestern State, well, they are not that. They're 327th in all of college basketball, but for Northwestern State, they are not going to put you under any sort of duress whatsoever. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Northwestern State actually does a pretty solid job in terms of being able to make their own 3-point shots, as you've been able to get right around about 16.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest out of Micah Thomas. Thomas shoots 36.5% from 3 points, and Izzy Miles shoots 50% from 3, 10.5 points per game. Northwestern State as a whole, they shoot about 34.5% from 3 points, but giving up all those second chances, with Northwestern State being outside the top 300 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. That'll allow Corpus Christi to get the job done and get some points up on the board. Set by total at a 141. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 here with Corpus Christi. 306, 615, 306, 616. You've got NC Central on the road against Coppin State. Coppin State is a home underdog, as you're catching with them 6 to 6.5 points. 142 to 142.5 is the total. Set by total 138.5. I like the under. You've got a Coppin State team that's outside the top 350 in terms of points per possession. Relatively mid-tempo team, 165th in terms of total possessions per game. NC Central were around about 254th in terms of total possessions per game. And for NC Central, this team has been a top 175 team in terms of generating turnovers. You've got a Coppin State team that hasn't been awful with this regard. They're about 257th, but for Coppin State, over 15 turnovers per game. They're an absolute mess there. Coppin State, 352nd with regards to their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, as they're allowing teams at home to shoot over 48% for 3. Obviously, that's a byproduct of a small sample size, and for NC Central, this is really a team that's based around 3 guys. You've got one guy that really doles it out in Dante Johnson. He's been able to give you only about 5.5 points per contest, but gives you 4 boards. He dishes out 5.5 assists and 2.8 steals per contest. And then Gage Lattimore, 19 points per game, shoots 38% from 3-point. Corey Carvey, one other guy on the roster that gives you over 7 points per contest. He gives you a block, 7.2 rebounds per game. So NC Central, they've done a great job there. Now, they're outside the top 340 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but this is not a Coppin State team that really has anyone that's doing a great job on the glass. As a matter of fact, they don't have a single healthy player on the roster right now that gives you over 7.5 points per contest. Khalil Horton actually up to 7.9 points per game, but Dimitri Hall, their top scorer, he got injured early on during the season, and he was the lone guy on the roster giving you over 4.3 rebounds per game. Taj Thiewet, he's out giving you about 4.3 rebounds per game, but I mean, this team is just getting absolutely dump trucked in every way possible. They're outside the top 330 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage on both offense and defense. I do think that NC Central is going to be able to put nail to hammer here. They do a nice job generating some turnovers and keeping this total under. Set by total 138.5, like the under, and with NC Central, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 with them. 306, 617, 306, 618. Loyola of Maryland is on the road against Bucknell. Bracket Bus and Bison, 6.5 point favorites. Total is 142.5, and I could only set Bucknell as a 4.5-point favorite, so going to be willing to take the points with Loyola Maryland. This has been a unit that has been very suspect with regards to their perimeter play, as they're about to around 42nd in the country in terms of their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and they themselves have not necessarily been able to knock down a lot of threes, but top 125 team with regards to two-point shooting percentage away from home. Bucknell outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as Jacob Theodusu is going to be the top scorer in this game, 15 points, pair of steals, 3.5 assists per contest for Loyola Maryland. Loyola Maryland has Jordan Steinke shooting 35.5% for 3, 9.5 points per contest, and then the ancillary guys like Tony Cicero, Sam Springer, these two guys are shooting over 40% for 3, about 6.5 points per contest apiece for Loyola Maryland. They actually have been a top 225 team in terms of their rebound percentage, and then you've got Amor Doris, who comes over from the country of Germany for this Bucknell team, give you about 12 points, only about 3.5 rebounds per game though, at 6'10" and Rayad Bajecki, he's been a guy that's been dealing with a little bit of injury for Bucknell, 12 points, 5 rebounds per game when he's been out there, and should be good to go here. He's given the team a combined 36 points in the last 2 games, so the Bucknell offense, which has been outside the top 3 in terms of points per possession, they're outside the top 330 with regards to 2-point shooting percentage. It's starting to ascend, and Bucknell has been a top 175 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They're just grabbing absolutely no second chances whatsoever, and allowing teams to shoot 39% for 3, being outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, while Bucknell, they're not necessarily pushing a ton of tempo, they're not necessarily the slowest team in the world, but in terms of total possessions per game, about 285th, but at home, that actually goes up to a country average. I do think that leads to quite a bit of scoring, and I do think that you're going to get some late game fouling at Bucknell. They do shoot about 74.5% at the free throw line, and you've got a Loyola Maryland team that'll probably get to the free throw line quite a bit. They shoot about 66% of the charity stripe, but don't think the free throw shooting is enough to be able to lay it with Bucknell. So my line of 4.5, willing to take the points with Loyola Maryland in on the over. So my total 146.5, 36-619, 36-620. Southeast Louisiana on the road against McNeese. McNeese is a 16.5-point favorite, 138.5 is the total. And with McNeese, I did set them as a 20-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. McNeese, a top 35 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis against a Southeast Louisiana team that is very slow, 320th in terms of total possessions per game. And Southeast Louisiana has been a top 150 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. They're getting absolutely nothing going on offense. They shoot less than 28% from 3 outside the top 330 with that regard, 318th overall in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And you've had Jeremy Alizi do a nice job, giving you about 11 points per contest, and Isaiah Gaines, who was a part of that Final Four team of Florida Atlantic way back in the day, he's been able to give you about 5.5 boards, 10 points per contest, but he's the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, and Alizi and Gaines, lone 2 guys that give you over 3 rebounds per game. So the versatility of McNeese going to be able to win out here, as you've got a guy that was a former top 50 recruit and Gawari Duel, who's been able to give you 9 points, 3 boards, 4.5 assists per game. McNeese, they do a great job in terms of taking care of the ball, top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, top 50 team with regards to their free throw shooting percentage. Not a great 3-point shooting team, but I do have Tyson Archie shooting about 41% per 3, 13.5 points per contest. DJ Turner Up Richards, he's been able to shoot 42% per 3, about 9.5 points per game. It's a McNeese team that is playing a little bit faster than they did a season ago, but they're certainly not playing at warp speed or anything like that. Total possessions per game, they do rank about 78th in the country, and while the Southeast Louisiana team has been able to do an okay job on defense, they just, I don't think, are going to be able to hold up offensively, and I do think that McNeese is going to be able to turn those turnovers into easy buckets. It's on my total at 138. Just don't think that Southeast Louisiana does their part with this total at a 138.5, and on the under, will delay up to 19.5 here with McNeese. 306-521, 306-522. Texas Southern, they're going to be playing against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff is a 1.5 point road favorite, 163.5 to 164.5 is the total, and I like Pine Bluff here. I set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for this Pine Bluff group. They are looking to play very fast, 28th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Texas Southern, they're another team that plays very fast at 39th in the country, but Texas Southern not making the most out of their possessions. They are currently 347th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they just don't have the same top-end talent they've got with Arkansas Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff brings in Keon Williams, who was the top scorer over at Abilene Christian a season ago, and he's been able to do a good job giving the team 15-plus points per contest. Not a guy that's really going to light it up from three-point range, but does a good job with his active hands, 7.5 boards, 6 assists, nearly 2 steals per contest, and he is up to a 35% three-point shooting. Jaquan Scott comes over from UTSA. Meet me for the Roadrunners, 90% free throw shooter, 17 points per game now. Pine Bluff, they do turn the ball over about 15 times per contest. That is a bottom 20 mark in all of college basketball, but Texas Southern, right now, they are turning the ball over 15.7 times per game. That's a bottom 10 mark in the country, and they shoot only about 28.5% from three-point range. You've had Torrey Hupstead down low, give you about 14.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, so they have a little bit of an edge there, but Zaire Hayes, who shoots about 44% from 3, he's really like the lone guy outside of Hupstead that shoots above 30% from 3 that's actually attempted at least a 3 per game. Dwayne Posey is able to give you 8.5 points per game, but Bryce Roberts is out with injury. Cameron Patterson is out with injury. They've got so many guys that have just not been able to give you just a lot in general. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents and their own 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that this is going to be very much an up and down game, but I just don't know if Texas Southern does their part with the total semi-total at a 162.5, so I'm going to take the 163 plus under, and with Arkansas Pine Bluff, made them the 4.5-point favorite, so we'll lay that number, 306, 623, 306, 624. Alcorn State is going to be on the road against Alabama A&M. A&M is a 7.5 to an 8.5-point favorite, 141.5 is the total line, with Alabama A&M made them an 8.5-point favorite. We'll lay up to 8 with them for this Alcorn State team. They've been looking to push quite a bit more tempo this year. They are up to, in terms of total possessions per game, 84th, and A&M 303rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Both of these teams underwent a regime change in the offseason, and for Alabama A&M, they are modeling themselves after Grambling because that's the coach that they brought in, former Grambling coach Dante Jackson, who's been able to bring with them quite a few guys. Contavious Dozier, 15 points, only shoots about 29.5% from 3, and this is a group that they are outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage, but Alabama A&M, a top 75 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and Alabama A&M, top 250 team with regards to their just overall rebound percentage. Meanwhile, Alcorn State, this is actually going to be their first home game against a Division I opponent, but they've been 353rd in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they are just getting absolutely wrecked on defense. 362nd in terms of points per possession allowed, and they're really getting plowed on the inside as well. In terms of a rebound percentage, you've got an Alcorn State team that's currently 361st in all of college basketball. And for Alcorn State, they have not really been able to find that go-to guy either. You've been able to get right around about 10 to 11 points per contest out of Shane Lancaster, but you don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. You've had Dylan Williams be able to dole out right around about a steal and a half per contest, so they've been relatively okay in terms of generating turnovers. They've been a top 225 team with that regard, but they're allowing way too many second and third chances. They are a bottom 5 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and with Alabama A&M not necessarily being a great 3-point shooting team, that's where they're looking to hurt you. PJ Easton is able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. James Graham is another guy that comes over from Grambling, 7.5 points per contest. I think that Alabama A&M going to go out there, win from within. I do think that Alabama A&M is going to do their part with this total. Semi-total 141.5. I think that Alcorn State looking to push a little bit of tempo under the first-year coach in Jake Morton, who comes over from Florida State. So in on the over, and we'll lay up to 8 here with Alabama A&M. 306, 625, 306, 626. Grambling is going to be on the road against Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman, 5.5-point favorite. So on game, 147.5. And with Grambling, I did set them as a underdog of 2.5 points. So going to be looked at take the points with Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman outside the top 275 in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis, and this has been a Cookman team that's been a little bit up and down with regards to just their overall play. They're just not having a good time on the glass, despite Daniel Ruzon give you 5+ rebounds per game, and Ontario Morris, he's a former top 35 recruit that's been able to do a nice job just stuffing the stat sheet with about 13 points, or it's in there 4.5 rebounds per game, and Jacoby Heedy, 16 points per contest, and Bethune-Cookman has been able to give you a little bit from the outside, but it still is leaving quite a bit of something to be desired. And then on the flip side of things, you've got yourself a Grambling team that their offense, it has not been great to say the least. They are outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they're a top 40 team in terms of both the high amount of turnovers that they've got per possession on offense, but they're also a top 40 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for a Bethune-Cookman team that they have had a very difficult time taking care of the ball, I do think that that is going to be able to help them remain lively in this game. Now, for Grambling, you've had Roderick Coffey be able to shoot over 40% from 3-point range. He's done a nice job being able to give the team 8+ points per contest. He follows his coach in Patrick Crary, who comes over from Florida A&M, and Grambling is actually shooting about 35.5% from 3. They've been a top 100 team with that regard. The turnovers have been very costly to them, along with the fact that when they don't grab a rebound, this is a bunch that they do allow a lot of open looks from the inside for Grambling. Right now, they find themselves right around about 239th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage in a road/neutral venue that does go outside the top 265. Bethune-Cookman, they're outside the top 300 with that regard, but they've been much better at home. You've been able to have Jordan Johnson be able to give you about 6.5 points per contest. They've dealt with a little bit of an injury to Tyler Andrews, but the other Heedy brother and Quentin Heedy, he's been able to give you about 11 points per game. So I do think that for Bethune-Cookman, they should be a little bit of a favorite, especially with the fact that this is a Grambling team that in a little bit of a nick and tuck spot, they have been a little bit rough with regards to our free throw shooting. But that said, I do think that for Bethune-Cookman, this line has went a little bit too far. So at anything of a 3+, I'm going to be willing to take the points. And with the total, set my total at 146.5. I'm also in on the under. 306, 627, 306, 628. Mississippi Valley State is going to be on the road against Prairie View. Prairie View finds themselves as 18.5 point favorites total on this game. It is between 152.5 to 153.5. I'm actually going to be willing to take the points with Mississippi Valley State, and this is a Mississippi Valley State team that is just all sorts of brutal in general. But that said, the reason why I'm going to be willing to take the points is that I just don't think that Prairie View deserves to be this big of a favorite because they find themselves once again outside the top 340 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. This is a Prairie View team that they just don't do a great job on the inside in general. They are currently outside the top 265 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Now, Mississippi Valley State bottom 5 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and they were dealing with a little bit of an injury to their top rebounder in Daniel Mayfield. He has been able to get back out there, and he was able to play a full allotment of minutes against Alabama A&M, so that's a good sign, and that was hurting them a little bit, and that's why their numbers are even more warped than what they are. But Michael James, how about 20 points, about 3.5 rebounds per game? And on the flip side, you've got a 20-point per game score for this Prairie View team, as you had a guy that was over at Southern, really good, in Terrion Joseph. He averaged 20 points per game out of them. Now he's up to 23 points per contest, and Prairie View has become a little bit more of a respectable 3-point shooting team at 34%, but this is a team that they very much gamble for turnovers, and typically when they don't get a turnover, they leave themselves very susceptible from 3-point range. As for this Prairie View team, they are outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well, but this is also going to be the first home game for Prairie View all season long as well, so going to be interesting to see if that helps them out a little bit more because they're allowing teams to shoot 38.4% from 3-point range. But this is also a team that has a guy in Dante Horn who's able to give you 14 points, shoots in the 30s from 3-point range. Lance Williams has been able to shoot 40+% from 3, and you've got a pair of teams that are looking to push tempo. Mississippi Valley State into the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game. Prairie View is 14th, so I do think that you're going to get very much an up and down game. Semi line is 16, so going to be one. Take 18 plus here with Mississippi Valley State. Semi total 162, also in on the over. 36, 629, 36, 630. Nichols is on the road against New Orleans. New Orleans does find themselves as a favorite here of 1.5 points. 153.5 is the total line. I did set my line at a 4. I'm going to be willing to lay with New Orleans. Now, New Orleans outside the top 3 in terms of ball security on offense, outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis overall on defense, and this Nichols team has been able to do a really good job in terms of generating turnovers. Top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but away from them, they do allow opponents to shoot over 40% from 3-point range. And for New Orleans, you've got 2 really good guards in the backcourt. Jacavion Buckley, he's been able to do a bit of everything, as he's thrown in there about 5 boards, 5 assists, 14.5 points per contest, shoots about 37% from 3. Colton Benson down to about 33% 3-point shooting on high volume, but shoots over 90% the free throw line. And then down low, MJ Thomas, about 11 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Churchill Abus saw good minutes over at DePaul along with Wake Forest. He's up to 5 boards, about a block and a half per contest, and I do think that that's going to be very hard for this bunch and Nichols to be able to match up with, as Nichols has been able to get good versatility as Sincere Malone, a Eastern Illinois transfer, who's been able to come in there at about 6'8" or so, 11.5 points, 2.5 assists, does a good job in terms of generating turnovers, as he's been able to pull in there about 2.3 steals per contest. Jalik Dunkley along to Jalen Seals both give you about 13.5 points per game, and they combine to shoot about 35.5% from 3, and Nichols is up to being a top 175 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. They're doing a pretty solid job in terms of not allowing second and third chances as well. This team is a top 175 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they're not pulling in any sort of offensive rebounds for themselves, but they leave themselves vulnerable on the inside outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And in a tight spot, Nichols, they shoot 64.7% of the free throw line. That's well outside the top 335 in all of college basketball. New Orleans, they shoot 74.3% of the free throw line, and this is a New Orleans team that is in the top 100 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point line. Both of these teams are not necessarily super duper fast. Nichols is about 227th in terms of total possessions per game. New Orleans is going to be willing to push a little bit more tempo, but they're another team that they find themselves right around about 117th in the country. But I do think that with Nichols, they're going to have a tough time in terms of being able to match up with the size of New Orleans. I do think that New Orleans wins from within. So New Orleans is a 4-point favorite. We'll want to lay the number, and at a 153.5 or less in on the under. 306, 631, 306, 632. Last game that I had before we go to our final break. Houston Christian, they are on the road against Stephen F. Austin. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin finds themselves as a favorite of 13.5 points. 138.5 is the total. Semi-total 132.5. I like the under for Stephen F. Austin, top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they play one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball in Houston Christian. 338th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, for this Stephen F. Austin team, this is one that has been slowing themselves down a little bit more this year as well in terms of total possessions per game. They check in 286th in all of college basketball, and Stephen F. Austin is actually now outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're just doing it down low. Jared Colonel, 3+ blocks, 7.5 rebounds per game, and for the Houston Christian side of things, you just don't necessarily have the firepower down low to be able to match up. Not a single guy gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game is Elijah Brooks. He's been able to give you about 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 3 assists per contest, but he's dealing with injury for the second time this year, so that's a little bit of an issue. You've been able to get about 12 points per contest out of Kylan Green, who shoots 34% from 3-point, and then a 42% 3-point shooter, and Trent Johnson has been able to give you about 8 points per game, but his team is outside the top 3 here with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. And for Stephen F. Austin, I do think that they are going to be able to do a solid job in terms of still being able to take care of the ball. They're a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Where they are very vulnerable, though, is that they're just still not great at the free throw line. They are shooting 63.5% the free throw line. Houston Christian, not a team that's afraid to push you on the free throw line. Now, Keon Thompson, along with Latif Patrick, they combine for 33 points per contest. Both shoot about 32% for 3-point, while Natit Charkanovic has been able to shoot 46.5% for 3. Cam Burton, 45.5% 3-point shooter. I do think that for Stephen F. Austin, they should do a nice job being able to go out there, get the job done. But this is a Houston Christian team that's been a top 225 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. With Houston Christian, they do have a tough time being able to take care of the ball, but that's a little bit alleviated in the spot, and they've been a top 225 team with their own rebound percentage. I think that that's just enough for them to remain lively. Set my line at 12.5, so 13 plus. Taking the place with Houston Christian, I'm in on the under, so my total 132.5, and with the final 2 games on the flip side here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the Houston Family Podcast. Here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we are down to 2 final games hit, so how about if we get you these last 2 winners right about now?
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-633, 306-634, East Texas A&M plays us at UT Grand Valley. Grand Valley, 4.5-point road favorite, so it all scheme between 143.5 to 144, and I'm going to be in on the over. I did set my total at a 146. We've got an East Texas A&M team that is playing at a relatively good pace, about 118th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a UT Rio Grande Valley team that they are much slower than they have been in the past. With Grand Valley, they do find themselves in terms of total possessions per game more in that neighborhood, about 226th, but this has been a Grand Valley team that's been absolutely smoking from 3-point range, and you've got an East Texas A&M team that has been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're one of those teams that, for lack of a better term, they gamble for turnovers, and the offense has been a little bit better for East Texas A&M. Ronnie Harrison, who comes over from Charlton, 15.5 points per contest, 6 boards of steal per contest, shoots 37.5% for 3, and then you got Damian Garcia and Vinny Sonja, who have been able to combine for about 39% 3-point shooter, 19 points per game. These 2 guys, and East Texas A&M still outside the top 200 with regards to 3-point shooting percentage, but a little bit more respectable, but they do allow opponents to shoot in that neighborhood about 36% from 3-point range, and this is a UT Rio Grande Valley team that they've been pretty solid with regards to their perimeter defense. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 31.8% from 3-point range. That's a top 175 mark in all of college basketball. East Texas A&M outside the top 275 there, but for UT Rio Grande Valley, in a roadside-score venue, they shoot over 42% from 3-point range. I think that you're going to see a little bit of regression there, but they have been a top 35 team in all of college basketball there, and I do like what you've been able to get out of Always Right. He's a guy that comes over from Rhode Island. Great name, by the way. He's been able to give you about 3 assists per contest for a Grand Valley team that's been quite a bit better in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 225 team in terms of ball security. They're still not doing a great job on the glass, but you've been able to have a Corey Cotton along with Philip Brankovic be able to combine for about 24.5 points per contest. Brankovic shoots 38% from 3. Marvin McGee comes over from the Meep Cal State Bakersfield Roadrunners, 9.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and he shoots over 40% from 3. I do think that overall 3-point shooting is going to be able to win out, and East Texas A&M, while they generate a lot of turnovers, they've been outside the top 225 in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. One to lay up to 5.5 with Grand Valley, and like the overside by total 146, and wrap things up with 306-635, 306-636. Lamar is going to be playing us in Incarnate Word, and the Word does find themselves in most places as a slim 1.5 point underdog. I'm seeing a 1 out there as well. 139.5 is the total. So my line at 1.5. So at a 1 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with Lamar. You do have a pair of teams that are going to be looking to play quite slow and controlled. Incarnate Word, 308th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Lamar more around about 302nd, but this is a Lamar team that has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of generating turnovers, and they need to because they're a team that at home shoots less than 30% from 3-point range. Incarnate Word, good 3-point shooting team, 36.6% from the outside. I like what Jordan Pike is able to bring to the table, guy that stands right around about 6'5", 6'5", 6'6". He's been able to pull in there about 5.5 rebounds per game, 13.5 points. Shoots from three-point range more than they neighbor, about 32.5% from three. And then your top two guards, Taj Staveski comes over from Cleveland State, Davion Bailey. They combine for 40 points per game between the two of them. They shoot about 39% from three. Staveski is able to give you about 5 assists, 7.5 per contest. And for Gardner-Ward, top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Outside the top 270 in terms of their opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a team that doesn't really put you under duress outside the top 200 in terms of the turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And if you look at the overall defense, it's just a Lamar team that has been far better with this regard. Incarnate Word 277th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they actually do give up about 24 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Lamar, a top 155 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Lamar, even though they're not necessarily a team that goes on the flamethrower mode from 3-point range, you do have good versatility in a 6'10" big man in Andrew Holyfield, who's able to give you about 14 points, 5 boards. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Rob Lee shoots 37% from 3-point range, 14.5 points per contest. And Brandon East, 8.5 rebounds per game. This Lamar team is a top 125 team in terms of their own offensive rebound percentage, top 50 team in terms of block shot percentage as well, with Holyfield also giving you a pair of blocks per contest. I do think that Lamar finds a way to be able to win from within, so I did sell Lamar as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 1 with them. So I told 139.5, so at a 139 or less, I like the over end. That'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you like what you're hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever for this podcast, you have 1 or 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter /X timeline at gunit_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline another way. Find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it's very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via the 5-star review, and I'm with you guys every single day on this podcast with picks and analysis on every game, every day, so I'll be back with you once again tomorrow. Thank you.